We're just worried, like when you start streaming. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to World of Watches TV. We are so excited to have you joining us for the next 3 hours and getting you ready to not only start or build that watch collection, but to do some of that holiday shopping. My name is Megan.
And I'm Wiley.
And for the next 3 hours, we're going to show you all different types of watch brands. Maybe some brands you've heard of before, some high-end Swiss-made brands, but also maybe a couple collections that you've never even heard about. You're going to have a lot of fun with us learning more about watches and all about the different kinds of styles, brands, movements that fit you perfectly. And the best part about it all is it's all going to fit your budget.
You know, the holidays are right around the corner. Not to put stress on you. In fact,
but the holidays are right around the corner.
You better hurry. Call
Christmas
right now. They just turned the channel. No, you're going to find that we have things on payments that maybe 4, 5, or 6 stress-free payments, and those are interest-free payments. We want to make sure that you're not just getting beautiful watches and great prices, but in an easy way so it does not hit your wallet, particularly at the holidays.
We're going to have a bunch of new brands and some new collections from your favorite brands today, including Ingersoll. We've got Invicta back and some new styles from Lucien Piccard. In addition to that, we're going to be airing in a couple of hours from now, I believe in the top of our 3rd hour, a very cool video that our crew made behind the scenes from a COB, a company meeting that we had 2 weeks ago that talked all about the new styles and collections that are going to be coming out. So we'll give you a little sneak peek behind the scenes in just a few hours, but this hour we're going to jump into a preview and show you what's coming up first.
Oh, we happen to like Redline. And
Yes,
just because
do.
we own the company, but because it's a great watch at a great price. And, you know, everything in the Redline collection seems to pull from the automotive or things that just go fast, things that'll take it to the Redline. Here you're seeing a beautiful 48mm Apex 12, which really is race inspired all the way down to that the ventilated strap that's on the watch, and it just really looks great. And when we show this to you live, if we get a chance to show it to you, you're gonna love how this looks. And look at the price. A watch that could easily sell for the $300 or $400 price point, normally going at $120 for less than $50.
This is actually, sorry for interrupting, this is actually our lowest price watch of the entire show.
Well, look at the value pay right there, the stress-free payment, $8.33. That's absolutely amazing.
And that's with free shipping.
Yeah, that's right. You don't have to hunt for a coupon. We pay for shipping. There's a 30-day money-back guarantee. 280314 will get you the Redline Apex.
Coming up right behind that, a brand new style from Lucien Piccard. This is the 45mm Potenza. Now this is a multi-function. It looks like a chronograph, right? But when you take a closer look at those subdials, you've actually got your calendar broken down there from the day of the week to the calendar date, even an AM/PM indicator. Lucien Piccard, we are going to show you so many different collections that are all brand new from Lucien Piccard. And they're all reverting back to that old world heritage, but you get these very cool kind of modern day luxuries. The 18-karat rose gold plating over 316L steel, that high quality Japanese movement inside that gets a 5-year warranty, and all of that. We'll ship it to you for free if you put $26 down on any major credit card. If you want to do the whole thing, it's $129.99, whereas every day on our website, it's $200. 288884, the 45mm Potenza.
How about this for a really cool looking watch? You know, we love Invicta. In fact, we are the #1 seller of Invicta in North America. Kind of proud of that. And now that we're able to put more of them on the air, we're hoping to get more of these styles and designs to you. This 52mm Russian diver really looks like it came right out of the Nautilus. It looks like it came right up from the ocean depths, and it really has a vintage feel to it. And you know you're getting all the quality and construction that is Invicta. You're going to love that stylized crown that's on there because you have that canteen protector over it, and then you even have that stylized protector right over the crystal and the dial itself. $647 for a watch that sells for nearly $6,000. Absolutely amazing that only $129 gets this home. So I can't wait to show this to you in person. I almost made this my hot pick.
This is a really eye-catching watch. I can't wait to show this live because it's big.
You know what this looks like? This has a lot of the feel of some of the U-boat watches that are the higher end, that are very, very expensive. And this normally would be, but of course you're shopping with us, so you know you're getting it not only at the lowest price, we'll guarantee it, but also at the best payment plan possible, the stress-free payments. $129.60. That's your first of 5. 260-0067.
Well, speaking of high-end, I want to talk about our hot picks first to kick off the show. I went with the 27mm Museum from Movado, 146513. What I love so much is this amazing classic look from one of perhaps the most iconic watch brands in the world. Interestingly enough, and I'm sure many of you out there can agree with me, Movado watches have some of those dials, and this is in fact the museum dial, which we'll explain in a moment, that are so iconic, even if you know nothing about Movado and you just saw this watch on someone's wrist or underneath the glass inside that high-end jewelry store, you would know it was Movado. And that's because of that concave dot at the 12 o'clock position set atop a matte black dial backdrop. Now, it's a beautiful, just a 2-hand dial there. No muss, no fuss. This is a true clean, classic dial layout. And interestingly enough, I went with the 27mm. We do have another option coming up later on in the show, and it's not even as big as this one. It's an even smaller version. So we have some real classic pieces, because when you think about something, whether you're giving it as a gift or you're purchasing it for yourself, sometimes it's nice to buy into those trends. I mean, I am guilty of that. I know many of us are. We see something, it looks good, maybe we saw it in a magazine, and we want to wear that to have that current, fresh design. But when you talk about a classic piece, the kind of piece that you'll wear now, you'll wear again in 10, 20, 30 years from now, it's nice to invest in pieces that are timeless. I mean, I have watches in my collection right now that I've had for a number of years that aren't quite my style so much anymore. But then I have those other pieces that I could wear to this work. I could wear it on the weekends. I could wear it to church. You can wear it anywhere you want. It just has that timeless versatility. Now, if you were to go in stores and purchase this Movado watch, this exact version with the 27mm case is going to cost you $1,000. That's why Movado is typically one of those brands that people usually purchase when they are giving a gift, perhaps a graduation, an anniversary, a marquee event in someone's life. So $1,000 right off the bat, that's a lot of money. But of course, when you think about the fact that you're investing in a watch that is Swiss made, that is from one of the most iconic brands, it sort of makes sense that you're going to spend $1,000. But what about $350? And then the fact that it's broken down over 5 months. So let's think about it this way. Maybe you're not at a point in your life where you can afford a $1,000 watch right now. Maybe even the $350 is just a bit too much because, let's be honest, as Wiley said, we don't want to scare you, but the holidays are coming up, and sometimes we tend to put others first, of course, when we're buying gifts. We don't have time to treat ourselves when it's the holiday time. But can you set aside $70 a month? That's how you're going to afford this $1,000 Swiss-made Movado. This is the kind of Movado that you could give your daughter for her 18th birthday, your son for a college graduation. You could purchase it for your wife or your mother for a big birthday or an anniversary. It's that timeless of a look.
Movado was in business building and selling watches since 1881. They were in business for some 70 years before they came up with this design. And in 1947, when George Hurwitz came up with this particular design, he had no idea it was going to be called the museum watch. And that little dot at the top is an homage to the rising sun. It is a clean design. And by 1960, it was in the Museum of Modern Art on permanent display because it became that iconic of time itself. Now, you're getting this $1,000 timepiece with everything she has described for what should be a payment, $350.99. Instead, your payment is only $70. And that's interest-free, and that certainly is stress-free.
That's right. My hot pick, 146513, the 27mm Museum Collection from Movado.
When I walked in and I saw the watches rolling out of the vault, and I picked up this watch, I thought this was a Maurice Lacroix.
Oh, really?
Oh, just feel this watch. Just feel this when you pick it up, and it just really has a weight and a feel to it where I thought, oh my goodness. Had no idea, and this is no insult on Bulova, who's been building watches since 1875, or, certainly coming from the high-end brand of Accutron, the arm of Bulova, that is technology and luxury. But to pick this up and realize there is so much quality and style in this all Swiss-made Accutron. Now, you have a modified Valjoux 7750 inside here, which is a 25-jewel automatic. Of course, that beautiful 316L stainless steel is not just beautiful today, it's going to be beautiful for years to come. And like I shared with you a few weeks ago, I brought a watch in that looked like it had been dropped in a blender. But dropping it off to the watch guys here, because this is not like a chrome finish or coating on here, many people think, oh, what's making it so shiny? It is literally the polishing of the 316L stainless steel that gives that luster. Just as gold has a natural luster when polished, so does 316L stainless steel. So if this gets scratched, scuffed, or damaged, it can be polished out to that bright finish again. It's not going to flake or peel off. You also, again, this is an all Swiss-made watch, which means, of course, that's a Swiss movement on the inside. At least 60% of the value of this watch comes from Switzerland. The movement has to be placed inside this case in Switzerland, and the final inspection has to be in Switzerland. That is going to give you this beautiful, luxurious timepiece. And even though it is true luxury, it still has 50 meters of water resistance. Now, as you look into that simple three-hand configuration, you'll notice the hour, the minutes, and a continuously operating sweep hand as a small seconds at the 9 o'clock position. You have two additional dials that are going to be for the chronograph function that's simply going to be operated by just a touch of the pusher at the 2 o'clock. There's your start, your stop, and of course your reset, and that just snaps into place. You also have a day and date complication, and usually you're going to find the Accutron logo at the 12 o'clock. It's right here at the 2 o'clock position. Now, if you flip the watch over, you're going to notice you have a dual push button, dual deployant. Isn't that beautiful? And now you're looking right through that sapphire crystal, by the way, sapphire both front and back, to look into that beautiful 25-jewel automatic movement. Let me flip this over, let them focus for a second, and you're going to look into the beating heart of that watch. There's the balance wheel. And the simple motion of your wrist. If you've ever heard of an automatic watch, and if you're new to the watch world, an automatic watch simply does not have a battery. And to wind the spring, if it was a mechanical watch, you would have to wind it through the crown. But because it has that rotor, the motion of your body is going to continuously wind the watch so that you don't have to wind it. Now, if you did want to add a little extra power, you could simply rotate the crown, and it's going to stay, keeping track of time. It's going to be running at somewhere between 4 and 6 kilohertz, and that means this watch is going to be accurate to within about 10 seconds per day. And that is phenomenal. And of course, that right there, Swiss made, you know you're getting all the luxury and all the quality of Swiss craftsmanship. Folks, this watch sells for $1,700 in the retail world. Why would you want to pay that when you can get it from us for $1,000? But right now, for the show, which is one of our best advertisements for Swiss Watch International and what we have to offer, we've marked it down to $499.99. Are you ready for this? Only $100 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments to get. Do you realize that price point for this movement is phenomenal? To have all Swiss made, the sapphire crystal is going to set you back a good portion of that. The movement inside should be setting you back double that. And then you have all the craftsmanship. And look at that beautiful jewelry quality bracelet. Now, I have a 6 3/4 inch wrist. If you have a much larger wrist than I do, don't worry. There's more than enough here to accommodate. And if you have a smaller wrist, say down even to 6 inches, this is easily going to adjust. Folks, this is my top pick because I'm absolutely amazed that you're getting an Accutron by Bulova, a 42 millimeter case with 50 meters of water resistance, all Swiss made, for only $100 to get it home. 226300 will get you this beautiful watch, and I promise you won't regret it.
All right, now we're going to jump into a very special, what we're calling a special holiday deal. We did this last week on the show with a Caravelle by Bulova. You might have remembered it from the preview. It was that Redline Apex 12. It is the lowest price watch of the entire show. The total price is $50, and it's on 6 payments. But as Wiley sort of mentioned before, some of you might have heard of Redline, but you might not be familiar with the brand's DNA, what its core is all about. So that's why we put together a little something to show you a little bit more about the Apex 12 and Redline. Check this out. All right, so we're going to jump into our Apex 12 presentation. You know, we've only got one available on the show today, but the good news is we have so many different color variations to choose from on our website. So you'll be able to take a little tour around the Apex 12 right now, and then whether you choose to get this one or another one that you can find at WorldofWatches.com, we have tons of color variations.
This is just one of those watches that, if you're looking for something sporty, something that really does have an automotive flair to it, but you don't want to spend a whole lot of money, well, this will be the lowest price selection of the entire 3 hours. Now, you're going to find that this is an incredibly well-made watch, and you're going to love how comfortable it is on the hand and on the wrist. This is one of the watches that the band is made of a soft silicone. But the case itself is also encapsulated in that same silicone. You notice how the strap goes right into the case? Well, that's a soft touch all the way around. Even though there is steel underneath, you have all of this soft touch finish to it. Now, as you're looking into that watch, you're noticing a lot of style within this 48 millimeter case. And because of the way this seamlessly blends into the watch, and you'll notice it makes a natural curve when you hold it, it's going to fit the wrist. I'm always afraid of watches once they get past 45 millimeters. Is that going to fit me? This is a watch that even Megan, with her dainty wrist, could also wear. Now, I think the watch is very masculine. It's one that I think is suited for a lot of guys out there. And if you're looking for a lot of style, then you have to consider this watch. Of course, you're getting a fully functioning chronograph. You have a 3-hand configuration. The VD53 movement inside is going to be reliable. It's going to be accurate. This is just going to be one of those movements that the moment you put the watch on, you realize, okay, there is a sense of reliability to this watch because the VD53 movement, that Japanese movement, that quartz movement inside is going to be accurate to within 10 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds per month. So it doesn't matter. You can spend a whole lot more money for a more expensive movement that's going to be quartz, but outside of buying a Precisionist by Bulova, you're not going to get more accurate. And of course, you have a warranty with us, and you also have a 30-day money-back guarantee. And that is going to give you the comfort that even though you're buying a watch at a silly low price, you're not compromising on quality. Remember, it's like a $400 to $500 watch, but you're not paying that price point because we control the manufacture of the watches because they're shipped directly to us. There is no middleman. There's not a department store. It's just us. I mean, we manufacture it and we sell it. And you know that whenever you go to the manufacturer, you're always going to get a better price than if you're paying full retail. But where are you going to find 90% off? Megan, do you like this watch?
I do like this watch. I'm a big fan of Redline watches, and as we'll show you with a little sneak preview that's coming up in our third hour, we'll get to see an idea of some other Redlines coming up. It's really cool that they're able to blend that sort of automotive or go fast lifestyle into something that has that inspiration, but even as you have it with a nice button-down shirt, it's still appropriate. It's not so in your face. It's not so crazy. There are collections like that from all of the different brands, of course, that we know and love. But this is one that I think, especially in this color combination, where it's pretty much all black and white, and then that pop of red for the tachymeter scale on the inside ring of the dial, it just adds enough visual interest, but it's still kind of a put-together watch. And at 48 millimeters, look at how low profile it is. It's a slim watch.
This is a watch that if you did choose to wear it to the office, because it is all black, just that bit of red around the tachymeter scale in the outer chapter ring, this is one of the watches that you could easily get away to the office. It does dress up if you're wearing something dressy, and of course if you're just wearing t-shirt and blue jeans, you've still got the right watch on. You also have a date complication between the 4 and 5 o'clock position. There is an awful lot of functionality within this watch, and there's a lot of craftsmanship and durability, but at a price point for what some watches would just be disposable.
I like that the strap has that little bit of like a semi-perforation. We talk about it. It looks like racing gloves, or maybe what you would see in like a sports car, in the shift knob.
Yes.
Is that the right word? I'm so not.
The shift knob. Many manufacturers enjoy the shift knob.
What's it called?
We're moving on, Megan. We're just moving on. It also looks like perforated.
It looks like it goes fast.
It goes fast, and it's pretty. You also, that perforation reminds me of racing seats. It does.
Yes, that's what I was going for.
I like this watch, and even though it's a little larger, you notice you're exactly right. Look at how that fits on there. There is no gapping. The watch is incredibly lightweight because of that silicone all the way around, even wrapping around the case of the watch.
Yeah, it's only 12 millimeters in slimness, too. And it's under 100 grams. It's actually 90 grams in weight, so it's super lightweight and comfortable. I'll try it on. You know what? I have a 6-inch wrist. Might as well, in case maybe you have a teenage son or someone, maybe with a slimmer wrist. I have a 6-inch wrist, so it's a slim lady's
that's
wrist.
That's a great idea. You
right?
have a young person out there that does not have a watch, or maybe you want to take them up to a higher level watch. Do not let the price point fool you into thinking that it's just a cheap watch. It's not. Hundreds of dollars are paid for watches just like this. In fact, this watch will be back up to $120 if you want to wait till Sunday at midnight. But right now, you can have the watch for $49. And if you have a teenager that maybe this would make a great gift for, get it for the holidays. I promise they're going to love it. They're going to be glad they have the big boy watch.
You also get that 5-year warranty. So God forbid something were to happen to it, you are covered for a full 5 years. How many things have you spent $50 on? And it comes with a 5-year warranty. 280-314-$8. That's right. That's with free shipping. Free shipping and an $8 price.
If you think about what people pay for their cell phone bill,
yeah, I don't want to.
And you don't get any of that back. It's like, oh, I shouldn't have looked at YouTube so long. Why am I on Facebook? And then you realize you've run up all your data and they're charging you more than what we just charged for that watch.
It's crazy.
Speaking of lots of style.
Brand new. This might actually be one of my favorite Ingersoll watches to date, because I always love those instrument style cases. One of my favorite high-end collections, of course, as you know, our brands is Bell and Ross. They are really popularized these sort of instrument-style, aviation-inspired watches, and that's just what this sort of has an homage to.
Ingersoll, started out as a catalog company, selling the watches. The Ingersoll brothers back in 1881, 1882, and by 1892, they were selling watches. Well, today, this watch with so much American heritage to it is bringing you the limited edition Bison number 43. Now, remember, most of the Ingersoll watches you're going to get are going to be limited edition. Now, the case measures out at 46 millimeters in the bezel to bezel, but wears much larger on the wrist because of the square case. So you have this measurement is the 46, but it's going to wear a little bit larger. The 615 caliber automatic movement with 28 jewels is going to feature a month, a day, date, and a 24-hour indicator, and that Chinese movement on the inside is going, and that's a better quality Chinese movement. You have to realize that, when iPhones are made in China and you have some high-end electronics coming out of Japan, whenever something comes in from the Far East, please know that we're only going to represent the manufacturers that are going to put the better movements inside, and you're going to feel very good about that.
That's an excellent point that you make, Wiley, because when I was in a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we were learning about this, because even some of our own brands use Chinese movements inside, that was the example that was given to us was, think about how many electronics, how many of us, our smartphones are Chinese and designed and manufactured in China. And they have, and people in our company have gone to these factories. The factories are so clean. They said you could literally eat, not that you would want to, but that you could literally eat off the floors, that they are so clean and so regulated. So you don't really need to think, oh, it's not Swiss made, well, I don't want to mess with it. There are some really, really top tier movements that come out of the Far East.
Well, with how delicate the movements are on the inside, particularly when it comes to automatic movements, there has to be a level of cleanliness and precision, or it will not work altogether, much less pass any of the standards that are going to be needed to be a timekeeper. So these facilities are going to be top drawer, and of course we wouldn't bring it to you if it wasn't. And you have a money-back guarantee. So if you get it home and go, what did you sell me? You send it right back. We're going to pay for it to come to you. We're also going to pay for it to come back to us, per chance it needs to come back. And you're always going to have that free shipping and money-back guarantee. So you're shopping with confidence. We're watchmakers, watch designers, and more than anything, we want you to be happy.
That looks really good, because even the case itself is kind of curved, which you wouldn't expect.
Look at that.
And I think that's because they don't have to curve the movement. The movement is up here, and it's flat, and it's almost like two cases, because this case sits on top of, you can call this a cradle, if you will. So they're able to curve that, but then they don't have to manipulate or mess with the movement itself, because that's still in this portion of the watch. So that's why Wiley said it's a 46 millimeter, because when you measure it, you go edge to edge on the case here, or the bezel, if you will, but it will wear, I would say, closer almost to a 48 millimeter, maybe even a 49, just because it's a little bit bigger, but it's so curved. And then you got the thick, wow, that's a nice strap.
Yeah, that is.
It's almost like a satin leather.
It is incredibly comfortable. Now, there's a thickness to this. This is not, look at that. This is as thick as a belt.
They make great straps at Ingersoll. I know we've talked about them before.
Ingersoll has done a great job using quality all the way around. And
I think this is going to be a big seller. I really like this watch.
And because it is really an international company with its American roots and heritages, with it having its root in the Chinese holding company as well as in Great Britain, you have a lot of different hands on this watch.
And German design.
And German design. That's exactly right. That it's really an international watch, and with their name on it, they're going to want quality within it. So you're going to feel very comfortable with that movement, as well as the style within the watch. Did you get a chance to see the back of the watch? I'm going to take this off again.
Yeah, show it one more time, because we didn't really talk about the fact that how they tint their crystals. Did you see that? And then there's a little bison. Can you see that at the decorated rotor?
He's on the rotor. And I love the fact that they've created something that visually is equally as stunning from the back as it is from the front. And I think this is just one of those watches with that exhibition back. You're going to have fun taking the watch off and showing it off a little bit. Because it's so easy to assume that everything is a quartz movement. And when people see that you have a very 21st century style design, but you have old school on the inside, They're going to love it. There's the beating heart of the watch right there. 50 meters of water resistance. Even though this is considered a dress watch, it still has 50 meters of water resistance. So if you get pushed in the pool, caught in the rain, the watch is going to hold up. Now, you never want to get a leather strap like this. Unless you're wearing a Luminox, don't get the leather strap wet. And Megan, what would you do if you got this strap wet? What would be the protocol?
Protocol would be to just immediately, as soon as you can, take the watch off. You would do the same thing if you got a belt wet, for example. Do not blow dry it. Do not try and heat treat it. Do not rub it with a towel. Just lay it out flat and let it dry, and you'll be okay. That's just, I mean, it's not like your watch is going to be ruined the first time you get your leather strap wet, but you don't want to get it wet. Look, there's that multifunction changing the day of the week there. But if anything were to happen to it, you just lay it out flat to dry, and you'll be okay.
Megan, you were discussing just a few days ago about why you like a multifunction better than a chronograph.
I like a multifunction sometimes, or a lot of the time, because I think that for my personal style and my interests, I like having more of the calendar broken out. So in this case, you get the day of the week, the month of the year, the date, and then that 6 o'clock subdial, that's your AM, PM indicator. For me, because I don't need a chronograph to time a race or anything, a relay, so I like a multifunction because I like being able to see more of that on my dial, more so than, I need a chronograph that's going to give me 1/10 of a second accuracy.
Well, that's right, because you'll use the day and date and month complications.
I certainly will, especially after a long weekend.
What month is this? But you don't always use the chronograph.
Right,
and it still gives you the same look but more functionality. And coming up next, are we going to go to that? Can we show that beautiful Invicta? Is that coming up next? I love when we have Invictas on the show, don't you? And it's going to be beautiful. I can't wait to show that to everyone.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing. But look at this. Another brand new Bulova, another Accutron by Bulova. So, of course, their high-end Swiss-made brand.
This is gorgeous, and I think what they have done is they have created, a beautiful design, all Swiss-made, and you are getting a watch that easily should sell into that, higher than $1,000. The $1,600 price point might be a little high, but when you realize that you're not even getting it at the wow price of $990, but it is dropping it right down into the basement, you are getting, you're getting a lot of style. Now, if we can come in even closer, I want them just to see the texturing that's on that dial. Look at that.
That's gorgeous.
They're getting focused because there's a lot of, there you go. I wanted you to see, because, there is so much detail within this. Look at how the light captures that high mirror polish that's on the hand-applied Arabic numerals. Look at that texturing that's in the center part of the dial. You notice you have cutaway or skeletonized hands on there with still just a touch of lume. You also have a date complication with a reverse date wheel right there at the 3 o'clock position. This is just one of those watches that I think from the moment you put it on, you realize you have quality. You have a 25 jewel ETA automatic. And if we flip that over, I want you to see that beautiful watchmaker decoration, the Côte de Genève that's on the rotor. Again, if you were listening to us earlier, you'll notice that we're going to be selling several automatics on the show, and that means it doesn't require a battery. It's not a quartz movement. You have a rotor that's winding a spring that's moving all those gears and levers. That's that balance wheel back there, and with each pulsation, it's measuring out a second and changing the time on the front of that watch. Now, this is one you'll never, ever, ever, like I said, have to buy a battery. And you're going to love the fact that you're getting all of that old school work in a 21st century style. But it's still, there's something just kind of an homage to the days gone by. All Swiss made, 43 millimeter case, sapphire crystal, both front and back. And I think the watch looks just stunning. Now, you notice, Megan, that you'll see, like, there's the bezel. There's all the gold tone around the bezel. And that seems to give you the shape of the watch. But notice how large the lugs are. Mm-hmm. Notice they extend beyond the case, going to the north and south, or the top and bottom of the watch.
Yeah, right around here.
That's exactly right. And it has such a larger presence that if this was just a typical just round watch with maybe a simple attachment for the strap, the watch would play much smaller on the wrist. I think, as you can see on here, it allows for a natural curvature. I'm just going to take it off just for a second. Notice how this curves. That even though I have a smaller wrist, this watch fits incredibly well. And that's because they've built in the shape of the wrist so the watch is comfortable all the way around.
Now, included when you purchase this watch, you're going to actually get an additional piece that comes with it. It's a tiny little key, or it looks like a key, and it actually allows for external fine adjustments. So what you'll use, that's why you've got that crown over by this calibrator side. So you can see, even if you were to turn your wrist a little bit, see how there's like a little hole right there? So you get a key piece that fits in there. So you're able to slightly tweak. You know, you were just talking earlier about how you have a watch winder, how you have a couple of watch winders at home and you keep your automatic watches in there. Sometimes, as we know, automatic movements, they can be slightly thrown off, or maybe they haven't been wound enough, maybe they've been overwound. Well, you can't really overwind an automatic, but sometimes things happen that can slightly throw off the timekeeping mechanism inside the watch. So what actually Accutron by Bulova gives you is a tiny little key, much like when we talk about seeing something. If you could just turn back around for one moment.
Absolutely.
So you can see here how it's set perfectly in the center. You'll get a little key where if you see that tiny little hand go slightly up or down off center, you use that key to do an external, tiny little micro adjustment to get everything back on track. Isn't that interesting? It
is fascinating that they've done that, because most of the time, if you have an automatic movement, it has to take time to be used quite a bit before it falls into its natural rhythm of how it's going to run. Some will run a little faster, some a little slower. And you usually have to take it to a jeweler. They open up the back of the watch, and there is a micro adjustment on the inside. It is so rare to see something that you can do yourself like that, and I love it. And you know, you're going to have some watches like that Maurice Lacroix that I bought. Do you realize in all the time that I've had it, it has not lost any time
Really?
yet. It's been on the watch winder.
Oh, that's fabulous.
It's only been worn twice.
Okay.
Because it's a dress watch.
Yeah.
I bought a watch.
It's in like a glass thing in his
yes,
house.
it is. Oh, the laser beam is protected.
It's his son's old bedroom.
It's been turned into a watch shrine. No, I wore it out and I banged the watch into the wall.
That hurts. That hurts.
Yeah, I did to the watch.
Yeah.
But they polished it out here.
It hurts my soul to hear that.
But you know, that is the nature of an automatic movement, is that it has to have those micro adjustments to it. The fact that this one you can do yourself, you don't have to take it to a jeweler, is incredible. And it's just part of the luxury that you're paying for. And you're also going to love the fact that you have that cool little key. It's going to make it so you never let this watch go. $499 for this all Swiss-made timepiece. And look at that, on 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. Only $100 gets it home. Go ahead and put that $100 on a credit card. Have the watch sent to you for free. When you get it home, check it out. See if it's not everything we've said. Show it off a bit, and if it's not the right watch, send it back. We'll pay for it to come back here. You're shopping with confidence.
All right, we're going to move on now to one of our own brands, of course. The 45mm Potenza is a new style from Lucien Piccard. And I like that this watch, much like a lot of the new Lucien Piccard watches we're seeing, has that old world design with the coin edge bezel and the oversized, almost onion-style crown, even the texturing inside the dial and the Arabic numerals. But it's a more modern size. It certainly has very, very modern materials. So it's almost like the best of both worlds. It's like buying something that has character, but you don't have to worry about it falling apart.
This is a surprise to me, because when I saw the watch, I thought it was going to be at a much higher price point. The moment you pick it up, the moment you see it, and this is probably one of the prettiest rose tone gold over stainless steel that I've seen. Often it's a little too pink for me. Never for me. And yes, I know, dainty princess. That's what we have to call her when we're off the air.
That's right, it's in my contract.
You have a contract? The watch is absolute. I mean, it's beautiful. It is so elegant. And rose gold right now is the popular color.
I love it.
We're seeing it in everything from electronics.
I love that one.
To jewelry. And you're seeing it certainly within watches for quite some time. And do you know that gold comes in almost every color you can imagine? There is green
Really?
gold.
I did not know that.
Oh, yes. Depending on, because once you take 24 karat gold and the other metals you add to it to add the hardness, taking it down to 18 or 24, determines the color. And it's only by popularity that rose gold, because there is green and there is red.
Oh, I did not know that.
And there are various shades. If you look it up, you got to Google that. There's some beautiful shades. This, I think, is so elegant. And wait till you see this on the wrist. As they come in even closer, I want you to take a look at that dial. And just as Megan was talking about the multi-function having much more usability, look within this dial and realize you have so much function here that you would not get if this was just a regular chronograph. Now, you have a 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, and a small second subdial at the 6 o'clock. You have a day, a date complication, and a 24-hour indicator there at the 12 o'clock. Now, here's what is so beautiful about the watch and its design. Where are the pushers? It's all operated by the crown, and that is going to just make this a very clean look. And do you like the coin edge that you're seeing?
I noticed that the coin edge is also around the crown, which is a detail I didn't see until we were close up like this.
Oh, beautiful.
Isn't that pretty?
High mirror polish all the way around, but you do have that knurling or coin edge that's going around this small onion. It's like a scallion. It's a scallion-style crown. I'm getting hungry.
I know, I was just about to say, our minds are always on food.
We should do like a cooking show with watches.
I would be so good at that.
Wouldn't that be fun? Fashion, cooking, and watches.
Those are like my 3 favorite things.
Let me slip this watch on the wrist. You have a dual push button, single scissor deployant, which means it opens just like one side instead of both sides. And this is very elegant. I am amazed that this is under $200.
What I like about, well, one of the things that I like about it is, as I was saying, you get this really beautiful old world look, but then look at the bracelet. It's almost a jewelry quality bracelet. And you see how the lugs flare out ever so slightly on the sides there, but they're also curved. So it fits the wrist so well. And the bracelets are so generous. You could easily have over a 9-inch wrist in this case and very easily fit into this bracelet. Lots of wiggle room there. For some reason, to me, it looks even larger on the wrist than 45 millimeters. And I think it's because the silver dial is so bright. And then this really adds such a nice shine to it. It's interesting how we call it like man bling. That's what I think the coin edge bezel
You call it man bling?
I call it man bling. Because it's not really overt, but it's kind of a little bit of a shine to it. That mirror polished bezel plus the coin edge machining done on it makes it look, doesn't it look brighter?
It does, and I think you used exactly the right word here. It's
Man
polished.
bling? Oh.
No, polished. A gentleman always has polish, whether it's on his shoes.
That's true.
Whether it's on his car, and it's certainly what's on his wrist. And I think this watch is that right amount of polish. It is not in your face. It's not dripping with crystals and jewels and diamonds.
That's too bad.
It's not. I love you. I really do. And we'll talk later. And I really believe that this watch does wear larger. I think part of that is it's a very thin bezel, and it gives you a lot of real estate across that dial. Very clean, and I love the stylized Arabic numerals on there. It's old world script. Folks, don't let this get away from you. Only $26 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. Not $200 and certainly not $800. Only $129.99. Shop with confidence. You can send it back if you don't like it. We want to make you happy. 2888884 will get you the Lucien Piccard.
Now, something that is not for flying under the radar. Something that is so crazy. Yes, it's 52 millimeters, but that's not factoring in the oversized crown and the extension found at the 2 o'clock position as well. This is a lot of watch.
I am so hoping that my son is in class right now or doing something, because if he sees this, it's all over.
Now, he has this kind of style?
Well, when he found out that we sell U-boat and then he saw the price of U-boat, I was able to beat him back a little bit before. He was like, Dad, you got to get this.
By actually beating.
Well, sometimes you have to what you have to do. But this is a $6,000 watch. It is coming from a high-end division of Invicta. And there is so much style. I cannot begin to tell you the craftsmanship of this case almost, I mean, it is so much like jewelry that you forget that you're dealing with a watch case. I mean, it feels like almost like you've got a Fabergé egg.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
That sounds good.
And it really is beautiful. I want you to just take a look with inside that dial. You're seeing, of course, that protector that is over it, almost like you would see on an old school diving helmet. Now, the ETA 6497 17 joule automatic is an incredible movement inside this watch. And you can get just a peek inside right there. Now, I just want you to realize, see if you can get that so you can get that, you can read it.
Do you see that this mechanical timepiece has 1,000 meters of water resistance?
I don't.
1,000 meters.
On both
in a
accounts.
mechanical.
That's unbelievable.
How is that even possible?
I'm not sure. It seems like they must. I mean, okay, that's
incredible.
That has to do with the construction of this case, because I mean, this is such a tank of a case. It is a bathysphere. It is such a protector of the watch. And you know, when you realize that from crystal to the bottom of the watch is 22 millimeters thick.
My hot pick is a 27 millimeter watch.
Well, yes.
And it's nearly as large as this is thick. Isn't that funny?
Well, two different styles. You know that. You've picked luxury.
Of course.
And this is a different form of luxury. This is adventurous luxury. Mm-hmm. It's like buying a Range Rover.
Yeah.
Like that's going to be in the new Bond movie.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah. Can't wait to see that. Bond would have a watch like this. Can we say that legally? No. Sorry, take that back. They'll take it out in editing.
Oh yeah, good thing it's not live. Look at all these different pieces on here.
I think the watch is absolutely beautiful. There is no two ways about it. And, you know, I really hope that folks are seeing the quality that is within this watch and the style that is within this watch, that you're not going to find this in just every other timepiece. You are getting an absolutely gorgeous deep dive watch. And, of course, you know, if you wanted to change out the strap, I guess you probably would. I'm not sure if Invicta has treating their leather. You know, on this one it can be wet. You know, I know that certainly Luminox does, but you could easily swap out that strap if you wanted to put silicone or something like that on there. Now I want them to go just for a moment to the B-roll and take a look at the beauty of the watch. And it is beautiful. Now, do you like this one?
I think it's very, very different. I appreciate something that can be totally, totally unique. But also, as we're looking right now and figuring out, this actually can come apart. You are actually able to remove that sort of cage piece from the bezel or from protecting that flame fusion crystal and from the back. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it is. In fact, I'm going to put the watch on. You need to see that even though it's a large watch, it still is easily worn. Now, as you've got a great close-up of that watch, and you've taken a peek, I want you to look right there. Now, I want you to see that even though the watch is absolutely beautiful in its construction and in its size, that at 52 millimeters, even with that extension on the canteen style, you notice this is on the opposite side. I'll have to show you this right side up in just a second. You have so much style in this watch. Absolutely beautiful. Now we're going to go back to the B-roll just for a second. I'm going to flip the watch over, and I want you to see a few things about the watch that I think you're really going to like. Because, excuse me, because, you know, Megan, the back of that watch happens to have a hinged almost porthole or port style cover over the back. And it is so very cool because you can actually open it up and you can see the movement on the inside. And it is really, really stunning.
What's cool about that is the watch will become a little bit thinner as well, so you don't have to worry about maybe it being too thick or a little bit too heavy, and it will also allow you to view that mechanical movement inside. Can you explain, for some people who might not know, the difference between an automatic and a mechanical?
Well, you know, every sort of timepiece is going to tell time by the movement of something. And the movement of the watch in a mechanical is done by winding the crown. You're simply winding that crown. It's going to spin the gears and levers. It's going to press the spring on the inside, and then it's going to cause that balance wheel to move. And that's one that has to be mechanically wound. And that you can overwind, so you have to stop when you get to the bit of resistance that's there. Now, besides that, there is the automatic. Now, an automatic watch has a rotor on the inside, and the movement of that rotor is going to cause the watch to wind, and that's going to provide power. A quartz movement, of course, has a battery that's causing vibration within the quartz piece that's inside, and that's an entirely different movement altogether. I'll show you. We're not going to open this right now, but if we'll just come back to that live shot, I want to show you, because the watch is sealed at the moment, but all you have to do is by releasing the lever on here. You notice this is almost like a hatch that you would find on a ship or a submarine.
Or in the show Lost, if anybody wants that. The hatch.
Oh,
What's in the
old
hatch?
school.
What's in the hatch?
You're going back in time, aren't you? I want you to think about, when you look at the diver's helmet that you're seeing right there, this happens to have that same style of hatch on it like you would find on a diver's helmet. And when this opens up, you can see the movement on the inside. Absolutely beautiful. Now, let me just say it again. You're getting over $5,000 off of Invicta's retail price.
My God.
I mean, think about that. We don't set these prices. This is the stuff that's submitted to us of what they sell at retail around the world. And you only have to go to a few sites to realize that in other parts of the world where some very deep pockets, people are paying it. But not here. You're getting the watch for, you're talking about well over 90% off. $647.99, only $129.60 to get it home. That is an incredible value that you will not regret having this watch. It is stunning all the way around, and I hope you'll consider adding this to your collection, and I think you're going to be very, very pleased when you see it.
This would make a great gift for somebody that's like a true watch lover, that would appreciate the movement inside.
And the construction of the watch. I mean, it is like a vault.
Speaking of, though, we were talking a moment ago about automatics and the differences between automatics and mechanicals. Now we move on to an actual automatic. This is the 40mm Kirkwood from Accutron by Bulova. Again, Accutron by Bulova being the extension of Bulova. That is their high-end Swiss-made brand. So with this one, not only do you get a full automatic, of course, you have an entirely skeletonized movement and dial inside. When we come in closer, you'll be able to see that. What they've actually done with this watch, or with an automatic movement or a mechanical, what they're able to do when you see something skeletonized is they have actually cut away parts of the dial and the movement itself that are not 100% integral to the actual watch running and timekeeping. So what you're able to do is take away all that sort of extra stuff, if you will, to show the complete and true inner workings of the timepiece. That's why if I put this down, let me show you back here at the little black cloth, you can see completely through the watch. When I open up the push-button dual deployant clasp, you're able to see again completely through the watch. And notice the decorated rotor. You can see just a bit of something sparkly on the edge of that rotor, a little bit of shine there. That's because Bulova actually uses real diamond dust on the edges of their rotor. Right there, the little open heart piece right there, that's your balance wheel and the escapement. Coming back around here, it's actually found at the 12 o'clock position, just behind the tuning fork, which is the Accutron by Bulova logo. That is the literal heartbeat of your automatic timepiece, and that's what keeps everything running. Now, we've talked about this on the programs before, but I have to admit, I always appreciate when I see a dial that has been skeletonized and the manufacturers, the designers of the company or the watch, left some sort of design on the dial that included hour markers or indicators for where the hour markers are. Being that I am a bit of a stickler, I appreciate that now I am able to precisely and accurately tell the time, because you can see here, if this was fully skeletonized, yeah, you could see that maybe it was almost a bit after 10 o'clock, but you wouldn't be able to be precise because you wouldn't have any point of reference. So what's nice is they've left these hour markers, so when the hands are matched up with them, you're able to tell the time accurately. In this case, it's 10:09. We'll come in a little closer so you can see how beautiful this watch is on the wrist and how you're able to see into the inner workings right through that sapphire crystal, right through that silver tone dial. Look at the high mirror polishing of the hour markers. Notice how the hour markers are all a true mirror polish and they're set atop more of a brushed silver tone. But then the rest of the watch itself, all done in that beautiful combination of brushing and mirror polishing. I love the way the bezel is mirror polished. Then the bracelet itself is a bit of both. Now this is a 40 millimeter. It is technically classified as a gentleman's timepiece. This is what the Kirkwood is, a $2,000 Swiss-made men's watch, according to Accutron by Bulova. However, we feel that this is one of those designs that is truly unisex, not just for the overall design, but also in the fact that the size, a lot of watches we see these days, even watches our own company designs, women's watches are getting larger. So having this at a 40 millimeter, I have a 6-inch wrist. It's a perfect fit. And the bracelet, which you can see here, incredibly generous, all incredibly thick. This is 316L surgical grade steel. Look at that. See that little pop of blue there? They've done blue ionic plating around the hands, adding a nice subtle pop or a little bit of color conference there, right around the hands against that silver dial. Again, here's another shot of that generous bracelet length, which can easily accommodate over a 9-inch wrist. Yes, this is a $2,000 Swiss-made watch in an automatic with a full skeletonized dial. The price for you is more than half off. You're at $600. Would you try that on, please?
I would be delighted. This is also one of those moments where I hope my son is still in class, because the first time we did a Bring Your Kid to Swiss Watch Day, which I made that up and brought him into the studio, he saw this watch from a distance and was like, Dad, I've got to have that watch.
This would be a great watch to get him maybe one day when he graduates.
Oh, yeah.
But that's a great professional watch.
Because, you know, you think some graduation gifts are very, very expensive. Well, I will tell him that I spent $2,000 because it's a $2,000 list price, but I'm only going to have to pay $599. And you're going, no, you probably pay less than that because you guys work there. Let me explain this to you.
They don't care about us like that.
They do. But no, they don't. Megan and I do get a bit of a discount when it comes to buying watches here, but often the price on this program is less than what we get, even though we host the program.
Absolutely, and that's for everybody here, even the people that sign our paychecks, the people in charge.
That's right. Sometimes even the executives have to watch WOW TV.
Oh, God help them.
Like, you guys are still on the air? 226295 will get you the Accutron by Bulova. Now, before you go to this watch, before you go to ESQ, we're going to hold on. This is a matter of personal pride. Come back to the Invicta. Just for a second. I mean, just trust me on this. The whole world will be happy. Because this was that moment of frustration beyond words, because we were talking about, you know, how to show you the back of this. Megan, I felt so silly. There are 2 levers right here. You notice how that's rotating? This was one of those like big selling points of the watch, that when you do that, it causes the back to pop open.
Oh, how cool. We'll get the correct item number up and everything in case those of you missed this a moment ago.
Because we wanted to show it to you, and Megan and I were looking at each other like deer in the headlights going, wait a minute.
I didn't want to break a nail.
Not with that manicure. I mean, look at the pearlage that's inside of this.
That's stunning.
And
that's almost like opening like an old school pocket watch.
Oh, isn't that just gorgeous? We wanted to show it to you, and our apologies, because we were sitting back and there's about 1,000 different instructions that we can read on how to do it, and it was like, wait a second. We know that it's out there.
That's the ETA 6497 17-jewel mechanical movement inside. Don't you see what I mean, where it's like that old-fashioned, almost like if you had your grandfather's pocket watch, how it opens up?
Oh, yeah.
That's what that reminds me of.
And just simply by placing that and then locking the 2 mechanisms, you are rotating everything back into place.
I like how the crystal guard, if you will, sort of rotates as well.
Oh, I think that's very cool. So please, you know, we wanted to show that to you and let you see, you know, just how beautiful that is. And just with that last flip.
Cool.
Yeah. So if you were hesitant before, you cannot resist.
Don't be now.
647. Look at that.
Swiss made.
That's beautiful. Now I want one.
Yeah.
Darn it. 260067. We're glad that we got this open. And thank you guys in the control room for accommodating all of us for wanting to see a little bit more of that beautiful watch.
27 277-706. This is the 44mm ESQ1 from ESQ by Movado. Just like we were talking about Accutron by Bulova being a more expensive or higher-end brand for Bulova, ESQ by Movado is their more playful, also much more affordable collection, but you're still under the Movado umbrella.
You know,
my next door neighbor has this exact same watch.
And good taste.
Yeah, he does have good taste.
With your neighbor. Because this watch and all ESQ, I remember when I first started out wanting to collect watches, I looked at Rado, I look at ESQ, and you just go, oh, they're so expensive.
Yeah.
And there was no way I was going to be able to buy an ESQ watch because I knew that it had certainly its Swiss roots, and I knew its connection to Movado, but you just find them and they're very, very expensive. Well, this watch at $300, okay, that's a beautiful timepiece. It's worth the $300. Don't you love the pop of color on the back? And I like the navy. But when they dropped it down to $200, now you're going, okay, you've taken 33% off the retail price. Now at 66% off and only $99, this is kind of irresistible. And it is just like one of the other watches we presented earlier, that soft touch, because the silicone doesn't just run up the strap, it runs all the way around the case, so it is very, very soft. So if you wanted to wear this with blue jeans and a t-shirt, or you wanted to wear it to the gym, you wanted to wear it as much as a fashion piece, or you want to wear a nice watch, but you don't want to wear the mint on your wrist. Because there's just something about, well, I don't want to put on, like, the Casio. Not it's not that we don't like Casio, but it's not exactly the same as Movado. Let me slip this on in just a second, and I want you to see. We'll take a look into the dial first. 3-hand configuration. You're getting a lot of style within this watch. Now, I love the pop of color that's in the silicone strap on the back, but you don't really see it until you take it off, so it's just kind of for you. You get to see it, but you also see that pop of color within the sweep hand. All right, let's take a peek right here. And one of the things, as I flip my wrist over, I want to show you not just the watch on my wrist, but when you have a smaller wrist and you have a lot of strap left, sometimes that can flop around and dangle, and it's just like, oh, well, it doesn't look very finished. Notice that on this watch, I'm going to flip it all the way over, that the keeper on the watch has a little button that allows for the strap to go in there, and it holds it in place, so it has a very finished look when the watch is on the wrist. 44mm watch, of course, you are getting all of that Movado style and the ESQ name. 277-706 will get you the watch home. It's only $99.
All right, we are done with hour number 1 and making our way into our second of 3 hours. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. If you missed anything in the past hour, we are still going to have a ton of brand new collections for you coming up. As we just saw, we have a lot of Swiss-made watches, lots of automatics, some mechanicals in there, lots of fun sport watches. We really have a very eclectic collection, so we have something for everyone. And what we feel is perhaps one of the benefits, or one of the bigger benefits to watching WOW TV, other than, of course, come on, is the fact that you get to shop on stress-free payments. So on today's show, everything will be 4, 5, or 6 interest-free payments, and those are monthly. And what happens is you'll see with each price, you'll see the discounted price from the website, because yes, that's another benefit, is our show actually takes the website prices and further reduces them. So not only are you saving even more money, but with the payment plan, what you'll do is you'll just put down one portion of that total price. We package and ship you the watches next business day. So you're going to be getting these watches within a matter of days from this show. You'll be able to wear them within a week. You're going to love them. And here's the best part. We'll charge your credit card that same amount with the interest-free payment plan already locked in once a month until you're totally done paying it off. So it's a great way to shop, obviously, throughout the year. But as we are now into the holiday season, you don't have to make it difficult on yourself. If you want to get somebody special in your life a really nice watch for Christmas, Hanukkah, their birthday, and maybe you can't afford a $500 watch right now, but you could afford $100 right now. You could perhaps use it with the payments. That's what I love.
I'm showing off the fact that ESQ also comes in black. I know we're supposed to be doing preview, but I didn't get a chance to show you the other color, and I like the black. It looks good.
I love our director. He's like, okay.
Move on, keep moving.
All right, so we're going to jump into a preview and show you what's coming up in our second hour together.
Ooh,
More
that looks
Invictas.
nice. I am so glad that we're finally getting to show so many Invictas on the show. And the Sub-Aqua Noma collection, this is Sub-Aqua Noma 3, this is a beautiful watch all the way around. Of course, you're seeing that three-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand. You have Greenwich Mean Time, or a GMT secondary time zone, also built into it. You have a date complication at the 3 o'clock. You're going to love the fact that you have all of this heavy styling. Notice that knurling that is within the stylization that's within the bracelet. There is that beautiful uni-rotating bezel, which is going to make this a great dive watch. And what do you see at the 6 o'clock position? Swiss made. Megan, I hope this is the right price on here, because this is, normally selling for $1,300, and here is a Swiss made Invicta for $124.
Oh my. And with the stress-free payments, $25 down gets a Swiss made watch. Christmas has come early, and it's in the form of the Sub-Aqua Noma.
I'm amazed that we've got that price point. And look, if you look at what's coming up, all right, behind that is a watch that I actually bought myself. And this is so much style. I love the fact that, as you're taking a peek at that Invicta, I can take a peek at what's coming up right behind it, and that happens to be a beautiful watch that folks are not going to regret for a second. Now, don't let that one get away from you. We'll be showing that to you live in just a little bit. But there is the Lucien Piccard San Marco. Now, that is a 44mm watch. And of course, you are getting a secondary time zone at the 9 o'clock position. You're having an AM, PM, or moon phase indicator. At the 12 o'clock, you have a glimpse into that beautiful movement there at the 3 o'clock. And then you have an open heart configuration with a stylized filigree bridge at the 6 o'clock position. This is a beautiful timepiece, and it is a value at $154.99. Absolutely amazing. So if this is something that you can add to your collection, by the way, this comes in other colors, styles, and configurations, so don't let that one get away. The one I got is in a beautiful royal blue, but I really like this color a lot because the strap is light. The one on mine is black. I think this looks incredible. $154.99, that's all it takes, or $31 to get it home.
Coming up right after that, this right here is brand new from Swiss Legend. I had no idea this was coming up in the show today.
I didn't know that either.
283140, the famous. Everybody loves the Swiss Legend Neptune. And today marks a new coming of the Swiss Legend Neptune with the 52mm Neptune Force. That sport luxury oversized timepiece is now available on a solid stainless steel bracelet. I can't wait to air this live. This is a really unique design we're doing here. 283140, $70, and it's brand new. A Neptune on bracelet. 3 years ago, I would have said, no way. Here we are.
When I had that meeting with the watch designers and they pulled up all of the designs coming up that are going to be in the Neptune series, you're going to be amazed.
I almost wore my Neptune today. 146513, I want to show you very quickly my hot pick. The 27mm Museum from Movado. Museum, of course, because this dial, known as the Museum dial, was actually displayed in the Museum of Modern Art. Here you have a watch, ladies or gentlemen, if you're not sure what to get that lady in your life. This is a staple. This is the kind of watch you wear to the office, you wear on the weekends, you wear out at night, you wear for the rest of your life. Even if your personal style changes in the next 20, 30 years from now, here's something you can always fall back on. It's always sophisticated, it is always on trend, and yet it's not trendy. It's not a fleeting style. This is something that has been around for years, for decades. 27mm keeps it obviously a bit more conservative and a little bit more pared down in size, but I also love how slim it is because as we are now into the fall and winter months, very easy to wear this comfortably under a sweater or a jacket or a blazer. All silver tone with that beautiful, I got a little smudge on there, that beautiful matte black dial underneath that sapphire crystal. You know what you're getting here with a Swiss-made watch. Swiss-made quartz movement, sapphire crystal. This is one of those looks that is so iconic and so recognized the world over. Movado watches like this are staple pieces that people, much like Raymond Weil, Tag Heuer, people purchase Movados for themselves or for others when they've almost, if you will, made it, right? They've got that big birthday, they graduated, they got married. That's why it's $1,000. You don't have to wait anymore. You can get it for yourself because it's $70. Go into the Movado store right now. This exact watch is selling for $1,000. You can come back to us, get it 100% brand new. This is not a refurbed watch. This is not a gently used watch, and that's why it's only $350. This is a brand new in the box, just like you would buy at the Movado store. Except with us, we're going to save you over $600, and you can pay that off at $70 a month. Put $70 down on any major credit card. We will package and ship this to you out tomorrow. 146-513.
The litmus test for design is how well it holds up over time. And that museum watch, I used to think that was a modern design. You can think of modern art.
Yeah, of course.
It's been around for 68 years.
That's cool.
68 years. So that's telling you it's going to hold up for another 68 years. So please consider Megan's selection. Well, I would encourage you to maybe take a look at mine.
We both went Swiss made and pretty affordable from based on what we're
regrets.
usually making picks on.
No regrets on that whatsoever. The 42-millimeter Gemini, which is Accutron by Bulova, is a gorgeous timepiece. Now, even though it is 316L stainless steel, there is 50 meters of water resistance within that watch. Sapphire crystal, both front and back, and just as Megan said, it is all Swiss made. 25 joule automatic. Now, you know, the modified Valjoux 7750 on the inside is going to be a real workhorse and an incredibly dependable watch. As we come in even closer, I want you to take a look into that 25 joule automatic, and you can begin to see just the craftsmanship all the way around. Now, as we stated earlier, that high mirror polish that you're seeing all the way around, if you're wondering, well, how's that going to look years from now? I mean, won't that flake off? Isn't that kind of like chrome? Not at all. 316L stainless steel is chosen because when the metal is polished, just like gold, it takes on a natural luster. So if I were to scratch this up, what's underneath is going to be 316L stainless steel, and polish and buffering is going to restore that shine over and over again. So if you're worried about a watch with so much mirror polish, don't. You only have to take it to a jeweler for that to be buffed, and that includes the bracelet. It can be rebuffed to have that entire glossy look all over again. Now, you're also going to notice that the watch has a dual push button, dual scissor deployment. And when it's closed, it makes a complete bracelet. You can't even tell where it opens. But simply hitting those two pushers allows it to open up. Now, I have a smaller wrist, but a larger hand. What does that mean? It means when I size a watch down to fit my wrist, it's going to be too small to fit over my hand. That's why that deployant makes it very, very easy to put on. And as that watch slips on my wrist, doesn't that look good? 42-millimeter case, and that has a lot of design. And I think the cleanness, I mean, it would have been easy to make this into a two-tone or to have this with maybe some other design elements within it. You know, as you look at the light reflecting off of the hour indices, the hour hand, the sweep hand, and even the Accutron logo that's at the 2 o'clock position, you're getting an awful lot of pop coming back from that. I think the watch is absolutely beautiful, and you in no way, shape, or form have to hesitate if you're thinking of buying this for a gift, because it's in such a classic design that I promise you, if you have a watch person in your world, they're going to love it. You have somebody that does not know the difference in watches, they're going to love it. $1,700 is your retail price. Why would you want to pay that? $1,000 is your wow price, but you're not going to have to pay the $1,000. Only $499.99. Look at the beautiful texturing within the dial. It looks flat there, but when the light catches it, you see all that beautiful swirl and texturing.
Almost looks like a snake print.
It really does. I mean, there is something very masculine about this watch. Not that a lady couldn't wear it. In fact, I want you to just...
I would love a man in snake print, by the way.
You know, you really haven't seen...
This reminds you of something?
My lounging outfit for around the house is fantastic.
Well, I do love your leopard print bathrobe.
Well, thank you. The UPS guy does not deliver to my house anymore. But 226-300, hello, we're live. And we want you to be able to have this much style on your wrist, and hopefully as much fun as we're having on any given given occasion. And this is really a watch for all occasions. I mean, would you not wear that to the office or
this is
to
a great
dressy
gift
event?
watch.
You know, whether it's a black tie event or it is just, I mean, this would dress it down real well, too.
Absolutely.
Would
I
you
could
wear
see
that? I mean, would that something you'd wear?
Absolutely. It's a little masculine for my taste personally, but I agree with what you're saying about it could dress down a bit because I think
it's a good everyday watch.
Very high end,
yes,
but
it is.
Color combination and styling, it's still just silver tone and black, so it's not wild and crazy, and I think it could be pared down quite well. Now, something that is wild and crazy.
Well, you know that Invicta is known for bold design, and the Subaquanoma 3 in this GMT configuration is no stranger to being bold. First, you're going to see the size. It's a 50-millimeter watch. You have a 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand, and a secondary time zone, the GMT. That stands for Greenwich Mean Time. And that watch, this is amazing to me. I mean, I do not in any way, shape, or form understand how we are selling this watch at this price point. Because usually the Subaquanoma series, this probably shouldn't be below $300 or $400 on sale. I mean, if you think about going to the, I mean, look, it's a mother of pearl dial. And they don't even have that in the graphic. It's a mother of pearl dial.
I love mother of pearl, but I love when they do it in this almost black color too. Because I sometimes think that the way that other color is reflected or picked up from mother of pearl, especially when it's a colored mother of pearl, is so exquisite.
You know, you have a unirotating bezel. It only rotates in one direction, which is going to be important if you're going to take the watch out diving. Now, you have this beautiful polyurethane strap, and notice it still has this knurling or metal pieces that mate it up to the watch. Notice that even though it's a larger watch, they have made a natural drop or waterfall from the case to the strap, and I love the little metal pieces, and it just looks great. As we come in even closer, you're going to be able to see that gorgeous mother of pearl dial and the iridescence. You know, it takes mother of pearl, or nacre, happens to be one of those materials that has been in nature from the beginning. It has always been seen as in art and jewelry. And here, when you realize how much of it has to be sliced off to get to that perfect slice that will lay flat, then take the coloring. And like I said, even though you have a unirotating bezel, which is great for a dive watch, you have to have 200 meters of water resistance. You're going to see right there you have 500 meters of water resistance. Of course, the watch being all Swiss made, you have the great crown protector right there that's going to make sure that this does not get damaged. And you happen to have a level of thickness to the watch, 18 millimeters thick, because you're going to need that reinforced case for 500 meters of diving.
I like that collector edition right there.
Again, you have a limited piece where you're not going to have just an unlimited run of these. And once these are gone, they're gone. So we really want you to add this to your collection. And of course, you have Invicta, so they're going to use their proprietary Flame Fusion Crystal, which is so incredibly scratch resistant. And Invicta uses that across the line. Let me slip this watch on. You need to see it on the wrist so you can really appreciate the size. By the way, I happen to like this watch with what I'm wearing. Let me slip this on, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, larger watch, but I can tell you that the moment you put on that polyurethane strap, you're going to see just how comfortable it is, and you're going to know you've got the right watch. I'm amazed this is only $125.
This is a Swiss-made watch, but also it does have a GMT hand on it. So right there, right away, you get a secondary time zone, or you could use it as an AM/PM indicator for the currently displayed hours. Yeah, you could do a few things with it, because since you've got, we'll come in closer so you can see this. You've got that little inner track ring around that mother of pearl there. That's the 24-hour chapter ring. So when I say that you could use it as a military equivalent, you could almost set that as, okay, if the time displayed right now is, let's just round to 10:15, you could set that little hand to either reflect AM or PM. Right now, it actually, funny enough, is being an AM/PM indicator because it's pointing to the little 10 there. But you would use that hand for the 24-hour chapter ring here. So you could set it for the AM/PM indicator, or you could set it for another time zone if you've got a loved one living somewhere else.
This is subtle luxury, because you have a 13...
It's funny, excuse me for interrupting. I agree with you because it is luxurious, but it's funny because I think in Invicta's core marketing and branding, they don't even use the word subtle, you know, but you're right that it is sort of that subtle luxury.
Well, think about it. You have this very bold design. You know, you have the black IP plating, which is on the watch, which is, you know, all over the case. You have that matte finish that's also on there, but look at the mother of pearl, which is luxury, and then the high mirror polish on the hand-applied hour indices, because those have to be hand-applied to mother of pearl. It's not like you can run mother of pearl down a production line and just stamp it out. These have to be hand-applied. Then you look at the extra engineering for 500 meters, which means this is going to be durable. You know, if there's an apocalypse, the watch is still going to be running. Here you are with all of this at a price point that is only $124.99, and it's all Swiss made. Absolutely gorgeous. 123-889 will get you this watch, not at $1,300, but at $1,000 off of the retail price. Only $25 gets it. I may buy this for my son for Christmas.
I think you would really like this.
I think you would too. Speaking of watches that you'll like, I like this so much I bought the company.
I know you love this one. The San Marco.
This is a beautiful, absolutely beautiful timepiece all the way around.
We've got some options here. Do you own any of these options right here?
I happen to own the blue one.
I was hoping you'd say that. I really like that one.
Well, I like all of these now that I look at them.
Well, we'll start with this one right here, item number 287753, which features the black dial. And in fact, you know what? I'll show it.
Please.
I sit a little bit closer to the
close-up camera.
Our close-up camera.
The robot
I'm
number
always ready
3.
for my close-up.
Mr. DeMille.
I want everybody to be able to see this one over here. We're actually going to go to first.
Wow, they are such a beautiful collection of watches. They really are. I mean, do you like the black best?
I like the blue one that you said. Now,
good. Now, I want you to just come in even closer right here on, which camera is that? Camera 3, I believe, is our ultra close-up, and take a peek and tell me what you think. What do you see when you look at that dial?
For me, my eyes go right to the 6 o'clock position with that beautiful bridge. But then you'll notice the Côte de Genève texturing. You know what's interesting is this isn't automatic, and we'll show you when we turn it around through the exhibition case back. It's almost as though the decoration that they've done.
Now, I'm going to turn this over. I want you to be able to see the back of the watch. Now, this, of course, is a pry-apart deployant, and that allows you to, and it's dual, so you don't have just a single scissor, but a double, but it's pry-apart. And as we come up right there, I want you to be able to see. Now, you're getting a great view of the other two watches, but as we come in even closer, there it is. There is that beautiful view of the back of the watch. Can you see the beating heart right there? You can also see right through the watch, because you happen to have the crystals on the both front and back are allowing you to see. So it is almost a skeletonized look, but notice that you have not a full skeletonization, just that open heart with that beautiful filigree bridge. Now, if you've missed it, right here at the 9 o'clock position, that is a secondary time zone. So you're not just getting the functionality of a beautiful timepiece and a little bit of extra bling on there, to, decorating the watch. You're also getting the full functionality. Because I happen to have somebody on the other side of, the country right now, 1,000 miles away, and it's kind of nice to know what time it is. That way I can check to see if he's in class. Now, you happen to like the black dial or gray dial.
I do, but I also like the blue one. But first, before we go to that one, this next one, color combination-wise, is really quite striking.
Oh, yes, it is. Now, this is going to show you even more detail. I want you to take a peek and see this even closer of how much more you can see the detail within the watch. And you're right, this is absolutely beautiful. Having that filigree bridge is gorgeous.
So this next one, obviously you can see we've transitioned. Item number 287754. This is now the silver tone dial in case with that rich medium brown leather strap. And to me, more so than the two colored versions, the blue and the black dials, now you can really see even the different colors of platings that we've used down here. The animated, that's an animated AM/PM indicator. So how we talk about that 24-hour ring, You get that right there with the option of the sun and then the moon and stars. And then the dual barrels right there for your 2 time zones.
Well, you do have that time zone right there at the 9 o'clock position, and then you can actually see into the inner workings, because that's just a window that's basically allowing you to see into the inner workings at the 3 o'clock and looking into that 22 joule automatic. I happen to love this watch. I mean, look at that right there. You could just stare into that 6 o'clock position. You don't usually get to see that. I mean,
Did you notice, sorry for interrupting, do you notice when you were showing the watch a moment ago, you saw that flash of blue across the crystal?
Oh,
right
yeah.
there.
Yep.
That's anti-reflective coating. You're going to find it on all of these new Lucien Piccard collections and moving forward on all of our collections across all of our brands.
I was really amazed that we did that because there is an extra expense, and at this price point, you usually don't see it. It's, we're at economy car prices, but you're getting luxury car quality within the watch. I really do love how beautiful this looks right here at the 6 o'clock position. 287754 gets you this configuration. Let's show you one more. And when you see it, I think you're going to be very, very pleased.
This is one of those watches that, as much as we can try and do it justice on the show, it truly, truly, truly is just so beautiful in person, because even as I'm holding one up just right in front of me, I'm able to see even more decoration, especially at that 6 o'clock position, that it's just so gorgeous. And as we've learned, you and I especially have learned this from talking to Niso Barokas, who is the creative director for our company, Swiss Watch International, all of this decoration and jeweling is done by hand.
And I'm amazed that many of our watches and many of the movements that are in there are made side by side with some of the most beautiful watches, in the world. Now, you know that this automatic movement is going to be the Chinese ZS2015. And that is going to be reliable, it's going to be accurate, and just like we were talking about in that special meeting we had, they wanted to remind us that when you see something with a Chinese movement, a Japanese movement, when you think of Seiko and you think of Citizen, you don't think, oh, that's just what a horrible watch.
No, not at all.
Not at all. When you think of Lexus, you don't think, oh, what a bad car. So when you see some of these Far East movements, realize, if Apple trusts them to make their iPhones, then please allow them the trust in making these beautiful timepieces. And just like you were talking about, the factories and almost the laboratories, maybe that's a better word, that these are made, are so clean. I mean, you could, it is has to be completely dust-free, because these movements are, once they're sealed inside these watches, you can't have anything in there. It has to remain in that almost sterile environment. Beautiful 44mm case.
So this is the one that you have?
Yes.
It's beautiful. I like that because it's a very dressy watch, but I think the blue allows you a little bit of flexibility. You can wear it with black or white or blue, even with a nice pair of blue jeans.
That's it. I can wear this with jeans. I can wear this with a suit. You can wear this to the office.
Your yoga pants.
I can wear it to my hot yoga class. And
God, I would die if I saw you in a hot yoga class.
Well, many people have. But what does that mean? We're talking later, young lady. Folks, we happen to love all of these watches, and we think you will too. Now, here's the guarantee. Because we are watchmakers and watch designers, we really want our timepieces on your wrist. We're going to pay for shipping for it to come to you. We'll pay for shipping for it to come back if you change your mind.
That's right.
And you don't have to worry about the money-back guarantee, because it's always going to be their 30-day money-back guarantee, and you're getting the watch for $31. I mean, $31 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. We happen to like the watch. We think you will, too.
All right, very quickly, I want to make a little mention here. This is that special flash sale we are doing for the show right now. The 48mm Apex 12 from Redline. This is 48 millimeters in size, but as we both tried this on with my 6-inch wrist, with Wiley's 6 3/4-inch wrist, it's only 12 millimeters in slimness. It's all wrapped in that soft touch silicone, even the sides of the stainless steel case. So it's very, very comfortable. You've got the Japanese VD53 with date, quartz chronograph movement inside. You get a 5-year warranty on that and 100 meters of water resistance. $49.99 marks this bad boy as the lowest price watch of the show. It's kind of crazy. If you're ordering anything else, throw this on with the stress-free payments. I mean, let's be honest, you're going to spend more at lunch with your colleagues one day, going out with them, than you would once a month with this watch. If you can brown bag it one day a month, you can afford this watch and save your waistline a little bit. 280-314, because I know you're going for tacos. You don't need tacos.
Everybody needs
you need that
tacos.
sandwich,
What is
that
wrong
salad.
with you?
Quick mention again of your top pick, which apparently is doing very, very well.
Is it? I would not have imagined that this would be doing well. Of course it's doing well. It's a $1,700 watch for $499. When you realize, you have the watch crafted out of 316L stainless steel, you have a 25 joule automatic, you have sapphire crystal both front and back, 50 meters of water resistance in a luxury watch. Are you kidding me? And 42 millimeters is just the right size on the wrist. This is one of those watches, all Swiss made, that the moment you put it on, you're going to know you've bought quality. There is something about the weight, the feel, the construction, and you also happen to have not only the hour, the minute continuously operating sweep hand, but the day and date complication. Beautiful watch. Now, transitioning to something a little different, let's look at the Swiss Legend.
So this right now is the very, very first time that the 52 millimeter Neptune, or should I say any Neptune, other than what has ever been designed before, which has always been a silicone strap, this is the first time a Neptune like this one is ever being aired on television with us right now.
Unbelievable. And look at the price point. Okay, I was led to believe that when we had the new Neptunes coming out, they were going to be at a much higher price point. Now, the ISA 2331 movement inside, of course, is going to be a workhorse and reliable. Of course, if you're going to take this watch out there in the water, you want to make sure you have something that's going to keep a really good time. The solid in-link bracelet, on the watch certainly does give that a great fit and finish. You can see that both front and back. Dual push-button single scissor deployment and 100 meters of water resistance in that watch. Look at that beautiful high mirror polish. I bet you could have that engraved.
This is great. Here's that solid end link he was talking about. You can see if you actually were to feel right here on the bracelet, these are solid pieces of stainless steel. Sometimes on bracelets, it's a little fold over clasp. It'll be hollow in there, and it's just got a little spring bar. What ends up happening is over time, that can wear out and it breaks the bracelet. But here with solid end link construction, you have a very, very high quality bracelet. Why don't you slip that on and see how that feels?
I would be delighted.
Neptunes originally were actually the most curved timepieces that Swiss Legend had ever done. When they came out a little over 10 years ago, Neptunes were only made in the 52 millimeter size. They were on a silicone strap, and everybody wore them, men and women. Now, all these years later, as many of you know, we have ceramic Neptunes in 44 millimeters. We've actually got 4 different sizes of Neptunes. We've got all different styles of Neptunes. We even have Swiss-made automatic Neptunes now. But here, for the very first time, is the Neptune Force. Now, as you just saw it on Wiley's wrist with the black and blue, we'll call that the Bruiser edition. We're transitioning now to this one on my wrist. What's interesting is you'll notice if you have a Neptune, I have a Neptune and I almost wore it today. Maybe I'll have to wear it on the next show. You'll notice that the case itself is very much, and the cradle, very much like the original Neptune. It was always a perfect donut-shaped case, dropped down into a stainless steel cradle, and then a silicone strap was attached. What they've actually done now is take that same case, that same stainless steel cradle, but they've added a stainless steel bracelet. What's unique is the fact that it gives it a really multi-level design, because for me, if you're like me, you're probably seeing all of that bright, vibrant orange, or in Wiley's case, that bright blue, and then set against this matte black backdrop with this bracelet. Now, one thing I want to mention, with my 6-inch wrist, it's a bit large. This is going to be a watch that is best suited, and of course this is just a recommendation, best suited for a 6.5-inch wrist up to over a 9-inch wrist. So you've got to keep that in mind, that if you've got a 6-inch wrist like I do, it might be a little bit large. Of course, you could always have the bracelet sized. Unidirectional rotating bezel, 100 meters of water resistance. The ISA 2331 movement, we have used this for many years here. This is a great movement, 5-year warranty on it. You've got Super Luminova on the tips of the hands here. So this is something that if you love your Neptune like I do, but you've always maybe wanted something with a bit more zhuzh, if you will, now you got the bracelet.
And there's a lot of lume on this watch. You will not regret either one of these, but we want to show you what's been going on over the last hour and a half while you hopefully...
we don't even know.
We don't know. We have no idea. We know some things are selling. We want you to see what folks around the globe are picking up here at Swiss Watch International World of Watches, and maybe you'll find something that'll inspire you to maybe add that to your list or collection. So let's take a peek to see what's been going on so far. You know what the #1 seller is?
I have no idea. We're going to start with number 10 and make our way.
Ooh,
look at you.
Oh, yes. You
at
know
you.
that Movado has got to be selling better than this. I'm only in the number 10 spot, but at least it's there. The Accutron by Bulova. The 42mm case is an absolute stunning watch because of all of that high mirror polish on every surface of the watch. 50 meters of water resistance, sapphire crystal front and back, Swiss made, 25 jewel automatic, 42mm case. You happen to have a beautiful chronograph with that watch. And notice just a little pop of color right there on the sweep hand and within the subdials. You also have a day and date complication. The watch normally sells for $1,700. You're going to be able to get it for under $500. Only $100 gets it home, and that's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments.
All right, coming in at number 9, my hot pick of the day, 146513. I guess it was a little bit better. The 27mm Museum Collection from Movado, a classic. As Wiley and I were talking about many times so far, this is the kind of style that is truly timeless. At $350, you are getting a $1,000 Movado. This isn't like, oh, the design that came out in 2006. This is a design that is always selling at Movado in a number of different sizes. Why would you even go to the Movado store or the jeweler when you can get it here for $650 off? Think about that. It's $1,000 bucks. Automatically out the door, you're saving $650, and then that $350 price tag is broken up, if you want, over 5 months. So yes, you put down $70 and change on any major credit card. We ship this brand new in its original packaging, full length of manufacturer's warranty with all the tags and stickers still on it. It will be brand new, whether you're keeping it for yourself or giving it as a gift. It's just like going to the Movado store, except you're saving 2/3. 146513. That's number 9.
Look at what's right behind that.
Ooh,
we didn't have a
Swiss
chance to show this. The Swiss legend, 46mm Blue Genève. You know, the ISA 2331 movement in there is, you know, that, again, we've already told you, that's just a workhorse of a movement in there. The 200 meters of water resistance within that watch is absolutely incredible. Brand new style, brand new design. And it's not just another pretty face. You also have a gorgeous bezel on that watch made of ceramic. Now, usually that would be done in enamel, which can often chip over time. Here is one of the most durable substances, and of course, adding that with the durability of that crystal and the 316L stainless steel, this watch is going to look great for years to come. All Swiss made, and look at the price point, under $175. 287837, the Swiss legend, 46mm Blue Genève.
Coming in at number 7 is another 46mm Blue Genève. This collection does come in a number of different sizes. It debuted on World of Watches TV about 2 weeks ago. 287835, $175. Once again, a 200-meter water-resistant timepiece with that ceramic bezel, a full Swiss-made watch. Swiss-made watch, Swiss Super Luminova, Sapphitech crystal, $35 gets it home. 287835, that's number 7.
Can you believe it?
Already.
Well,
Wow, already.
You know that Neptune has a following. And the moment you show these, people just eat them up because they know the quality of the watch, they know the construction, the style, and folks have been looking forward to new styles coming out. Also having the ISA 2331 movement in it. You happen to have a 52mm case, but it's going to wear so much more comfortably. Do not let the size of that case fool you. The watch is comfortable on the wrist, and what you would normally wear on your wrist, if you wore it as a Neptune, it's going to feel small. I mean, you wear what, what size Neptune do you usually wear?
Oh, I wear the 44mm.
And it looks very, very comfortable on your wrist.
I love it.
But I mean, I would wear the 52 easily, which you saw earlier.
Absolutely.
And it's only $69.99. All that beautiful black IP plating, and you've got a watch. I promise you're going to absolutely love it. 283139.
Coming in at number 5, very excited to see this one so far up in the recap here for our top 10, 287754. This is the 44mm San Marco. This has that Chinese ZS 2015 22 jewel automatic movement inside that gives you 2 independent time zones. You can see that secondary time zone is at the 9 o'clock subdial. You also have a partially skeletonized dial at the 6 o'clock position. Look at that gorgeous bridge decoration over it. All of that detail work is done by hand. This is that classic color combination with the silver tone and that medium brown, almost a bark brown, genuine leather strap. 5-year warranty on the movement. $155 is the total price. 5 payments makes it easier. Just a hair over $1 a day if you do that. 287754. That's number 5.
And right behind that is going to be that beautiful Invicta 50mm Aquanoma 3. Now, you happen to have a gorgeous timepiece here. And again, you know that you're getting quality because it's from Invicta. It's all Swiss made. And I'm still baffled that with this mother-of-pearl dial, the movement that's inside of there, their flame fusion crystal, all of that stainless steel and IP plating, and the watch is under $125. Well, you know to eat this one up. It even has 500 meters of water resistance and the Greenwich Mean Time GMT secondary time zone. Once again, under $125. If you haven't added this one, you need to do it. It's 123889.
Coming in at number 3, this is the 40mm Kirkwood automatic from Accutron by Bulova. You have a 25 jewel ETA automatic movement inside with a beautiful, fully skeletonized dial. You can see in some of these shots here how the dial is so skeletonized, even parts of the automatic movement are skeletonized to where you can see straight through the watch. Everything is done in monochromatic silver tone with a jeweler's polish around the bezel and on the hour markers. Push button, dual deploying clasp, sapphire crystal. $600 is your price for a $2,000 Swiss-made automatic. Again, I would go with the stress-free payments to make it easier. $120 down, $226,295. That's number 3.
I may have to get this watch. Because I mean,
I'm just glad we figured it out.
well,
Or you did, I should say.
I was not going to give up without finding out how to open up that watch.
This is number 2.
And you know what? It should be. I mean, if it's not number 1, this should be at least the number 2 position. You have this incredible deep dive watch, 1,000 meters of water resistance, all of this style, construction, that beautiful canteen style protector over the crown, and that almost old school hatch mechanism that is over the ETA mechanical movement on the inside. Again, that 1,000 meters of water resistance. 1,000.
1,000 meters.
This watch has sold in the past for $6,000. You're getting $5,400 off the retail price. I mean, where else do you get that? The watch is stunning all the way around. Only $129.60 gets it home. Maybe you want to give somebody that gift this holiday that's going to blow them away. Well, go ahead and leave the $6,000 price tag. Don't tell them you only paid $647, or that you only had to put $129 out of pocket, or that we paid for shipping, or that you had a money-back guarantee that protected you so that you knew you were shopping with confidence. 260067 for the Invicta 52mm Russian diver. And look what's at the number 1 spot.
Well, I really believe that this, not only is it a great watch, but it really should be a no-brainer for so many people out there, because everybody is going to have to give a gift to a young man or a gentleman in their life, even maybe a lady. I'm not saying that this is strictly for men, but it retails on our website every day for $120, and you're only spending $50 on it. I mean, how easy and giftable. This is like a stocking stuffer.
Well, and that's just it. You're able to give something that has a price point into the hundreds of dollars for only tens of dollars. Mm-hmm. And if you're concerned about how much money is going out of pocket today, if you'll put that $8.33 on a credit card, we're still going to send you the watch free of shipping. I mean, we'll pay for the shipping. You're
Absolutely.
Still going to get that money back guarantee. You're going to have all of this style, all of this craftsmanship, And you're going to be able to do it at a price point that hopefully during this flash sale is going to be stress-free. 280314 is going to get you the red line. Now this is a 48 millimeter case, but boy, does it still fit and wear wonderfully. Both you and I love that perforated silicone strap. It looks very racing, whether it's seats or gloves or the shifty thing. It really is. You said it. But it really does look great. And that pop of red just lets you know the red line aspirations of taking it to the limit, but not with your wallet, just with your style. 280314, the red line, Apex, and it's a #1 seller.
Congratulations to all who picked up this timepiece, 280314. Quick mention here. Oh no, this isn't my hot pick.
Not your hot pick.
This is the baby version.
It was taken away from its mom too soon.
This is the 25 millimeter. My hot pick, excuse me, is the 27 millimeter. Here is the 25 millimeter. You know what's amazing? We're down 2 millimeters in size.
And it seems so petite, doesn't it?
It does, but we're down over $100 off my price was.
Really?
And in fact, you know what? Thank you, Jenny. I'd like to, ever the genius there, our best grip. What do they call that in movies? Best girl grip? Best guy grip? Best girl grip?
That was what I was charged with.
That's what I like to call Jenny, is the best girl grip. This one right here, the one that's a little bit loose, that's my hot pick, the 27 millimeter. Notice how it looks so dramatically large next to the 25 millimeter. It's really up to you to decide which one you think you're going to like better. This one, though, we're at $245. It retails for $900. My hot pick retails for $1,000, and it's $350. So if the size doesn't really make a difference to you, or you're looking to get somebody a size that maybe is even more classic and conservative, you could go with the 25 millimeter. You get that classic museum dial. You get a beautiful, fully integrated stainless steel bracelet. Of course, you know with Movado, you are getting high-end design and craftsmanship. Look at how slim it is. I love that the thickness of the case, or slimness of the case, I should say, is nearly the same as the links on the bracelet. $245 is the price. Even better are the stress-free payments. $49 gets it home. I'm going to take that off so you can see your watch, the case back again, where you can see it. This is a Swiss-made watch. Of course, you have a sapphire crystal on there. And we were talking a moment ago about engraving. Maybe you could even engrave this if you were giving it as a gift as well. There's that slimness in action. 60831, the 25 millimeter Movado with that classic museum dial. 49 bucks gets it home.
I like both of these styles, and I think the smaller style is very reminiscent of how ladies used to wear watches. And so if someone is very used to that, or a very petite wrist,
absolutely,
that would be a great choice. But even though the larger size really isn't that large anymore.
Not at all.
No.
All right, sticking with Swiss-made watches.
Oh, that's a beautiful watch. Do you want to just give a mention of that?
Yeah.
We absolutely love Breitling.
Oh, you know what? This variation is sold out. So let's just move right on to the next variation.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes. That's how quickly things happen around here. It only takes a blink of an eye before one of these watches will go right out the door.
But I have to say, I guess I'm so used to us always seeing the 43 millimeter Transocean in the black dial, the one that unfortunately is sold out for the show tonight. But rarely do we see the silver tone, and I'm kind of taking a liking to this.
Oh, I like the silver tone quite a bit.
I do
it is
too.
just one of those watches that the moment you pick it up, you know that you've got quality. Of course, it's quality. It's Breitling. Now, there are 450 parts within this watch, which is just amazing to me. I bought an automatic watch. It was from one of our brands, and it had 200 parts. 200. You have to understand that there are cabinetiers or watchmakers that their job is to take those 450 parts and squeeze them all into this watch. And somehow at the end, it all tells time. Now, as you draw in even closer on that dial, I want you to begin to see that within each one of the subdials, that is a perfect shot right there. Each one of those subdials has 2 hands on the inside because they're doing double duty. They're not just giving you one function, they're giving you multifunction throughout. Now, you're going to be able to see that you have so much going on in this watch, and it has probably one of our favorite bracelets that you're going to find on any watch out there. And again, when you realize that Breitling sells this watch for $10,000, and yet you're getting it at a price point that is almost half of what the watch should sell for. That is absolutely incredible. Now again, it's a 43 millimeter case, which is going to be a classic size now. I think that's the new modern classic, is in that sweet spot. Because you might have seen this, and we do have a Transocean that's in the 38, which is a true classic. But realize this watch, which is celebrating transatlantic crossing, but not transatlantic crossing by ship, but by plane. And it's celebrating a much more elegant era when people used to dress when they flew. Do you see how
now we're all just slobs.
Yes, it's all like sweatpants and Crocs.
I love it.
Nothing is more offensive than sweatpants and Crocs. I must throw down the gauntlet. You happen to have the B19 automatic movement in here, which is a 38 Joule automatic with 42 hours of power reserve. Now, let me just blow your mind.
Ready?
I'm ready. 450 parts. All of this complication of the day, the date, the month, all of these things, and it only has to be reset once every leap year.
Wow.
Hey, just ponder that. I don't know how many things in my life have to be reset more than that.
Most of my watches I have to do like every month.
Yeah, there's always something with a change. This watch, that's why the 450 parts are in there.
If you and I were doing it, we'd be like, what are all these leftover screws for?
We would just stick a quartz movement in there and be done with it. It's pretty, isn't it? But no, those mad geniuses at Breitling had to make sure that they gave you the very best. And that's why the $10,000 price point is on the watch. Now, take a look at the watch on the wrist, 43 millimeters. Wow, this is comfortable and beautiful. There is no doubt about it. And I'm sorry that the black configuration is sold out, but you're not missing a thing with this beautiful silver tone. I think this is a very classic look. Now, as you look at this bracelet, you'll notice just as I bend it a touch, you're going to see some little lines pop up right there. Often when you have a metal woven bracelet and you happen to have extra bracelet, as in what do I do with the leftover, it usually folds up within there and you're carrying around the extra metal. Not with Breitling. They've created at the end of the bracelet almost invisible links, and under just the right light you see them. I mean, they'll blend in the rest of the time and disappear, but right there you can see them. Those can be removed so the watch can be cinched down to just the right size for your wrist, and you can carry all 450 of those parts around with you, and it's going to tell time beautifully. This is probably one of the most beautiful timepieces I think I've seen from Breitling. So classic. If you were to take this back in time 100 years, people would think it's a beautiful watch, and 100 years from now, when you know, at some point when you pass this on, it's going to be one of those watches that you feel that you're going to know. It's still an heirloom piece, and it's still a classic look and feel.
I like it even more than the 38 millimeter because of the complicated movement inside. I just like the way it looks inside the dial.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. And the fact that you are getting almost $5,000, you're getting $4,800, $4,700 off the retail price. The people in the Breitling store, the employees in the Breitling store cannot get it for this price.
So yesterday I was out to dinner with my best friend and her family and her husband. It was his birthday. And they were asking me about how work was going and whatever. And my best friend's dad goes, so tell me about like the watch brands that we sell, that you sell on the show and on your website and whatever. And I said, oh, we have everything, you know, and I know he has a very high-end collection, and he was wearing a Breitling watch. And I say, we sell Breitling watches just like this one. And I gave an example that on the shows, we have chronomats that, you know, are like...
You didn't tell him, did you?
I did. I said, oh, you know, sometimes we wear Breitlings, and, you know, our prices on the chronomats and the Transoceans will be $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 off. I wish I could tell you his reply, but I'd probably get fired. It was a lot of explicatives,
what?
You know?
Feel foul, cuss word, obscenity, what are you saying,
But it's so
Megan?
funny, and I was trying to explain it, and it is kind of hard for people to realize. And then they get that feeling like, oh my God, why did I buy this? Why didn't I come to you first? I've been telling everybody, I'm sure you do too, like, if you're ever even interested in a watch, please come to us first. We'll refer you to the website, or I always tell people about the website, because all of our watches, like we're going to a Gucci watch right now, these are all brand new watches.
Megan,
there is no reason to ever shop at retail again, as far as watches are concerned.
There is somebody rather famous here in Miami that I ran into, and he was wearing a Breitling watch. And I made comment about it. We struck up a conversation, and he revealed that he was so delighted that he got this stainless steel chronomat for $5,000. And he asked me what I did, and I told him about the show. Same situation. And he said, well, yeah, what would you sell something like this for? And I said, well, you can actually get the 18-karat gold bezel for that money. You just have the stainless steel, which is a beautiful watch. I love your watch. But you could have got it in 18-karat gold with us. Jaw on the floor.
So we basically just become elitists out in society.
We like to make people feel bad about their purchases if you didn't shop with us. That's what we do.
Let's go to this, Gucci, because I noticed you've been having this on your wrist all show.
You know what?
You went right to this before the show.
You know, I have as do you, we have the luxury of being able to pick up any watch within the vault and wear it on the show. And it's just kind of fun to just pick something that you might want to wear and just kind of try it out. In fact, test driving the watch. This watch just kind of popped right out of the case against all those other watches. I knew that the same reason you like the nylon straps on your watches, it was going to be comfortable for the show, and it is. I was just wearing this watch. I forget that I'm wearing it. Absolutely stunning. Here is a watch that, again, well past that $1,000 price point. Now, you're looking at that black PVD, that's the powder vapor deposition coating that's on the watch. This is not IP plating.
So it's even more scratch resistant.
That is exactly right. When you're using PVD or powder vapor deposition, it literally is depositing this color through a microfine vapor that adheres to the stainless steel, that the two literally become one. So
I think that was a Spice Girl song.
It was, actually, and I'm surprised that you know that.
You're too young back there to understand.
You'll wake them. They're napping.
I know it's your line.
I know. I couldn't hear them. My bell tone was not turned up. I want you to notice the unirotating bezel within this watch. A lot of style all the way around in this. And with Gucci, when the House of Gucci decides to build watches, you got to pay attention. Because here's a design house. Here's a company that is designing as a fashion plate. I mean, here's a company that the last thing you're going to think is they're going to head off into the technology of watchmaking when they've got their heart set on fashion. Well, they can't just leave well enough alone. They wanted accessories that would be as nice as the fashions they produce. And if you've ever seen what, first run Gucci clothing costs, then you can imagine, here's a simple timepiece. Here is a casual timepiece.
Yeah.
And they're selling it for $1,200. The House of Gucci, I think, has done a fantastic job with this watch. There is no two ways about it. The House of Gucci opened up their design house in 1921. So there's a lot of reputation here. The last thing you want is to be known for building garbage. So they had to build something that was going to be absolutely beautiful and of the quality that would be worthy of their name. And here is an all Swiss-made watch, 100 meters of water resistance. So with 100 meters of water resistance and that unirotating bezel, the classic two-tone, because that is the classic Gucci look of having the black or brown outer color, as well as having that center, which can be either a red or a white. You'll notice they use different pops of color within their the Gucci stripe. And this is so easy to put on. Now, one of the things that you like about the strap, and I do too, is the eyelets are finished. They're not just punched. And I'll show you that in just a second. When I flip this over, you notice the eyelets happen to have finished rivets. It is so common in nylon straps, because nylon's a casual material, for that just to be a punched hole, a finished punched hole. Instead, they've used the eyelets. Just another little attention to detail. Three-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, that continuously operating sweep hand, as well as a date complication between, right at the 4 o'clock position. It's not even between, it's at the 4 o'clock. Why pay $1,200 for this casual luxury when you can get it at $800 at the WOW price? But let's even set the WOW price aside, and let's get the watch under $500. All Swiss made for under $500 from the House of Gucci. Only $100 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. And I think this looks really good. I love it with what I'm wearing because that black and that white is just a simple look.
Almost like a retro classic look.
You know, you think about how many times for special events or whatever, they'll do like a white party, which everyone will dress in white.
Absolutely.
Or it's going to be a formal occasion. You might be wearing all black. This is one of those watches you won't mind wearing because it dresses up very quickly simply by the Gucci name and the almost that two-color look to it. Makes it very easy to be casual or dressy. 243-689 will get you the watch that I've been wearing all day because it's that comfortable, and you'll want to wear it all day too.
All right, last watch of our second hour is going to be another one from Invicta. Here at WorldofWatches.com, we are actually the largest authorized Invicta retailer in the world. And what's so great is that we've recently been able to start airing Invicta watches on our programs. And so now, not only are we giving you an even lower price than you'll get every day on our website, you will also now get to shop some of these Invictas on stress-free payments. And every item on today's show is either 4, 5, or 6. And have you noticed, Mr. Wiley, that every single Invicta we've aired so far today has been a Swiss-made Invicta?
You know, that's really standing out now that you say it because Invicta in the past has had a variety of different movements. They've always tried to go with value and price point. And you would see retail prices of $200, $300, and $400 because they were able to get the movements, whether Japanese or Chinese movements. And occasionally you would have movements that might be a Swiss movement or Swiss parts movement. Here you're seeing, you know, an $1,800 watch marked down to $500. And then we marked it down again to $229. Go ahead. We're going to wait right here. Megan and I are going to wait. You go ahead, drive to the mall. And then go to that kiosk in the mall that sells Invicta watches and see which watch you get for $229 from them. Will it have the Swiss Etta G10 211 quartz chronograph in it? Will it have not 200 but 500 meters of water resistance? Probably not. And will it be all Swiss made? Probably not. Now I like this one because we have a couple of our brands that have this kind of crown style bezel. It makes it very easy for the fingers to just latch on to rotate that bezel. That is going to be a useful feature if you're wearing dive gloves. Now, that 500 meters of water resistance is certainly going to pay off if you're going to be certainly deep diving. Now, if you're a casual diver, it's still going to be great for you, but this is for that person that maybe really takes it very, very seriously. In fact, to achieve that 500 meters of water resistance, you've got 265 grams of stainless steel.
Wow.
That's a lot. And of course, each one of these little dots that you're seeing, the white dots all the way around, those are your lume indices. So they're not just our indices on there, but they also have a great deal of lume. Do I have any lume on this watch? We have got to go back to showing our lume shots. It's one of the things that popped up in our customer request. So I'm going to make the commitment to you guys and that we're going to make sure we have more of those on the program. It's a little bit more work, but it's worth it because you need to see how much lume they've put in here. Of course, you have that 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand is a small seconds at the 6 o'clock position. Date complication at the 4 o'clock position. It's one of those watches that is incredibly comfortable all the way around. 262515 for the Invicta 50 millimeter sub-aqua Noma. It is a good looking watch. Is it time for us to go to another preview? Are we already into another hour?
That's right. We are in our third and final hour of the show. There's that 50 millimeter Invicta. We're going to jump into one more preview. We will be back out here again tomorrow, of course, with an all-new lineup. Today, though, you're saving with 4, 5, and 6 stress-free payments across the board. And incoming in our third hour, we'll have even more brand new Bullovas, some Swiss Legends, Lucien Piccard, lots and lots of Invictas. So let's take a look at our third and final preview of the day. Kicking things off, we already know you guys are shopping for them. The 46 millimeter Blue Genève from Swiss Legend, the all-new Swiss-made Swiss Legend, was already in 2 color variations in our best sellers. 287835, you've got that ceramic bezel insert in that dodecagon-shaped bezel and case. Slight texturing on the center chapter of that black dial, all silver tone for your case and your bracelet. 200 meters of water resistance, and again, a Swiss-made watch. $35 gets it home. 287-835.
I can't wait to show this one live.
This is gorgeous.
Is this not just a beautiful watch?
This is similar to the one that we aired in our first hour that was silver tone and rose tone that came with that little key for the calibrator. Here's just a smaller size calibrator collection.
If I ever became a Bond villain,
This is what you would wear?
this is what I'd wear. It just looks like it's just powerful. I mean, it's a gorgeous watch. Although an Accutron has always been the technological and the luxury arm of Bulova, just like Carabelle has been the stylized hand of Bulova. This 40 millimeter watch is gorgeous, and you can see right through the Accutron symbol into the beating heart of the watch. This is a stunning timepiece that easily and should sell at that $1,000 price point. The $700 WOW price is a great bargain, but here it is at only $369.99 or only $74 gets it home. Are you kidding me? 5 stress-free, interest-free payments on one of the prettiest watches we'll have on the show all day. 226303 Accutron by Bulova. Now, we've been talking about U-Boat quite a bit. You can see that it has a very high price point on it of $2,600. If you go to the U-Boat website and take a look, this is why I want people to really consider that other Invicta, the Russian diver, because these are comparable in their style, and I really think when you look at this watch, there have been folks asking about U-Boat. They love the style, and they know they're expensive, and nobody sells them for less than us. In fact, we'll guarantee it. $2,600, you're going to be able to get it for $459. Only $92 gets it home. That is incredible. 216434 will get you the U-Boat 52 millimeter left hook, and you will not be disappointed.
Quick mention of my hot pick, the 27mm Movado from their museum collection, as evidenced by the iconic, what is known as the museum dial. It's a slimline case on this beautiful all stainless steel bracelet, all silver tone with the black dial. Swiss-made quartz movement inside, sapphire crystal, $70. I would use the payments. $70 down. Ladies, now is the time. You can now afford to get yourself that $1,000 Movado that you will wear for the rest of your life. It is that eternally classic look in a true classic size. 146513.
It has been a bestseller so far, and following right behind that is going to be the Accutron by Bulova 42 millimeter Gemini. Again, you are getting an all Swiss-made watch, sapphire crystal, both front and back. You have a 25 jewel automatic, 50 meters of water resistance, 42 millimeter case, and an absolute stunning timepiece. Not only do you have the hour of the minute continuously operating sweep hand, you happen to have 3 additional sub-dials for the chronograph, as well as a day and date complication, and that beautiful stylized dial. It is gorgeous. Only $499.99, a bestseller because you know value, and at only $100 to get it home, you will not regret it. You'll shop with confidence.
All right, so I promised you in the beginning of our show today and last week on the show that we were going to air a little behind the scenes video that we shot, or our crew here shot, when we had an internal company-owned brand COB meeting headed up by Niso Barocas, the creative director for Swiss Watch International. And he sat a group of us down and showed us not just what's currently going on with some of our own brands like Swiss Legend and Redline and Lucien Piccard, but also where we're headed and where you guys will be able to start shopping in the very future. So let's take a look at that.
Brand, as you can see now on the table, will be recognizable with its own DNA, with its own characteristic. Usually companies, other watch companies, develop maybe 5 or 6 collections per year. We develop close to 200 collections.
So, of course, as we begin with bringing out new company-owned brands, we want to revisit one that debuted on our program about a week and a half ago. This is the all-new Blue Genève collection. This is a Swiss-made Swiss legend. So we're very, very excited. As we already know, you guys at home are already shopping for it because this 2 different color variations were already in our top 10 just about a half hour ago. And as we saw, Nisa was even talking about, each individual brand has its own DNA, its own sort of look, and its own sort of customer or person such as ourselves or you who are interested in them. So we're going to take a look now at the Blue Genève. This is the 46 millimeter size, which is the second largest size, and you actually said this is your preferred size.
This is it. This is the one that just fits incredibly well. I think there is such a classic look to it. Now, I like all 3 variations of this watch. And weren't you really impressed by the watches you saw on, at that preview? And I'm sure that some of the folks who are tuning in right now, they were seeing things going, okay, when do I get that one? When is that one going to be released? We promise you're going to see more and more brand new styles coming up over and over again, just like the completely embracing the Blue Genève series. Wait till you see what's coming down the line. But right now, I'm going to tell you, you don't want to let these get away from you, because here is a beautiful watch. I mean, you're talking about a Swiss-made watch for under $175. These should be selling well past even the $300 wow price. And I remember when Niso came in here and saw all the new designs finally making it to the show, and he's looking at the prices going, because here's the man these are his babies. He's expecting them to be at the much higher price point. I remember him going down the hall going, I got to talk to somebody. These can't be right. You're missing a zero. And it was excitement to see the watches go out at such a low price. But because we are the manufacturers, because there is no middleman, being able to take these straight to you, you're going to get a price point that no one else can touch. Because as these begin to make it to the retail world, you will not see them at the $174 price. You probably will not even see them at the $299 price, but you will here. And each variation of this watch has its own personality. Now, I think the black is great for an everyday watch. It is casual and comfortable and sophisticated, but there is something a little sporty yet elegant about the white variation of this watch.
You love this one the most, I know.
And there is just something about this that just stands out. It is clean. There's just something when you look at it, you just go, okay, that's the right watch. I mean, with what I'm wearing right now, you would expect me to wear the black. I would wear the white, because I think the black would blend in. It would get lost with everything else I'm wearing. This stands out, but you've got just enough black going around that ceramic bezel that it just pulls in and ties it all together. I don't know, this feels like the country club watch. Something you could dress up and be elegant, or you could be out there on the golf course. This is great for the office because it doesn't have to yell at you. Now, if you want a color that just jumps out at you, wait till you see the next variation of this watch. And look, before we flip to it, I want you to see the hour of the minute, continuously operating sweep hand, a date complication, and look at how much depth there is within that dial. There's just a little extra depth at that chapter ring that you're going to be able to get all of your second indices. That just gives it almost a kind of a bowl shape, and it gives you a little depth going in there. And I think that's nice too, because it's so easy to see a dress watch be completely flat. They're trying to go with ultra thin. This doesn't stand up on the wrist too high that you have to worry about a sleeve going over it, but they've just given you some visual interest, just like they have with the texturing in the center part of the dial. But let's take a look at one more color so that you can maybe make a choice. Which one do you like best?
I like this one. I know it might not be perhaps the most practical, so to speak, because it's more of a vibrant color and maybe you wouldn't have as many things, gentlemen. But I also would want to encourage you to think about this blue one, because I know with men's dress shirts and ties, even a nice pair of blue jeans, this is that perfect watch for that. And even if you had it with just one watch, if all of your other watches were silver tone and black and maybe a little bit of dark browns and grays in there, having one with that beautiful saturated royal blue. Now, being that it's a 200-meter watch, I love when dive watches have a bit of that blue color to them, because to me it reminds me of the ocean. What's further really, really cool about this collection, or in general, is the fact that they have matched the color of the ceramic bezel insert to be identical to the color of the dial. So that right there just shows you how much work and detail went into this. Now, you've got this more geometric shape to the bezel and case, known as a dodecagon. So here, that gives it almost a nautical-inspired design, something that we've seen a lot from Hublot and Corum. Even on my 6-inch wrist, the 46 millimeter fits perfectly. Look at that. There's no gapping, there's no spacing, and yet the bracelet is so generous as it is meant even for a much larger wrist than mine. $175 for a Swiss-made watch. Now, we do sell the Blue Genève in 38 millimeters, in 42 millimeters, seen here in 46 millimeters, and also one size up in a chronograph in a 48 millimeter. The 46, though, I think is going to be a great, clean, but still oversized look for a lot of you gentlemen out there. And maybe even some of the ladies, because I know a lot of girls in our company love the 42 and 46 millimeters. 287-837. I suppose I would say of the three that this is my favorite.
I think that any of these choices is ideal because there is so much style. Each one has been designed independently so that whichever one you pick, it's you know, with cars, often when they're making a convertible, it's just chopping the top off.
Right, of course.
And it's not been designed as that. Some are designed as convertibles. Each one of these watches has been designed independently, so it doesn't like, well, we need 3 colors. No, they've chose just the right one all the way around. Let's take a look at the Accutron by Bulova. I think it's going to be one of those watches that is luxurious. And I want you to see the live shot because I don't think our beauty shot here is giving you all the pop and flash that is within this dial. Now, each one of the hour indices, whether it is the stick marker or the Roman numerals, is in a high mirror polish, and it just looks fantastic. Look at that. And let's see if I can get the light to reflect off of it. There you go.
That's gorgeous.
It really is. And as they come in even closer, I want you to see what you have at the 12 o'clock position. At first you realize, yes, that is the Accutron logo or symbol. Then you realize there is motion there because that is the beating heart of the watch. It is an open heart configuration using the Accutron logo right in the middle.
That's so clever.
Well, and it's beautiful. It's elegant. Because, you know, branding something by, you know, everyone recognizes the Accutron logo. But they've done it in such a way that it's created an elegance about it. And of course, you're seeing right there at the 6 o'clock position, it is all Swiss made. Now, you do have a dual push button, dual scissor deployant that allows you to get into the back of the watch and to put that watch on. They're going to let you see, of course, the close-up of the deployant as well as the movement itself. Of course, you have sapphire crystal, both front and back. The watch is all Swiss made. And of course, you're looking into the beating heart of the watch right there. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, for those of you that may be uninitiated into the watch world, this is an automatic. Now, if it was a mechanical watch, it would have to be wound by the crown. Can I wind this by the crown? Absolutely. And you can even see the movement taking the wind as I'm winding that. But this watch is also being self-wound by the motion of the rotor. And simply moving that of your body, the motion of your wrist is going to wind that rotor, and that's going to cause the watch to wind the spring inside, and that's going to power the balance wheel right there, which is giving you accurate time by displaying on the dial the movement of the seconds, the minutes, and the hours. And of course, this is a gorgeous watch, and you will not find anything that quite looks exactly like this. Let me slip this on, and you can tell me what you think. Now, Megan, you like this.
I do like this. I'd like to try it on when you're done because I think the size. I was about to say,
exactly.
I think it's a great size, too. There's something so rich about this color combination with that warm brown and then all of that rose tone. There's just something, even the way when the light hits it, as you were showing, the way that the polishing, look at how they've done the polishing on the hour markers to when you just rock your wrist back and forth. You see it all, they almost shine like diamonds.
This shines bright like a diamond. It really does.
Okay, Rihanna.
Hey, we've got now like music video peeps here.
Our director's like, we don't have the rights to that.
What? Sorry about that. I didn't. You're allowed to use like a second or two. Isn't that right? That was it. I'm not singing.
No, he's not singing. We want to keep our viewers. What? I'd like to try it on if you don't mind.
I would be delighted. This is absolutely gorgeous, and I think you're right. This will be perfect on your wrist.
This is beautiful. It's going to be a little bit heavier because there's an automatic movement inside, but what's nice is the fact that there is that leather strap. So it's not like it's on a stainless steel bracelet with a lot of weight. To me, this looks ridiculously expensive, and I think a lot of that has to do with this texturing and the polishing that they've done. It's a gentleman's and a lady's timepiece. At 40 millimeters, ladies, we see watches designed for us in much larger case sizes. So this is something I think we can all enjoy. And what's nice is because the strap, I should say, can be adjusted infinitely, just over and over again. This is one of those designs that we can all enjoy. You could even share it with your spouse if you want to. But look at that.
You are so evil. Buy this for your husband, wear it for yourself.
That's my strategy. $74 down for a $1,200 Swiss-made Accutron. 226-303, $370. But until midnight Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, it then goes up to $717. That's really sad. We don't like that.
Well, it's still a discount. I mean, if we sold every watch at the ridiculously low price that we do, they wouldn't be able to afford us. Or the lights at the building. Or Jenny. She's expensive. But because we do happen to have the opportunity to sell it on the show at these prices, for those of you who are tuning in, you are getting the best deal possible. Now, shifting gears, let's take something equally as beautiful and in limited quantity. The limited edition Yucca automatic is by Ingersoll. And here is a watch that has so much American heritage to it. It's now, a multinational company, but it goes back to the 1800s. And here with this beautiful multifunction, you are getting so much style within this watch. Now, some of the Ingersoll watches can be really wild. Some can be very dramatic and dynamic. This version is a bit more conservative, and in the all blacked out itineration, I think it looks great. Now, you don't have to pay the $510 price point that you would normally pay if you're going to buy retail on this. If we mark it down to the dealer cost, that's the wow price, $251.99. That's a great price. That's what your local watch dealer or jeweler might sell the watch for if they were trying to just do bargain basement prices and just sell it for what they paid for it. Anything above the $250 is going to be their profit. Okay, we happen to have a relationship, and our buyers are such that we can sell the watch for $153.99. If you don't believe me, go ahead and just Google Ingersoll or Bing limited edition Yucca automatic by Ingersoll and see what price point they give you. I think you're going to come back to us. In fact, we're going to guarantee that we have the lowest price possible. I love the fact that you have, a crystal both front and back, but the back crystal's tinted and gives you just a bit of, a little bit of visual interest that you don't usually get within your watches. 50 meters of water resistance, of course, in this limited edition case. You also have, a customized rotor. You can see that you happen to have that beautiful pearlage, which means pearl-like, all the way running into the back part of the supports of the watch. Not just on the rotor, which is moving, but also to the very back of the watch. Now, do you like this all blacked out version?
I do like this. I'm still really crazy about that Ingersoll we had in the first hour, though.
Yeah.
That instrument style. But I think if that one might have been a bit too wild or, have too much going on for some, because it was a bigger case. This is just a really nice, this is a very straightforward watch. There's not a whole lot of crazy decoration. That's why I think it's nice that they would do something like tint the back of the crystal and stuff like that. Because
I know watch people love that kind of stuff, but you don't want every watch to look like, you're wearing a
crazy watch.
A Rube Goldberg painting,
Sometimes you just want something that you can just put on and just go about your day. And how nice that it could be in an automatic. Because these are all automatics. Some people might not realize they're
29 jewel automatic.
All limited editions, all grade A Siegel automatic movements inside, so Chinese movements inside. So there's a lot going on, but it doesn't have to be, I agree. It doesn't have to be so crazy. This could be your everyday watch.
I'll show you my bling. Ready? Because right as you tilt the watch, you're going to see all the surfaces on the inside that have that beautiful high mirror polished silver. It looks a little bit muted there, but you can see when the light catches it, really how it kind of jumps. Now this is a multifunction, which is both of our favorites, which gives you the look of the chronograph, but you also are going to have more usable items on there, such as the day, the date, the month. But you also have a large date complication at the 12 o'clock position, so you have a dual date wheel, large date complication, which is so much easier to read. In fact, you can even read it at a distance, just as you are right now. The watch has a uni-rotating bezel, and of course there are your pushers that are going to operate and change your multifunction. Don't pay $510, don't even pay $250. It's only $153.99. With us, that's $30 to get it home, $30.80. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments for this German-design, multinational American Heritage watch, Ingersoll 281772. Oh, do we have a bundle?
We've got a bundle here, 287014, 2 Swiss-made watches packaged together for $300. Swiss-made automatic inside the 52mm Neptune, and a Swiss-made watch in the 46mm Abysos. The Neptune has the Val Swiss 525 21 joule automatic movement. And then inside the Swiss-made Abysos, you have the STP 1-11 automatic movement. So here, 2 watches, both in Swiss-made automatics, one a full Swiss-made watch, and much like we saw, this is only the second one of the show, a 1,000-meter water-resistant timepiece with that Abysos.
If you had to pick just one of these, which one would you pick?
The Abysos, because it's a Swiss-made watch.
Oh, yeah, good call. But how nice is it that you don't have to choose? Because both you and I love the Abysos, we love the Neptune, and being able to have, you know, both watches. Now, you'll notice what's in the background there. You're seeing a beautiful watch box in the back. Now, that's just not a decoration. As we come to the live shot, I want you to be able to see that you have a great box. I'm going to set this down just so we can see. You got both watches, but you also get this box, which is what the Abysos.
I'm going to take this so as not to confuse anyone.
Yes. Now, when we open this up, you're going to have a 3-slot watch box.
This is the packaging for the 46mm Swiss-made Abysos. This is what this timepiece right here comes packaged in.
So you're going to have a 3-slot watch box, because we're going to assume that not every watch that you have can go down 1,000 meters. So maybe you have a luxury watch, maybe you have one of the ones that you saw on the show that maybe only has 50 meters, 100 meters. Being able to put it in something that's going to protect it from dust and moisture is a great way to store your watch or for travel. And here you have your watch that you're purchasing that can go in here, and you're going to get another watch, the Neptune. But what happens with automatics? If you're wearing one, what happens to the other one? It's going to wear down.
Well, you always want to be able to keep your automatics wind, as many of you know who own an automatic. Watch winder is really something that you should have for your automatic timepiece. It's a great way to keep up the health of your automatic movement inside. And what's so nice is that the 52mm automatic Neptune comes packaged. Just like that's the packaging for the Abysos, the packaging for the automatic Neptune is the travel size watch winder, which can hold either of these watches or a host of other automatic timepieces you own, because it can actually hold something up to about 52mm. So this is the packaging for the automatic Neptune, and you're getting all of these things, both packages and the watches, for $300. But let's take a tour around each watch. We'll start with the Abysos.
Well, you're getting an all Swiss-made watch. And if you're a diver, you certainly want to have a uni-rotating bezel on there. That's going to ensure that it can't flip back if you've set down for your diving time, or if you need that as a time measurement using the bezel. So once you lock it in place, you know it's not going to go backwards. You also have, you know, this incredibly thick, 19mm thick watch, because it's not just a dive watch, it's a super dive watch. It's the Abysos. It has 1,000 meters of water resistance. And of course that crystal, if you want to know how tough our crystal is, Sapphitech, it's been tested and can handle that 1,000 meters of water resistance. Did you say you do or do not have loom? We have loom on this.
Oh my.
Take a peek at this loom, and tell me what you think in just a second. Because you can see everything that's on here that's within the dial that's white. It glows with that. Is it Superluminova on here? Is that what they've used?
They use Swiss Superluminova, that's right.
Take a peek at this. This is what you're going to see down in the abyss.
Lots of vibrant lume on there.
Now, the watch is, I think, a perfect size at 46 millimeters. Even though it's a thick watch.
Yeah, it's 19 millimeters in thickness, and it does wear closer to a 48, but there's, as I know you're about to say, there's something about the lug and the strap that makes even slimmer wrists fit into this very, very well.
You can see the sharp angle. Some watches are curved and you don't necessarily notice it. Notice the sharp angle or the rake that this custom strap takes at the lug. It allows the watch to fit perfectly on the wrist. Even though I have a 6 3/4 inch wrist, that watch fits perfectly. Notice there is a generous amount of strap in case you will have a larger wrist or you want to wear it over your wetsuit. It's going to be perfect. I have a great waterproof case, a 3-slot watch box, this 1,000-meter water-resistant, all Swiss-made watch, and it happens to have a friend that comes with it.
That's right. I'm going to show you the 52-millimeter Neptune. In the automatics, the 52-millimeter Neptune is the only size you can find them. Now, while the Neptune, which we're getting set up right now, while this is not exactly a Swiss-made watch, it does have a Swiss-made automatic movement inside, a 21-joule automatic movement. The Neptune here in 52 millimeters, you can see fits down even my 6-inch wrist very, very well. A little bit of a taller case. They're about the same in case height because they both have automatic movements inside. Here, you'll get the rose tone bezel insert to match the rose tone numerals, but you will have Superluminova on the tips of your hour and minute hand. Here's the packaging. It's your travel size watch winder. You can see it has a battery hookup, or it comes with the wall adapter, but once you hit the button, it will begin to turn. You'll be able to keep your watches in here one at a time and winding very well. And what's great about the watch winder is you can set it for turns per day, clockwise or counterclockwise. If you don't know, it can do it for both. So this is the packaging that comes with the Neptune. So you're getting so much. What's great, if you're looking to get a couple gifts, knock a few names off your list, you could actually divide this up into 2 gifts because each one will come in its own individual packaging. Or you're looking to get something for yourself, you've got one heck of a set. 287014, $300. Or if you use the stress-free payments, you're at $2 a day using the stress-free payments. That's how you'll be able to pay it off, interest-free. 287014. Of course, you know we love our options, so we'll show you another option from this bundle set.
Well, that was the hero collection. You know, you have to have a villain collection. Or maybe you just feel a bit more ninja-like. How about this all blacked out version of the Abyssos? The black IP plating on here really does look good. And you're seeing it's the exact same deal that you have before, except you have a slightly different color variation within the Neptune on its dial and on its bezel, as well as the all blacked out version of the Abyssos. Everything that you saw before, it's all Swiss made, 1,000 meters of water resistance, that wonderful Sapphitech crystal. You're going to be able to get all of that durability, but you're also getting it in another choice. Now, I happen to like both sets we've seen so far, but there is another set that I like even better.
Yeah, that's right. So very quickly, for this set, you get the all blacked out Abyssos and the all blacked out automatic Neptune, except with the exception, I should say, of the silver tone bezel insert. So here's one set that you can do. The item number for this one, of the 2, I would go this way, 287016, again $300, or $60 a month interest-free. And then lastly, one final color combination that we are gearing up to show you. We'll just do a quick mention of it. It kind of combines the first Neptune we saw with a third Abyssos choice. This is item number 287015. You've got the black and rose tone Neptune and the silver tone and black Abyssos with a few accents of yellow. 287015, 5 payments of $60. Again, the Neptune has a 21-joule valve Swiss automatic movement. The Abyssos has the STP-1-11 automatic movement inside there. 287015 is the item number for this bundle set.
I want to show you a watch that's out of this world.
Haha.
No, seriously, it really is out of this world. Because you can talk about watches, you know, There are certain brands that maybe have had a history or heritage with the space program, and that you're talking about going back to the 60s and the 70s, and it all seems like history. Well, how about something that is a modern watch that has a very strong connection to space? Luminox is one of the watches that really has conquered land, sea, air, and space. And each entity, each different part of the terrestrial planet has pulled, from the watch, whether it's the Navy or the Marines, or it happens to be folks who happen to need a very durable land watch, or all the way to folks who work in the space program who needed a watch that met all the ramifications of going up into space. The 46mm SXC 5020 Space Series GMT is a watch that's made of super lightweight material. Everything, every ounce, every gram going up in a spaceship costs money. So whether it is the lightweight crystal, whether it is the lightweight, super lightweight PC carbon reinforced case, whether it is even the choice of the Ronda 515 movement, which is a GMT, you have all of these elements that have been created to give you this super lightweight watch that the Space Expedition Corporation, working with Luminox, was able to help develop. The super lightweight carbon reinforced case with 200 meters of water resistance has created a watch. Remember we saw a watch earlier that was 265 grams? Here is one that's just 64 grams. And you will swear that the watch will just, set it down and just float right away. It's one of the watches that the moment you pick it up, you realize there's something special about it. Please, when you get the watch home, do not think you have a plastic watch. It is not plastic. It is the PC carbon reinforced case. Now, I want you to notice that what is known about Luminox is, give me a little bit of focus here. There we go. I was having glaucoma for a moment. I want you to be able to see that within that dial, there are little tiny tubes at the hour indices filled with an inert gas called tritium. Tritium constantly glows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that when the lights go out or you're in the blackness of space, this is what's going to be looking back at you. It looks just like daylight. There's right there.
It looks like a galaxy. I always picture like a starburst when we see this loom.
That's warp speed. That's what it looks like going to warp speed. If you're Star Trek, Star Wars, that's warp speed right there.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I think the watch is incredibly comfortable, and the moment, I want you to see it on the wrist too. Remember, it's a 46mm case, and there are other styles and varieties of this watch, or at least I want you to be able to take a peek at. Now, I happen to like this with the white. I think it's very easy to read. It has a lot of style to it. It doesn't look like all the other Luminoxes, which happen to often be in a very dark color. This gives you just a little pop of interest.
I was going to say, I like the fact that the white pops because everything else is done in that black, and then you've got the bright pop for that bi-directional bezel.
And because they are pulling from the aviation industry, you're going to have the bi-directional as opposed to the unidirectional. Even though it has 200 meters of water resistance, that's for your splashdown, just in case you have to, land in the Indian Ocean and they're going to recover you. 23774. That's why they did it back in the day. Sometimes the Soviets still do that. They still sometimes land in water.
Really?
Yeah. Sometimes they do land landings with huge cushions under their capsules. Very rough landings. Water is the way to go.
You're just a wealth of knowledge.
I'm Trivial Pursuit. Don't even tempt me.
So here's another variation. I like the leather because I think it has a little bit more to it. Now it's going to be weightier because it's all stainless steel now. It's still quite lightweight, but you've got a really, really easy to wear watch. Now, we've kind of got a little mix up here because we have two options to show you, and the description and the graphics are not the same as the one here. So we should just go to this watch live and then make sure that we've got the right item number because we don't want to confuse anyone. Because the item number graphics, we do have that watch, but we just want to make sure we've got the right one here. Again,
yes.
It's the exact same watch and styling as before, except now it's done with heavier materials. Same movement inside, the Ronda 515. That gives you the GMT, or if you want, you could do it as your AM/PM indicator. There we go. Thank you.
Now, I happen to like this version. This is in the black IP. Now, there's another variation that's going to be in a gunmetal, and it's going to have the nylon that you read just a moment ago.
Yeah, I'm going to try that one on.
Yeah, you love the little nylon.
I do.
I don't know what it is about. We'll talk about that later. 242384, and this is gorgeous. Let me put this on already since you've seen these others on the hand. Let me show you this on the wrist. Ooh, I like the pop of red that's on the inside of this. I got to show everybody
Yeah, that's a dual stitched leather strap. So it's almost like two leather straps are stitched down together.
As you come into that live shot, you're going to see a watch that, for all practical purposes, you're going to have a great story to tell. This is a conversation piece watch because you're going to be able to tell folks that your watch meets space standards.
And as we talked about, I believe it was on a previous show not too long ago, if you go to Luminox's website under their special collaborations, they actually talk about this collection. This was the first foray, if you will, into adding space to their kind of umbrella of air, land, and sea, and how people right now that work with the Space Exploration Corporation, they are actively wearing Luminox watches in space right now. That's mind-blowing to me.
And I think what you're getting is a lot of style and durability. Folks really do trust Luminox, and you know that you're buying a watch for a lifetime. It's all Swiss-made, and it's meeting criteria that just really, are exceptional standard. Let me show you one more style of this watch. At this time, Megan has on the other variation of this watch in the gunmetal with that beautiful gray nylon strap.
Yeah, I like that they're all a slight bit different. That first one, of course, was all done with that PC carbon on a rubber strap. Then we transitioned to Wiley, had the black and red with the leather. And now I've got the all gunmetal variation. It's the same watch, it's the same size. Notice how well this 46 millimeter fits on the wrist. It's because you've got a relatively short lug area, so the strap can come right up into the case. Ooh, see that blue for the anti-reflective coating? This fits me incredibly well, and it really is comfortable. Wiley and I are very honest. We would tell you if something was uncomfortable or needed a little bit of time to break in.
The hair pullers.
Yeah, not so with this one. This is what I was talking about. Even Wiley had the leather strap, which was almost two leather straps. Here, you've got nylon stitched down onto leather. Sometimes, I know a lot of people feel this way, people aren't crazy about nylon straps because they can be a bit flimsy, they can sort of loosen up over time. Having that nylon stitched down onto leather gives you that sort of fun, tactical look, and it's obviously treated for water, but it's also going to be just as thick and high quality as a leather strap would be. Plus, I like to see those threadings of the blue running down the gunmetal strap. $360. It's obviously a little bit over $100 more than the carbon rubber version, but if you want more watch, you've got to pay a little bit more. Lucky for you, we always give you the stress-free payments and the guaranteed lowest possible price. In fact, we'll match it if you find it anywhere else for less. 264153. The third variation from the SXC collection.
I cannot believe we have this watch in.
I know.
I cannot believe it. You have to understand that the Masterpiece Collection is one of the highest end collections within Maurice Lacroix. Now, we do limited edition pieces within our watches. I mean, I bought a limited edition piece. It was only one of 200 for the planet.
That's pretty good. And that's great, actually.
Here is a watch that they've decided to do in limited edition of 88 pieces. That's it. This is number 74 of 88. That means one of them has been pulled from the collection just so we can show it to you on the air. It's not like there's a demonstrator with a 00 on it. There are only 87 other people on the planet with one of these. We only have one or two of these in at any given time. I remember when we had a bulk of them and another watch seller, can't mention them, bought them from us, like an entire allotment of like 12 to 20. And then immediately ran the price way up. It's a 40 millimeter case, but I want you to look at the watch and to realize, the watch itself is $15,000 to $16,000. Now, for us right now, as of this moment, me speaking, there are 4 of these in the vaults of Swiss Watch International, which means there's 3 in the vault and 1 on the hand. That's it. If you want to search, the last time I found one of these online, it was $11,000. Now, why is the watch so expensive? This is solid 18 karat pink gold or rose gold. The ML158 automatic movement is a 31 jewel automatic. I want you to take a look at the back. I want you to look right there as they come in on focus. And you'll, of course, see it says it's Swiss made. You'll see where it says a limited edition, 74 of 88. I want you to look at the 18 karat gold plated rotor with a Cote de Genève, the Geneva waves. I want you to see the perlage decoration. It is a highly decorated movement on the inside. There's the beating heart of the watch right there in the back. And even though it's a dress watch, it still has 50 meters of water resistance. This is a white lacquered dial. You have gold-plated hands. You have a furnace blue hand at the small second subdial at the 6 o'clock position and a date complication. Each one of the Roman numerals is hand-applied on that lacquered dial. Megan, you know, I have a lot of watches in my collection, and the most accurate watch I own currently is my Maurice Lacroix limited edition.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier on in the show that you haven't even lost a second?
No, I've lost seconds on the watch, but I've not lost a single minute yet.
That's what I meant. Wow, that's
I've
incredible.
had the watch for how many months now?
You've had it for quite a while.
And I've worn it twice. It's been on a watch winder. I love looking at it because it's the 5-hand configuration of this particular watch. And it has not lost a minute yet.
That's amazing.
Now, I happen to have a beautiful Invicta that was one of the highest end Invictas that they made at the time.
Mm-hmm.
It is a certified chronometer, and it does not keep time like the Maurice Lacroix. I cannot begin to establish to you how impressed I am with their movement, with their craftsmanship, and with their reliability. The fact that you're getting a $16,000 watch for under $3,700, I mean, go ahead. I want you, I mean, I've told you this story before. I went into a high-end jewelry store here in Miami. I asked to see their gold watches to kind of compare price point, and they said the least expensive gold watch was a gold-cased ladies' watch, much smaller than this, for $5,000, and that's where they started at. Well, can you imagine walking into a jewelry store, seeing this watch, falling in love with it, and then they give you the $16,000 price point?
I would be so afraid if I even saw this watch in a store for even asking.
Well, not just is the case of the watch, front and back, solid 18 karat gold, but you also have a buckle on the back that is solid 18 karat gold as well. And it's a genuine crocodile strap. Absolutely stunning. $3,699.99. And I'm going to use the word only $616 to get it home. That's your first of 6 stress-free, interest-free payments to have a pinnacle timepiece. We're going to guarantee that you're going to love it. We're going to pay for it to come to you, and heaven forbid it should come back. We're going to welcome it home.
That's right.
Because it's numbered. All right, 257042.
All right, let's do a couple quick mentions here. We are running out of time. 249720, the 49mm Scuba Door Sport. Here, yes, you've got a big watch with a multi-level dial with a multi-piece case design, and then those oversized locking pusher guards. This watch is all about fun with 100 meters of water resistance and that baby blue against that black ionic plating. It's going to have a lot of personality, so it's great for the beach, maybe for the gym. $80, even better though, are the stress-free payments. That's interest-free. You know somebody in your life that loves blue? Maybe he can wear it on the golf course. They can wear it on a boat. Here, put $20 on any major credit card. You always get a 5-year warranty on the movement. In this case, it's the Swiss-made ISA 8172. I know we talk about how much I like multifunction movements, but I also like the ISA 8172. And that's because the 6 o'clock subdial is the day of the week, and then the date window at the 4 o'clock position, of course, so the day and date. To me, it's a very practical movement. If you wanted to use the chronograph, which you can actually see in this shot, is engaged, you can time something for a full 30 minutes. 249720. Check out the Scuba Door Sport on our website because we have a lot of different color combinations. 216434, the U-Boat Left Hook IFO. This is a limited edition. And also, this 52mm is one of the most affordable U-boats we currently have available in our inventory.
You know, it's one of the watches, again, my son collects watches, and when he saw this on the show, it was like, you guys have that? It's not that we don't have high-end watches. Sometimes it's hard to find U-boat watches. They're highly collectible. They usually hold their price, but we also happen to be one of the largest watch sellers in the world, so our buying power is such that we have great relationships with the folks out there that sell these watches, and we happen to have access to just a handful of the U-Boat 52mm left hook. Now, the B-53 Japanese chronograph movement on the inside, of course, I mean, so many of the U-boat watches are going to have that reliable Japanese movement. That's just what they do. Water resistance at 50 meters, so it's not just a pretty face. It also is a watch that has a level of durability to it. In fact, it even has a canteen-style protector over the crown. Now, because the movement is placed in upside down, what would normally be our start, stop, and reset has been completely reversed. This is going to be our start for our chronograph, our stop, and of course our reset is right there. Now, have no fear, if this happens to be in place, you still have access to that pusher. And it's just as easy to start, stop, and do the reset right there.
I've noticed you're doing that upside down.
Correct. That's because, of course, the movement is in upside down because it is in a left-hand configuration, thus the left hook. It's also very convenient because of this being on the opposite side. The crown, that when you wear it on the other side, it doesn't bump into the hand.
I like that because obviously being that I am a lefty and I wear my watches on my right wrist, if I were to use the chrono, it can be very uncomfortable, especially if you want to do something like set the time. So now it's actually really, really nice. This is how the watch would look if you're a lefty like me. I know this is his left wrist, but this is how it would look if it was on your right wrist, fellow lefties out there.
Now, it's really not, unless you're going to be doing something really strenuous, you're probably not going to bump into it.
Absolutely
as I put this on right side up, hold on with me. Now, this is how I would wear the watch. It looks like it's upside down to you, but when I flip it over to tell the time, it's the right time for me.
Because you always wear your watch on your left wrist.
Correct. But notice when I bend my wrist, I don't bump into that oversized canteen-style crown. That's why it's been put on the opposite side, is because when the watches are larger, often the crown is moved from this side to this side so that those of us who are right-handed left watch wearers, you won't bump into it. This is a lot of style, and it really is going to be out there in the retail world very, very expensively. You're not going to pay $2,600. It's $459.99, only $92 to get it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments.
Well, what a way to end the show with a 46-millimeter Citizen Echo Drive. The kind of watch that you're going to be glad you get a literal Bible instruction book with it, because this is a watch that all but washes the dishes.
No, this is an incredible timepiece. I mean, there is no doubt about it.
This is the kind of timepiece that makes Wiley and I very, very nervous before the show.
Now, what you're going to love about this, you know, I happen to have one of the Apple Watches. I like that watch.
I know you do.
But I'm going to tell you why I love this Citizen Echo Drive. This watch is a smartwatch.
Yes, you can set it up with Bluetooth.
This watch, believe it or not, because you think of all the smartwatches as having digital screens, and maybe you don't want to try to read your email on your watch dial.
This would be more practical for me.
Now, come in closer, guys, just for a second, because I want them to see that 6 o'clock sub-dial and to see the information that's within it. Now, the Echo Drive W760 movement on the inside is a Bluetooth-compatible movement. What does that mean? It means that when you get a call, it's going to let you know. If you're going to happen to get an email, it's going to let you know. You get a text message, this watch is going to let you know. It has Bluetooth in it.
So that's why when I'm blowing up your phone later,
I know.
it'll just keep going on.
Wiley, what are you wearing for the show tomorrow? Do you still have my stilettos? And we have to deal with that whole conversation. I will know because it's all going to pop up right there. I do not have an avoid Megan button, so I'm just kind of stuck with taking her calls. I know. It has a perpetual calendar, a 1-second chronograph, a power reserve indicator. Now, why do you need a power reserve indicator if it's a quartz movement? Because the Echo Drive, which is in 80% of all Citizen watches, happens to be able to pull in power through that. See that kind of iridescence?
That's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. But that also allows light to penetrate into the watch. Notice your little, there's your Wi-Fi symbol right there, your little Bluetooth.
That's cool.
It allows light to penetrate this dial to power up the titanium lithium-ion battery. It's a secondary power source. Now, what does that mean? It means the back of this watch you're never going to have to open. You shouldn't open it. The only person that should open it is a jeweler. See where it says well, if it focuses. There we are. Do not open. Service center repair only. Because it is a technological marvel. You're not going to open up your iPhone or your Apple Watch on your own. Here, I think I'll look inside. Don't do that. You're going to have a professional handle it. Well, by all means, you do the same thing with this watch as well. It has that power reserve indicator, a 12 and 24-hour time, black leather. It's 46 millimeter case, anti-reflective mineral crystal. It's water resistant to 100 meters. It's a great watch for swimming and whether you're showering or snorkeling, wherever you're going. The price point in the watch. Megan, go ahead and take a peek at this right here. I've pulled it up digitally. What does that say?
$525 is the MSRP.
I've pulled up a website to pull up the manufacturer's price, and the $525 is absolutely correct. I mean, you want to go to try to buy a smartwatch for less? You can try. But here it is for $314.99.
Have you tried it on?
Oh, let me slip that on. I thought we were going all the way to our wrap-up.
No,
I guess we
why
do
don't
have
you try
time.
that on?
I'm watching the time.
You know what I like about this is I agree with you when you're talking about like the smartwatches versus having a watch that's smart but still has that classic look to it. This, I mean, I know that a lot of people are wearing smartwatches while being dressed up, but this you could dress up and still be classically dressed and have that kind of modern day technology.
You know, one of the things I love about having a smartwatch is all the messages it can send me, such as when I'm getting a call or a text message. But there is something slightly nerdy about it. And I don't mind that. I don't mind that. But if I was dressing up to a formal occasion,
you wouldn't wear that watch.
I wouldn't necessarily wear that watch. But I would wear this, but it would still give me the same message and functionality. What a beautiful watch and what a great price. This is going to be a bestseller, I promise you, because people are going to realize that we got it for hundreds of dollars off.
All right, item number 266490. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude our program today. Before we officially say goodbye, we do recap. We start with the #1 seller of the show and we trickle down from there. Now, the entire lineup for today and tomorrow's show is posted at WorldofWatches.com. And it's available for you to shop right now, which is why in this recap, we might even see a few items that you guys have bought already, whether online or with our customer service department, that are actually slated to air for tomorrow's show. So it's always a little bit interesting because we never have any idea kind of where the show is going. We make our hot picks and we really don't.
We don't know where the show's going.
We make our hot picks and we tell you what we love and what we, don't love as much, so to speak. But it's always a fun way, even for you at home, if you're shopping for something, for you to see where everybody else's picks rank among yours. So without further ado, the best-selling item of the show is...
Dun, dun, dun.
That's the drum roll. We're going to get a drummer in budget.
Look.
Is this my hot pick? Yay! 146513. I wish I could take credit for this, but ladies, you're saving $650 on a brand new Movado. This is the same Movado that you would walk into any jeweler, any Movado store in the mall right now and see. This Swiss-made watch can be yours if you put down just $70 on any major credit card. At 27 millimeters, yes, it's uber petite and slim. It's the kind of style you will wear the rest of your life. 146513.
I think you're paying the graphics people just to put your watch up there.
No.
You're slipping them some money. Because the #2 position is the watch that I have chosen, and that is the Accutron by Bulova. This is a fantastic watch. It's a 25 jewel automatic, all Swiss made, sapphire crystal front and back, 50 meters of water resistant, 42 millimeter case, and that 316L stainless steel is going to look gorgeous for years to come. The watch is not $1,700, but only $499.99 to get all of that style, all of that look, and a name folks are going to recognize. It's Bulova. Right behind that, ooh, no doubt this would be a great seller.
That's right, the super secret Super Santa deal. I don't know what we're calling it. This is that great stocking stuffer. This is the lowest price watch of the show. Still features a top-tier Japanese chronograph quartz movement, the VD53, that you get a 5-year warranty on. 100 meters of water resistance. It's a 48 millimeter case. 280314. $8 gets it home. If you're ordering anything else, throw that onto your order. Looks like this was one of the best-selling Abisos collections, and I don't even think, was this the first one? Yes, this is the first of the 3 Abisos bundles we presented to you. 287014. Swiss-made 46 millimeter Abisos with the STP 1-11 automatic movement. Then you also have a non-Swiss-made Neptune, but it still has a Swiss-made movement inside a 21 jewel automatic. $300 also includes the packaging and the watch winder. $60 over 5 months to make it easier for you. $2 a day if you go that way. 287014.
That's a good way to look at only $2 a day to get all of that.
Here's another bundle. The only difference between the two is that the 46 millimeter Abisos has a few pops of yellow. Maybe that's an even better way to go because you get a little bit of color in there. Item number for this one is 287015. $60, 5 payments, or the full $300. $300 for 2 watches with Swiss-made automatic movements.
Okay, the coolest watch of the show has got to be the Invicta 52mm Russian diver.
Super limited quantity on this now.
Not kidding. A $6,000 watch for only $647, $129 gets it home. And it has one of the coolest opening backs of any watch to be able to look in that great mechanical movement on the inside. You will not regret this watch. 1,000 meters of water resistance. It is a serious timepiece, and you're going to love that kind of almost mysterious way that you open the back and the front begins to rotate as well. It was mysterious to us.
It's very mysterious. It
Because
took us a while to figure it out.
It's clever, though.
It is cool.
We love the watch. 260067.
All right, right behind that is the 40mm Kirkwood from Accutron by Bulova. 25 Joule ETA automatic movement inside with a fully skeletonized dial. This is a unisex timepiece all the way. You have such a jeweler's polish on the hour markers and around the bezel. $600 is more than half off a $2,000 watch. Even better are the stress-free payments. $120 gets it home. 226-295. This next one wasn't even in the show. It must be slated for tomorrow. The 44mm 90th anniversary. It's $80 for a Citizen Miyota 8217 automatic movement. $80 for an automatic with the exhibition case back, all blacked out. This is one of those watches I would highly, highly recommend buying. And then if you want, which is my recommendation, you could actually purchase maybe an exotic skin or a leather strapped watch, a watch strap, I should say, to pop off for that silicone when you want to make it even dressier. 191161, 4 payments of $20.
Right behind that, no doubt you have loved Invicta being on the show because the 50mm Subaquanoma 3 is a stunning timepiece at $1,300. You have all of that stainless steel, the beautiful mother of pearl dial, and 500 meters of water resistance, and then the price dropped over $1,100 to make it only $124.99. Unbelievable for an all Swiss-made watch. $25 gets it home. This is probably one of the best deals in the entire program. 123889.
Right behind that is a Swiss-made Swiss legend. It's the 46mm Blue Genève ISA 2331 movement inside, 200 meters of water resistance, and a black ceramic bezel insert. This is the 46mm size, but we do have other sizes available on our website. 287835, 10-year warranty on the Safetec Crystal, 5 payments of $35. With all of our company-owned brands, Redline, Swiss Legend, Lucien Piccard, you get a 5-year warranty on the movement.
You know, and this watch right here is still absolutely beautiful. This is the Lucien Piccard. This is the one that was in that beautiful rose tone gold. And when you see this watch in person, you're going to love it. This is one of those that, again, the multifunction we love so much better than just a chronograph. And it's a stunning timepiece for only $129.99. We are so glad all of you got to join us here. Now, if you did not get to see the whole program, you can watch the rerun one more time, maybe online. Or maybe you'll tune in tomorrow, same time, same channel, where we'll have some more great bargains and the rest, because we can't show all of this to you in just one sitting of 3 hours. Even if in the entire 6 hours, there's more watches on sale at World of Watches than we can begin to tell you about. On behalf of Megan and myself, thank you so much for joining us. Please join us again tomorrow. Some great surprises and some new brands.
All right. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
Take care. Bye-bye. You're watching Swiss Watch International's World of Watches. We're so glad you've joined us. You'll hear us say it over and over again. You've encountered the best 3 hours in watches, maybe in all of television. We kind of like the show because you're with us. And we have some very special deals with you. Now, our second hour in the program, we're going to have all Swiss made, which you're going to love. You're going to see some of our brands and some brands that maybe have been around for a very, very long time, but this time on 5 and 6 stress-free payments. It's going to be incredible. Now, don't go away because you know there's going to be a lot of good deals to come. And on behalf of myself, Wiley, and
Megan Harris,
we are looking forward to spending this time with you. So if you know somebody that loves watches, somebody that really enjoys exactly what we have to offer, well, you're going to find it at some of the best prices right now. So give them a call, and you stick around for a while, too. We have something very special over the next 3 hours.
so while our second hour is going to be all Swiss-made watches, we've still got a lot of surprises in store for hours 1 and 3. And what we're actually going to do is bring out all bestsellers. Now, what's fun about this is we've actually been doing bestsellers from even the previous week's shows. So a lot of these items are actually technically new arrivals, but you guys love them so much, they're already considered some of the bestsellers on the website. And that's WorldofWatches.com. The difference between World of Watches TV and the website is we actually take those items, we further reduce the price, and as Wiley mentioned, we give you stress-free payments. Now, that is not a layaway plan, so that's why it's so awesome right now, especially if you're shopping for holiday gifts, because what happens is you'll actually get your purchases after making your first payment, and you'll see it all broken down in the graphics per item. So 5 and 6 payments across the board, and what's awesome is 6 is actually legally what we are allowed to offer here. So we have maxed out today's show to give you guys the best value. All of the prices and the deals, they expire Sunday, midnight Eastern Standard Time. So it's going to give you guys a little bit of time to shop. But as you've seen historically, items that are big sellers sometimes tend to sell out throughout the show. So this is what we're going to suggest to you. Because you're getting it with the lowest price and with the stress-free payments, best thing to do is to lock it in when you see it on the show. The entire lineup is posted at WorldofWatches.tv, so you can follow along there or shop in the future. That's what we like to say. Future.
Because we have more watches available than we can possibly show you in 3 hours. So what that means is if you go to the website, you may find watches we haven't even had a chance at air that have had the prices drop right down into the basement. So occasionally on the the top 10 sellers, you may find a watch. Well, I didn't even see that because it's on the website. And there are deals that'll come in our next show that, well, you can access right now.
That's right, and we've also got one more special thing I want to make note of. We're going to do something very special every show now through the holiday season. We're going to pick one watch that we've given a dramatically low price, almost a record-breaking price on an item, and we're almost calling it that Secret Santa gift because the price is so low, it's so affordable. Maybe you'll use it using the stress-free payments to get more than one, or maybe you will give it to your Secret Santa if you've pulled somebody's name in the office pool and you're just not quite sure what to get them. So we'll talk all about that as we get through it, but the first thing we're going to do is jump into a little bitty preview and show you what's coming up in our first hour together. You love this watch, and I do too.
I love this watch. They have done such a great job. You know, this is a brand new selection from Lucien Piccard, and being able to have this watch, which is brand new, I mean, this is just absolutely right off the plane brought to us. This is an absolutely incredible value because under $120, you are getting an incredible new design. Now, the 3-hit configuration is, of course, the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand, those 2 additional subdials for the chronograph, as well as a date complication and all of this style. It looks and feels like that luxury timepiece, that dress watch you're looking for, but here you're getting it well under that $200 wow price and certainly well under the $500 list price. All of this brand new. It's going to make a great gift, even if it's just for yourself. This is the new Lucien Piccard Murano. Now, right behind that
is a brand new red line watch. This is the 50mm Jetstream 288304. What this is not just a multifunction. It has multiple time zones inside one dial. That's right. For just $50, you've got 3 independent movements reflecting 3 independent time zones inside one watch. How cool is that, as the name Redline suggests, this is that hot rod collection, all about automotive motorsports, all about pushing it to the red line. So you'll notice that all of the dials, all of the cases, they have some sort of automotive inspiration, almost as if you were looking at the speedometer of a high-end race car. All this, that's right, 3 independent movements for $100 total. Even better is the stress-free payments, $20 it ships, 288-305. You also get a 5-year warranty on that movement.
Coming up right behind, oh, we love Ebel. This is one of my favorite watches. You'll hear me say this over and over again when the time is right. There are certain watches that I would say if I could only have one watch and you couldn't pick anything else, you would pick this watch. This is one of those watches. It's a 42 millimeter case. The watch is absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's one of those classic configurations all the way around. And it's certainly from a company that, you know, if you're billing yourself as the architect of time, you know you have to be doing pretty well. This watch is by a company that's been around since 1911, and here is one of those classic timepieces. The fit and finish on this, you can tell the moment you pick it up, just like when you pick up a Breitling or any of the other high-end watches, that you are holding truly an absolutely perfect timepiece. I love this one. It is comfortable on the wrist. It has 200 meters of water resistance, a unirotating bezel. It's a dive watch.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the most luxurious dive watches you're going to find because it'll take you from the office out to that elegant dinner theater, out on the cruise, and then down 200 meters underwater and bounce back the next day at the office. You may not, but the watch will bounce back the next day at the office and look just as good. You are getting probably one of the highest quality. And that's why you're seeing that $1,000 price point. And you know, you can see our WOW price of $21.74. In just a moment, they'll pull up the list price on this so that you can see what it sells for when you go out to a jewelry store, when you go out into the wild to buy this. Now, this is really just gorgeous. Now, they have another configuration of this that's in a darker tone case.
It's gunmetal, yeah.
Which one do you like better? Do you like the stainless or do you like the darker gunmetal?
I think the stainless is more classic. I like this one.
Yes. If you want to get this for me for Christmas, I'm going to be very pleased.
And you know, it's funny, the director just whispered, he didn't whisper it, I suppose he said it into the earpiece, but he wants this watch as well. That's funny. 284-280, the X1 Chrono from Ebel.
I like that one. Speaking of fine timepieces, I went ahead and went into the vaults and, you know, had to fight off everybody in there to pull this out because they know I'm going straight for the Breitlings.
Of course, we always know.
Well, isn't it just a beautiful watch?
It's gorgeous.
When you're looking at the Transocean, now this is the 43 millimeter case. And to the best of our ability, we're going to try to start using more and more in our graphics. You're going to see the size of the watches because it is difficult. I mean, there's times even when we're doing reviews, they can pop a picture up there and we're going, ooh, is that the 42, the 41? And because some of the styles can look very similar within a collection. Here with the 43 millimeter Transocean automatic, you're dealing with a watch that has, get this, 450 pieces. Megan, I just bought a watch, one of our Lucien Picards, that has 200. It's a limited edition piece. Here's one that has 450 parts inside. And I feel confident they had me put this together, there'd be parts left over. You'd know there would be.
Like, what's with all these leftover screws?
Who needs this? 42 hours of power reserve in the B19 movement. That's a 38 joule automatic. Of course, that's sapphire crystal. And if you look right there, and I need you to just, you know, take a peek just for a second. And I want you to just look at the crystal on this. I'm going to turn it sideways, and I just need you to see that it's almost like that old style Hesalite crystal. But of course that's sapphire, and the fact that it is raised above the case, you know they're putting a lot of confidence in that crystal if you're going to have that much exposure. But that's not unfounded confidence because sapphire is the second hardest substance outside of diamond. And it's certainly the hardest substance you're going to find on as a watch crystal. I think the watch is just perfect all the way around. Now, when you look at the detail as you come in even closer and take a peek at all those dials, you realize that each subdial has 2 hands. So each dial and subdial is performing multiple functions within the watch. You also have such a level of accuracy within this watch that it only has to be adjusted once every leap year. Now, outside of the time change that may take place for daylight savings time, but as far as setting the calendar, setting the month, setting the date, the day, the gears inside are already pre-programmed that they know, and they make all the appropriate changes. So the only adjustment is once every leap year, every 4 years, you're going to have to adjust it. I think the watch is absolutely incredible. Of course, starting, there is our pusher at the 2 o'clock, which is going to start our chronograph. There is our stop, and there is our reset. You notice it snaps into place. One of the most comfortable bracelets you're going to find in the watch world, and probably one of the most beautiful. Now, because this is the Transocean, it's celebrating not the crossing of the ocean by a transatlantic ship, but by plane. And that was a much more elegant and sophisticated time where people truly love to dress up for, not like they dress up now. I mean, some people dress up, but you just go, wow, that was your house on fire when you left? But this is, you've run into those people on planes, haven't you?
Absolutely.
They always want to have a conversation with you. Hi, what do you do? And
I just tell them I'm a hand model.
I also want you to see that the watch really is gorgeous all the way around. I'm going to slip it on the wrist, and you can take a peek and just see that this really is the right size, both for me and even if you wanted to wear this. You'd look good in this watch.
You know what I was going to say is I know that we have this in the 38 millimeter, and of course the price is going to be different because this has a much more complicated movement with a lot more features. But I really am partial to the 43 millimeter over the 38, especially for gentlemen out there. I like the look of the dial with a little bit more going on, and I like the size. And yes, this is also a size. We'll see ladies' watches sometimes that are designed even larger. My hot pick is a 42 millimeter today. So I definitely think it could be a unisex timepiece, especially as today's trends with women watches, we see them getting larger and larger.
You'll notice that is a perfect fit for my wrist. Now, when you have a stainless steel woven mesh bracelet like this, one of the things that maybe folks don't like is if you size it down smaller to a smaller wrist like yours, you're carrying around a lot of extra metal because it's usually wrapped under. Notice that even though this looks solid, right as you get to the end, those are actually links right there that can come out. So if you take a peek, you can see those links can come out. So that if you did decide to have this watch, you could take out all the appropriate links, and then it goes back to the woven metal, and no one would know that you've taken those out outside of you, because this would be really comfortable on your wrist.
I'm going to try that on for a second, if you don't mind.
Why are you taking my nice stuff? This is why we can't have nice things.
This is why we can't have nice things. I have a 6-inch wrist, and what's nice about this is the bracelet can be sized down to accommodate even a 6-inch wrist, so this is great. Ladies, if you like the look as well, again, we do have it in the 38 millimeter. Look at how nice this
But you're
looks.
behind my logo.
Oh, no, I was
You're hiding my top pick going, oh, look, isn't that lovely? You're evil.
Here it is on my 6-inch wrist. Wraps around beautifully, no gapping, no spacing, of course, very generous bracelet length. And to echo what Wiley said, I love the stainless steel woven or mesh bracelet because what you get is something that almost has the flexibility of wearing a rubber or a silicone strap. Because notice that the bracelet just follows the shape of your anatomy, almost like it's custom made for you. But then, of course, you get that amazing quality and that high-end design of having stainless steel over having a rubber or silicone. All right, there's one last look. Wiley's top pick, but of course, I'm approving it as well.
I like that one. I think you should buy it.
All right, well, what a perfect way to segue from Wiley's top pick to my hot pick.
Hot pick.
I went with a Swiss-made watch as well. Mine is actually also from our second hour, but a little bit different because my hot pick is the all-new Swiss-made, Swiss legend Blue Genève collection. Now, I had the pleasure of being in a very cool behind-the-scenes meeting this past week, last week, at our company. It was a meeting all about our new styles coming out with our COBs, our company-owned brands. And actually, I believe in the next couple of shows, we're going to be able to show some behind-the-scenes video and photos that were taken. And I have to tell you guys out there, and gals, of course, our company-owned brands, Swiss Legend, Lucien Piccard, Redline, Ben & Sons, Cabochons, we have a lot of very, very exciting things coming up to share. So I cannot wait for that. I have a feeling a lot of my hot picks moving forward are going to be some of our own brands. I went with the new Blue Genève. Now, here's what's amazing. This collection, Swiss made, get this, comes in 4 different sizes. So for all you gentlemen out there that are looking at this 42 millimeter thinking it's beautiful, I wish it was a little bit larger, stay tuned because later on in the show, we're going to have this style available in a 46 and in a 48. But for those of you out there who are looking and thinking, well, as one of the girls on our crew said, she has a very teeny tiny wrist, she said, I love the watch, but I need something a little smaller. This watch also comes in a 38 millimeter. So I'm showing the 42 because I like things a little bit larger. I went with the 42 here, but the 38 still looks beautiful. Aren't we going to a close-up shot of it?
I'm going to move the graphic.
Okay, we can see it from afar here, and then we'll come in nice and close so you can see, because the real beauty starts, I believe, inside the dial and moves out to that bezel.
Oh, yes.
This is a watch where we have spared no expense. First of all, we're talking about a Swiss-made watch. A Swiss-made watch, just like Wiley's Breitling was a Swiss-made watch. Your dial is multiple levels, but the outer chapter ring, where your hour markers are applied, is grade A mother of pearl. So you've got a mother of pearl dial, and notice that beautiful luminescence of the bezel insert. That's because your bezel insert is ceramic. So you've got a Swiss-made watch with mother of pearl and ceramic.
Isn't it interesting they took 2 contrasting durabilities? You have something as delicate as mother of pearl or nacre that is, that's why it's expensive, because there is a lot of damage before you can actually get to the point of making it so that you can find a piece that works for a watch. So delicate, you know, under that beautiful crystal, and then you have that hard ceramic. And they used to use enamel, but they used to chip, and that didn't look good after time. Now you have incredibly strong durability, 316L stainless steel. You have the ceramic, you have the Sapphitech crystal, and then you have that beautiful, delicate mother of pearl.
And I went with the 2-tone here. You can see I've got the rose tone and the silver tone. I love 2-tone watches. I think you get a lot of versatility out of a style like this because it will go with more jewelry. One last look I want to show you is the unique shape that we did for the case and bezel.
Oh, yeah.
It's a geometric shape, and it's actually called a dodecagon. And you can see here what they've done is they've almost beveled off all of the edges. It gives it that sport luxury look that to me also has a little bit of a nautical or maritime flair to it. Reminds me of the kind of cases and designs that you would see on something like Hublot or on a Corum watch. So I really like that luxury inspiration. Again, this is a Swiss-made watch. You've got the Swiss-made ISA 2331 quartz movement inside. 200 meters of water resistance, so a watch that you can dress up or you can wear to the beach. 5-year warranty on the Swiss-made movement, 10-year warranty on the Sapphitech crystal, all of that for $36. 287-844. Now, as I mentioned in our opening of the show, we're going to pick one watch every show moving forward through the holiday season that we are going to call our Super Holiday Deal, or our Secret Santa deal, if you will. And how perfect that this unisex Caravelle New York would kick it off for the holiday season. Now, the thing here is the watch actually case-wise is going to wear like a 44.5, almost 45 millimeter. And it's a modified tonneau shape case. And you can see the case shape in that modified, almost squat tonneau shape with the circular shaped bezel. I'm calling it a unisex timepiece. I'm going to try it on, and of course I'll pass it over to Wiley. But the strap length can accommodate up to a 9-inch wrist. So there's a lot of wiggle room for all different wrist sizes to get into this timepiece. For those of you who are not familiar, Caravelle New York is an offshoot of Bulova. They are headquartered in New York City, but they are under the umbrella of Bulova timepieces. So you get a lot of that Bulova design. You get that brand heritage, being around since the 1800s, but it's a more affordable price point. In fact, this reminds me of the Marine collection, the Marine Star series that we see from Bulova. I'm going to show you the screwed down case back. You can see Caravelle New York, and you can see it is designed in New York by the Bulova Corporation. That nautical-inspired design in a Japanese chronograph quartz movement. Let me start and reset that chronograph right there. 24-hour AM/PM indicator at the 3 o'clock position. And then your 30-minute short time totalizer, that you would actually use your chronograph to time something for a full half hour. Let's see if I can stop that and then reset using the pusher down there. Looking at your bezel is all done in brushed stainless steel to contrast with the mirror polishing and brushing of that modified to nose shape case.
Now, Megan, you know as well as I do, make sure the audience knows, you'll notice right there, that doesn't go all the way up to the 60. Often when a movement is put into a watch or is being tested, this hand can be moved by manipulating the crown and the other two pushers to anywhere on there to allow it to reset at the 60, the 15, anywhere they want. That is simply corrected by popping that crown and then using the pusher to one by one, second by second, move it to where you want it to be. So sometimes in the testing process, that doesn't always get moved back to 60. Easy to reset. Don't want you to think there's something wrong with the watch, or if you ever get a watch home. Sometimes if you have a sweep hand that's locked into the 12 o'clock position, or at least it should be, during the testing process, it could be moved to one of the other positions, and it may look like, well, mine's not set right. Often just moving the crown to one space out and then using the pushers to allow it to go back is exactly what it will needed to reset that to its original factory setting.
And you know what's great is on our website, there's a link to a YouTube channel. You can find us on YouTube just searching World of Watches. We have an entire section devoted to tutorials and different things you can learn about watches, and I believe we have a video up there on how to recalibrate your chronograph, in addition to other things such as how to set the tachymeter scale, the different types of buckles and straps there are. So it's worth noting that if you were to run into any sort of problems, it's a great place to go on our YouTube channel to kind of learn a little bit more. I went ahead and put this on my 6-inch wrist. Now I have it on the tightest closure, and when you get a closer shot, you'll see that it's a little bit loose. So very simple. You can actually add an additional hole to the silicone strap. Now, of course, you wouldn't be able to return the watch after, so just make sure that you want to keep it. But that's a very easy thing to do, and it requires you purchasing a tool from the internet for about $12, so it's very easy. Because it's a bigger, flatter case, you're going to see from a side profile that once it was tightened down, it would fit without any gapping or spacing. And it's a nice low profile design. It's not heavy, it's not bulky, it's easy to wear. You've got the soft touch silicone strap on there, so it's great for the water resistance of the timepiece and also kind of for that high fashion look. I'm gonna take this off and pass it over to Wiley to try on. Do you wear white watches?
I wore a white watch today.
Did you?
I usually carry one with me, at least one watch. Don't you always carry a
I always
white watch?
I always have a backup watch.
Honestly, it is probably one of the most in or trendiest colors right now is white for both men and women. It's a very clean look, and Caravelle is the fashion arm, if you will, of Bulova. Just like Accutron would be the kind of scientific or the more advanced cutting edge, this is the more fashion forward, thus, you know, being styled in New York, and that's where they're headquartered. I think this is a beautiful watch because it has that fashion look, but this is really very high-end feeling and looking to the watch head. We've seen straps like this on a variety of watches, very inexpensive watches to the very expensive. But this is really what takes it to a different level. It really is more like that $100 to $200 piece. The $82 price is a steal, and I'm baffled at why they're doing it at $44.99. But I would say go ahead before somebody figures out what's going on and order it, because we'll honor it. And look, when have you seen a stress-free payment of $9?
You know what's amazing is if you keep in mind that you always have free shipping and free returns, you're putting out $9 on any major credit card, and that's all you will spend. There isn't a spend $35 to get free shipping or certain items qualify. Every single item, regardless of how much money you spend, we cover the cost of shipping. So in some cases, like as with this one with the stress-free payments, we actually run the risk occasionally of losing money, so to speak, on the shipping because it never costs you a dime to get your watches home. 262-380. This is a great item for the holidays. I love that. You're going to spend under $10 a month. 287-677, the 44mm Mercury from Ben & Sons. A brand new watch collection that we've got 2 different flavors to showcase.
I think this, look, golly, we've got 2 really good-looking watches. This is the one that I think I would pick. Now, I know, without a doubt, the one that you're holding is the one my son would pick.
Yeah.
He really likes that style. He did not realize that we owned Ben & Sons.
I think Ben & Sons is so cool. And you know, when we were in this company-owned brands kind of preview meeting on Friday, we were sort of learning about when our designers get together and they design, they want watches that are individual to each brand. So you wouldn't look at a watch like this and say, oh, it's great for Ben & Sons, but it could also be a Swiss Legend. No. Every single watch company, every single brand that we own has its own brand heritage, its own DNA. And with Ben & Sons, it's all about that vintage luxury. The gentleman that wants to dress up, the gentleman that is looking for something to wear to the office that almost has that old world aesthetic to it.
And I think this watch has, I think maybe it's the satin finish on the gold that makes this look vintage, like it's had a history or life to it. And I love the fact that even though it has leather that meets right up to the case, it's still a solid end link. Now, if you were to feel this, you can see obviously that is soft leather, but there is a metal end link that is actually in there that when you see that, this is a flawless fit from this strap meeting up to this case. And by using that metal insert in there, it makes it so this doesn't move. I mean, there is not any give or gapping. It's not like over time, you know, oh, they've cut the leather to that shape. Is it going to fray over time or is it going to look bad? I think it looks incredible right now, and it's going to look that way for years and years to come. It really is a great looking timepiece. And as you're taking a peek at it, and you can see, look at how well that leather, and you can see how you can easily reach the pins. You're not going to damage the leather by having to pry it. You ever notice on some leather straps that they don't give you easy access to the pins and you have to kind of almost mess up the leather on the bottom to get the pin? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hate that they do that too.
But look how they've done it here. We're just smart here. I hope they're listening back in the back office.
I'm patting myself on the back.
I don't mean me. I'm just a watch host. It's the designers back there. It's the guys back, just literally on the other side of this wall. They're just cobbling watches away right now. But honest to goodness, because the folks here are watch designers, watchmakers, and truly watch lovers, they have an eye for detail that you're not just going to get from everybody. And we love that. That's why we often speak with great confidence on the brands that are in our own family, because we know, I mean, literally, we can walk right down the hall to the guy who designed this watch and ask, why did you do that? I mean, I think it looks great.
Are you going to try that one on?
This one, I would be delighted. I think yours looks
good. I went
good.
ahead and put the next one on just because I couldn't wait anymore. And it's so crazy because it's really cool to see the same watch with a different color combination, and yet it has a completely different personality all its own.
What do you think?
I like the way the gold is all brushed like that.
See, I would easily wear that black one with what I'm wearing right now. What do you think about the brown against, you know, the blue and black that I'm wearing? Because this has a black dial. Obviously, they thought those two colors complemented.
I like that we see with Ben & Sons, they'll use black and brown together, because I know we've talked about this before. I always see, like, when my boyfriend's getting ready in the morning and he has to dress up for work, he, you know, depending on if he's wearing the brown shoes, he'll go for the brown watch, or the black shoes, he'll go for the black watch. And I think that this one kind of gives you that versatility of being able to do both.
And I love the fact, you notice how the lugs on this watch drop down? This makes it so that if you have a small wrist, I have a 6 3/4 inch wrist, this is a great fit. If you have a much larger wrist, this is still going to be a great fitting watch. But take a look at another color combination here and see, audience, which one you like better.
I like this one, I think. I think it has more of that edgy, kind of high fashion look because it's done in that sleek, all black ionic plating. You'll notice that where Wiley's gold tone was brushed, all of this black IP is mirror polished. Where his brown leather strap was croco embossed, this is a smooth leather with white contrast stitching, adds a nice pop to it. And then look inside the dial. You'll notice you've got the high contrast of the white against the black. But then in the center portion, you've got that little decoration done in rose tone to match the rose tone hands. And all 6 hands are done in that rose tone. You've got the piston style pushers and screw down crown, all done in black IP. And it's the exact same watch except on my 6-inch wrist. And you can see that it's too a perfect size on the tightest closure. It's still a relatively low profile design because it's a relatively flat case. Because the lug area is curved, I get that same sort of fit that Wiley got on his wrist. But because we know that not everybody has under 7-inch wrists, check out how generous the straps are. Our company-owned brands, the men's watches, the strap length is at least up to 9 inches. So gentlemen out there, even if you've got a much bigger wrist than myself and Wiley, you will be able to be accommodated in these leather straps. 44 millimeter case. I tend to think it looks a slight bit larger than that in the all blacked out version. And I would agree with Mason, your son. I like this version.
I think I have the good guy watch and you have the bad guy watch.
Oh, it's like heroes and villains.
It is. I've got the hero watch because that's a good guy watch.
And I'm just Dr. Evil. 287-679-$90 or your first payment of $18.
Both beautiful selections. Now, talking about beautiful selections.
This watch caught my eye in the when they were in the bins when we were getting ready for the show.
What did you like about it? What's the first thing that caught your eye?
I was just so drawn, of course, to that red sunray dial and the matching bezel insert. I just really like that.
In the same way that some major watch companies have used green to get attention, this is in that same vein of not fluorescent color, not in your face. It is truly just a very classic jewel tone that pulls your eye in and you go, oh, I like that. This looks rich. And it does, because you're looking at a $425 watch that when we mark it down to the $300 price point, okay, you've got a great watch. But look what we've done. This could easily be one of those bottom basement prices as well at under $120. When you hold the watch, you realize it's a medium weight. This is not a super heavy watch. They're all solid links, but it is also not done like with some of the other Bulova bracelets that are so incredibly heavy. 42 millimeter case, and of course the Marine Star. Bulova is known for its dress watches. Well, as the diving watch has become more and more popular as a dress watch, here they've taken that unirotating bezel as well as 100 meters of water resistance, and they've given you a great watch that'll take you from the office out to the beach, out to dinner, or on that cruise you want to go on. And here's what stood out to me for the watch. It's not just the beautiful stainless steel and the pop of red. Look at this little line of gold that's running amongst the silver. It's just running through the bracelet. It's at the screws on the bezel, and then they've went ahead with the pushers and the crown to use that same gold. I think it looks great. Do you like this one?
I do, and with the gold tone being threaded through the bracelet and then just around the crown and pushers, I tend to think that it almost makes it look more like real gold than just gold tone because it's done so subtly. I always like when you see a two-tone timepiece and they have the gold tone, or in my hot pick case, the rose tone. It's just those subtle accents of it that almost keep it looking more like real solid gold.
Well, and this is just that touch that's in there that's not overdone. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes when they decide to throw gold in, you just go, oh, that's a little over the top. Not so with this. This is one I think they've done just such a great job to give us a great luxury watch, a great everyday watch, and we are delighted to be able to offer it to you.
All right, well, we've got something very special to share coming up right now. You guys know in the past about a month or so, we have every show or every other show been airing what you guys have been asking for 3 years plus. Invicta.
I was just talking to some of the folks at the #1 seller of Invicta watches in North America, and you know who that was?
That was us.
I was talking to myself. And I think it's amazing that we have that kind of sales of Invicta. And it was, some of the first watches as a collector that I found were Invicta watches. I've always been fascinated by them, and you have too. When we did our survey not too long ago, was it not amazing how many people wanted more Invicta?
It's crazy when you go out into the wild, that's what we like to call things outside the confines of the studio.
This compound.
Where they rarely let us venture. But it's funny because I remember when I first started working here, you know, we always talk about on the show, people are always asking, you know, I tell people I sell watches, so people will say, guys will always want to know like the high-end watches that we sell, and women will always ask me, you know, what sort of diamond watches or Michael Kors and such.
Kors.
But people also always ask about, or if I mention it, everybody knows Invicta. And Invicta really does it right, I think. We're able to give you some incredible, incredible prices and amazing value. And as Wiley said, even though he was joking, he was being serious. We here at World of Watches are the largest authorized Invicta dealer in the world. So while other companies, other shows, other places sell Invicta, I mean, I've been on cruises.
There are other shows?
Oh, yes. I've been on a cruise where they sell Invicta on the boats. We here guarantee, and we guarantee, you will not find any watch, but Invicta as well, for less than we have the price. And if you do, we match it. So where else are you going to get an Invicta for $12 down? $12.
There is a lot of watch here. And again, one of the things I love about Invicta is because they love making watches, just like we do, they've put levels of detail and they've put the right weight, the right feel within the watch. They rarely, I guess you can still maybe find, and I hate to say it, you can probably find some watches out there that when you pick them up, you go, oh, that looks, oh, that feels awful.
Oh, yeah.
The look and the feel of the watch do not match up. This is one of the watches that when you get home, you are not going to hesitate to purchase it. Now, Megan, you may or may not know this, but as a watch guy, I have a magic number when it comes to watches like this.
What's that?
And that is if you have a watch that is either has a Swiss movement or Swiss parts, and it happens to have just all of these elements to it, the magic ticket is to find it at $100.
Okay.
And that has been for me. Now, that's just a personal thing. I see our wow price right there. That's when I start looking at buying the watch. Because I realize somebody has it on sale out there.
Yep.
Audience, can you relate to that? That when you see a $300 or $400 item, you know, I know I can find it for less. I know it. Well, my magic number is $100. So if this was under $100, $79, $89, it's a no-brainer. Okay, this is $59.
I know.
I cannot tell you how many Invictas of this similar quality and construction I've paid at that $100 price point and felt good.
Oh, yeah, of course. It's a great deal.
I can buy two. And you know what? Even with our discount, because Megan and I get a discount on watches, it often is not as good as what we can buy on the program.
Yeah, the show discount is, in a lot of cases, historically a lot lower than even the employee discount we get here.
Well, it's funny because we can go in, fill out all the forms, talk to the executives, submit them, they give us a price, and then we get on our phones and call the same number you do and order the watches. Am I telling a lie here?
No.
Back me up. Folks, we are delighted to be able to have this Invicta at such an incredible price. Let me throw it on the wrist real quick. You need to see how it looks.
Look at this with your shirt.
This
I
is
love when guys
perfect.
have watches with blue in them because I'm sure you can relate to this. Well, obviously you have blue in your shirt. Blue seems to be that color that in men's dress shirts, I think in all of my boyfriend's dress shirts, he maybe has one or two that don't have accents of blue in them. And so to wear something on the wrist that it's all silver tone, easy, but then you've got that pop of blue. How nice it pulls out the blue in a shirt or in your pair of blue jeans. Or aren't you tired every now and then of looking down at a silver dial with a silver tone case or a black dial? I mean, it's great to have those safety watches. I'm wearing a safety watch. But it's sometimes nice to have a little bit of color on the wrist. And so for you gentlemen out there, obviously blue is really a no-brainer. And this with the price and the stress-free payments, that is with free shipping. So that price, what you see there, that is what you pay. And then we will actually charge your credit card in the next 4 months after today's first charge. And so you never have to do anything. You don't ever have to worry about it again. It is easy. Take care of your shopping now so that way in a month from now or a month and a half from now, right before the holiday really start, you've already got pretty much everything on payments or paid off.
You know, you have a reliable Japanese movement within this watch. You have 100 meters of water resistance. You have a flame fusion crystal. It's a 45 millimeter case. The watch has the feel and the construction that you're really going to appreciate. It has that pry apart single scissor deployant. All of this for under $60. This is a watch you have to make no apologies about. There's some watches, if you bought them at an ultra bargain, you might go, this is my new watch. Sorry. You almost want to feel like you have to apologize. Not with this watch. you're going to be completely confident wearing it, and they're going to think you paid a whole lot more. If you got it somewhere else, you probably did. So please consider this watch for your collection. It's 142318, and it makes a great gift, whether for yourself or someone else. Remember, the holidays aren't too far off. We're not going to pressure you, but we're going to give you free shipping, and you have all those stress-free payments.
Yeah, don't ruin Christmas. We're not going to pressure you, but don't ruin Christmas.
It's all on you.
287-721. We've got two variations of the 45mm Murano to show you. So let's take a close-up tour, shall we, around this beautiful rose tone variation, and then Wiley will strap on the second variation that we've got. I've been calling this show almost like an optical illusion, because when you look into the multi-level, multi-texture dial, there's just so much going on that's really quite exquisite here. Now notice on this black and rose timepiece, which of course, if you've watched the show before, you know I always talk about how that is one of my all-time favorite color combos. I love the richness and the warmth of the rose tone, and the way black just matches so beautifully with it. Coming in nice and close on the dial, here's the superstar. Look at this gorgeous texture. You've got a black textured backdrop. Notice that, almost that horizontal striping. Almost like if you were looking into the decoration you would see in an automatic movement. You've got multi-levels there that are applied over that black dial backdrop. You've got a 2-eye chronograph configuration here, but really, once I start the chronograph and that red hand begins to make its way around the dial, it's really the 9 o'clock subdial that keeps the time for the chrono, because that can time something for up to 60 minutes. You get an hour there. That little 3 o'clock subdial, we call that the AM/PM indicator. Now watch what just happened here. I'm starting the chronograph, and I stop the chronograph. Now traditionally, with the movements that we've used in-house here with Lucien Piccard and some of our other company-owned brands, you'll notice that once I reset the chronograph, the hand moves all the way around the dial to reset. But did you notice what happened here when I reset? It snaps back. This timepiece right here is using the VK64A Japanese chronograph quartz movement. This particular caliber of movement with the snapback chrono, we have never used before. And here it is for the first time. So not only are you getting something with a very cool, very edgy style inside the dial, but very classic all the way around the timepiece, you are also getting an all-new Japanese chronograph movement with the snapback complication that we've never seen before. All 316L surgical grade steel with 18-karat rose stone over that. A Croco embossed genuine leather strap. Check out the closure. All new customized closures. We're not giving you buckles anymore. We are giving you pry-apart dual deployant clasps on there. You can see your screwed down case back, which protects that Japanese movement, but we also give you 5-year warranty on that. And one last look at this exquisite black and rose dial, which I think is stunning. 287-721. It's $120, but I'm always going to tell you to do the payments. $24 down, it ships.
And you know, even though it is a dress watch, there is 50 meters of water resistance. So if you do get caught in the rain or pushed in the pool, you're still getting a great looking watch. It's going to hold up. Now, take a peek. This is, I think, a better variation. Oh, you're going to make me compare and contrast, aren't you? Which one do you like better? You have this one and then this one.
I think this one's going to be more popular.
I think this is a very, very dressy watch, but there is something very sophisticated about this color combination. Now, I do like the one that you were showing. I think this, however, has a look that is reminiscent of a very high-end designer. And, of course, we are a high-end designer with Lucien Piccard, but there is another fashion plate out there that uses a similar stridation that's almost like this Venetian blind kind of style. And it really allows you to see the texture within that dial. Can you see that? Look at that outer chapter ring, the hour indices that kind of almost look recessed, and then you have the 12 and the 6 that really stand out in the Arabic numerals. Of course, exactly what you were talking about with that reliable Japanese movement, the simple hit of that pusher at the 2 o'clock position is going to start our chronograph. Now, normally with a quartz movement, if you were to stop it and then do the reset requires it to go all the way around the dial. That's what you would find in a quartz movement. But because of this particular movement, when you hit it, it's going to snap back like an automatic. It makes the watch look much more expensive, and it takes a little less time, of course, if you need to do an instant reset for it to go back to the 12 instead of circling all the way around. 45mm case looks great. You can see exactly what you were talking about with that Croco embossed leather. It looks fantastic, and the fact this is all under $120. I love how three-dimensional all of this looks. It's not flat. $24 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. I think this is a great dress watch, and one that whether you're buying it for yourself or a gift for someone you care about, they're really going to appreciate your style and your selection. 287723, that's the number to get this watch home. And of course, there is always free shipping, and if you have to, money back guarantee.
288304. We touched on this lightly during our preview, but we're going to show you 3 variations of the newer, I shouldn't say brand new, but it's only about 2 months old, the 50mm Jetstream. It's funny because we have so many amazing watches coming out every week from all of our own brands that things that are only a month or 2 old are already not as new as things that we have every show. So it's really quite exciting. There's something for everyone, at least one thing for everyone.
You know, when we were visiting with Niso the other day, he said, you need to come by the office every day. And I thought, well, that was very kind. He said, because...
He said I was talking to Megan. No.
That's endless Megan Harris. He said, you know what? He said, every single day there is something new in this shop. There is a new prototype coming in, a new dial design, a new strap design. He said every day it's something new. And he's like a kid in a candy store because they've spent all this time designing, and now everything is coming home to roost, and hopefully it means coming home to you soon, which is why we're presenting things like Redline with these beautiful 3 selections. Now, I happen to like the one that I'm holding. Both of the other configurations look great. Slight variation in each. Now, the number is for the one in hand. If you see the number change, it'll be dependent on which one we're holding. Now, just like Megan was talking about, it looks like it's just a single crown on this watch. Take a look at the side and you'll realize there is 2 more recessed crowns that literally build right into the side of the watch. But to keep the external look of the watch very jet streamed, they've done this to make it very, very smooth and fluid. The only crown, of course, is the red on this particular variation, and that's going to operate this particular movement within the watch. Just as you had said earlier, there are 3 distinct movements in the watch. This one's a freehand configuration, hour, minute, continuously operating sweep hand. Then you have 2 additional time zones that are operated by the hidden crowns. The 2 and 3 subdials is the caliber the 5Y20, and the main time zone, which is going to be right here, is going to be the caliber 2035. These are going to be excellent. Each one is going to have their own 5-year warranty. That is incredible. And you know these Japanese movements are going to be reliable and accurate to within 10 to 15 seconds per month, just like every quartz movement out there. So you can feel very comfortable about what's inside the watch. Now, which variation would you like to go to next? Which one do you want to see? Because we certainly have the... Oh, you want to go over here? All right, here we go.
Why don't you try that one on? It's going to look cool with your shirt.
You know, that's a problem. Because I immediately want to say, oh, 50 millimeters, this is going to be way too big, it's not for me, blah, 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 and now it's going to look great. Yeah, that looks good. I just love the fact, because I have a watch that I wore last night that has 2 movements in it. It's a dual time zone, and they kind of sit catty-corner to each other, and it always gets attention because people aren't used to seeing that. How often do you see a watch with 3 complete movements that are easy to read? You notice the oversized hands on the watch make it easy to read even at a distance? Now, I love that because often when you have smaller subdials, it's like you're looking at a chronograph. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's tiny. What time is it in, Micronesia, apparently? But not with this one. Again, look at those hidden crowns. I like this watch. Do you have a variation you like better?
I really like seeing this with the blue. It's funny that you mentioned you liked the first variation that was all gunmetal, because I happen to like this. I appreciate, and you can see it with all of them, but I like that the black ionic plating has been done in a matte bead blasted finish. So these watches, as with all Redline watches, are meant to have the appearance of looking inside a high-end sports car, looking at the speedometer. So I like these pieces almost simulating the look of titanium. Here, I'm going to try on one actually. I just want to try on, I'm going to try on this last one, which had the gunmetal. It's got the pops of almost a fiery orange. It's not quite red, but it's more orange than it is red.
Oh, I like that one.
I like this one too. This one looks perhaps the most racing inspired because of that color. I like the all black with the blue that you tried on. But here is a third variation. They're all 50 millimeters. They all have 3 independent time zones in them. And what's nice is for the comfort level, they didn't give you 3 crazy crowns. To show you what Wiley was talking about, look at these recessed crowns right here for your subdials 2 and 3, your time zones 2 and 3. Now to remind you, caliber 2035, that is a Japanese chronograph movement right here. And then this is the caliber 5Y20 for the 2 smaller. Japanese movements inside, very reliable, very, very durable. Look at that matte finishing with the gunmetal. Sorry, I don't know what's going on my table there. All that gunmetal finishing looks really, really cool. $20 gets it home. That's it. $20 for a watch that has 3 time zones in it. And as Wiley said, each time zone or each little movement inside, because there are 3 movements, gets its own 5-year warranty. 288-308, the Jetstream from Redline.
You know, they just asked me which one would I like to present, and I'm going, oh, obviously the gold. And then I saw the other one.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give this one to you.
Okay. I actually like this one a lot. The Maurice Lacroix Miros collection has always been one of my favorites, especially because I am at a phase where I am buying watches, not just for myself, but for people that I'm very close to, some significant other and loved ones. But especially when it pertains to myself, I am trying to add value to my watch collection. So I've been buying more Swiss-made, more higher-end watches. And what I like so much about the Miros collection with our pricing on the shows is this is truly affordable luxury. Because at a watch that retails for nearly $1,600, you can get it home for under $500. And if you can spend $90 a month, you can afford this watch. It's like when you were talking about what really does it for you with a watch is when you can get something for about $100 or less. Well, assuming you bought one watch a month, you could use payments and buy a $1,600 Swiss-made watch. Now, of the 2 variations, this is definitely the dressier model. This is the one that I would go for, and you'll know why when you see Wiley's in a moment. It's a 40 millimeter, 3-hand ETA quartz chronograph movement inside, so Swiss-made movement inside a Swiss-made watch. The 2-tone, while it is gold tone, is very, very high quality. They use multiple passes of 18-karat gold on the bracelet and around the bezel. And because it's a Swiss-made Maurice Lacroix, most people, myself included, are going to assume that this watch is solid gold. So you save a little bit more that way. Because when we show the solid gold Maurice Lacroix watches, they're about $16,000, not $1,600. So this is affordable luxury through and through. 286-496. It's a 40 millimeter, but it will wear a touch larger on the wrist.
Okay, I like that watch, but then I saw this. This particular variation also qualifies for and it seems to be a lot of Maurice Lacroix that do this, if you only had to have one watch.
Yep.
Because this is just, I don't know what it is. There is a classic look to it. Look how ultra thin the watch is. I mean, there is just nothing to that watch, yet there is a weight and feel to it that you know that this is quality. The moment I pick this up, I mean, here you have the dual push button, dual scissor deployant in the back. The fit and finish all the way around is incredible. The watch on the wrist just looks great. Look at that. Now, when I turn this toward the table so it reflects the light, Look at that high mirror polish on all the Arabic numerals, the hour indices, the hands of the watch, including the sweep hand. You happen to have not just that 3-hand configuration, but a date complication at the 3 o'clock position, all Swiss made, sapphire crystal. This watch is going to look incredible for years. You have $1,100 off the retail price. And the ETA movement that's in here, the 3-hand movement, you know you're getting one of the cream of the crop movements that's going to be incredibly accurate and incredibly reliable. I mean, and the fact that it's a quartz movement in this watch, all Swiss made, I mean, it's going to be accurate to within 10 seconds per month. I mean, you're going to have to buy a much larger Bulova. It's actually, some of them at a higher price point than this, to get one that's going to be accurate to within 10 seconds per year. I love this watch. I mean, I really, really do.
I think it's one of the best values, especially Swiss made. I love that we're dipping into our second hour already, because remember, next hour, in just a few moments, every single item is going to be Swiss made.
Oh, folks, if you're not calling, just go ahead and call right now. Just go ahead and call, because when you see this watch, it's going to be, yep, this is a nice.
I learned in our, sorry for interrupting, I learned in our brand meeting that this watch right here, right now, is one of the best-selling new Lucien Piccard collections. Think about all the crazy Lucien Piccard watches that we've recently debuted, the one that you purchased for yourself, some of the ones that have the automatic movements and stuff, and this collection right now on our website is flying off the shelves. Flying. That's what we learned in our COB meeting.
I'm glad you got to go to that meeting. I was in a timeout. They wouldn't let me go.
I love that I said I would take notes and pictures for you, and then I didn't.
Did
do
you?
Either. No.
How did you? Megan.
I know.
How will I learn anything here? I think this watch is truly beautiful.
Yeah, it really is.
When you look at this custom, almost Panther-style bracelet, the way it is interlinked, it is flawless in its execution. Come in even closer. I want them to see this, because I want them to just get a look. This is truly...
I would wear a bracelet that looked just like that.
This is the Yellow Brick Road. And when you see that it leads right in flawlessly to that end link that mates up to the case, this watch, I just feel like if I was in 1930 and I had a Bugatti and I was being chauffeured around town in my beautiful opera coupe, this is the watch you would want to get out and wear. And you would be right there.
I was just about to say, I better be with you.
You will be with me. And your boyfriend will be a gangster behind me and machine gun me down. And that's how the movie ends. It's really very sad for me.
It's really more of a dramedy.
He is a big man. Have you seen the man? He's what, like 6'12"
yeah,
or something?
It's close.
Folks, this watch I think is absolutely gorgeous. It is selling exactly like Megan said, that several of these a day, you have to realize we have thousands of watches, and of this particular watch, several a day are leaving the factory, leaving shipping, because it has just been at a price point, it hits a magic ticket somewhere in there that people just identify with this beautiful 44mm case, the watch design itself. I love how this looks like old school, the V8 symbol for high-end V8 automobiles of the 30s and 40s. And for watch collectors and automobile collectors, they'll appreciate that. The VD77 Japanese movement inside really is also going to be reliable and accurate.
Look at how unique the links are, how they're a little bit wider than the bracelet itself. Isn't that cool?
Well, I think it's
We've
I think
never
it's,
done
it's
a
a
case
style
construction
design.
like that. Yeah, but I love the way the lugs are a little bit thicker. It almost looks like they're T-bar style lugs, but not quite. The bracelet, I mean, it's hard to pick a favorite area of this watch because the dial is so cool. The bracelet looks like a high-end solid gold bracelet. I mean, I would wear the bracelet. It's just the way they've done the sub-dials in this, because you know at the 12 o'clock position, that smaller sub-dial, it's actually a 3-hand movement. It's not a chronograph. That's the AM, PM indicator. So it's pointing to what would be a 10 to show you that the currently displayed hours is AM, not PM.
One of the things I appreciate, and I think you brought out that design element, you notice there is a step style bezel on here. Well, they've done that same sort of step down to match up with the bracelets. You're just seeing just variations in not just shape and size, but in dimension of the watch. And I think it just adds visual interest to it. You notice all the way down to the pry-apart dual deployant. They've still used that gold plating on here. Sometimes we see this in silver. We might see a little decoration, but they went ahead and used that gold plating. I think it looks great. Let me slip this on the wrist. You can tell me what you think. Oh yeah, I'd wear this instantly. The black goes with my shirt. You can see that record design on the center part of the dial. It has grooves in it. And take a peek. What do you think?
I think it's gorgeous. I really, really think that this watch is gorgeous. And we have so many different color variations to choose from on our website. We've got one that's all silver tone with a little pop of blue in it. I mean, there's some truly exquisite watches. 289-533, that's the 44mm Polaris with a 5-year warranty. Our proprietary Sapphitech crystal. You can get all of this home for your first payment of $26. Now, the stress-free payments are, of course, optional. You don't have to. If you want to put $130 down on any major credit card, great, good for you. It's just a nice way for, and I think I see it sometimes more with our really expensive, like your hot pick. If you can't put out, nearly $6,000, but you could put out just under $1,000 a month. I mean, of course, it's different levels for everyone. I like that. I think that it allows more people, myself included. I've been able to get some higher end, more expensive watches by using the stress-free payments than maybe I would have been able to do before.
Well, and sometimes if you put that stress-free payment on a credit card, you can pay that off at the end of the month. But since you're not holding the whole balance, you can do it without paying interest.
Exactly.
So if you have a second or third credit card, there's no balance on there, and let's say the payment's only $100 a month, instead of putting a $500-600 piece on there, it's only $100. Easier to pay off, no interest.
Strategy.
Oh, you better believe it.
All right, well, we're here in our second hour. This is our Swiss-made hour. So we're talking luxury. This will perhaps be the hour where you will see the biggest amount of savings dollar-wise. We're going to show you items that are thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. We love this hour because even if you're not shopping for an item, I saw what you've got on your wrist. Even if you're not shopping for a Swiss-made watch right now, this is also a great hour to learn a little bit more because we'll be able to spend more time going into some complexities about what makes a Swiss-made watch, about the movements inside. So it's kind of a collector's hour, so to speak, but it's also the hour where if you've been saving up or if you've been waiting to really get that one nice watch, whether for yourself, a loved one, the Swiss-made hour coming up right now is definitely a good one to do it. And everything's still on 5 and 6 stress-free payments. So let's jump into a preview. We're going to dive head first into our Swiss-made hour.
Ooh, the House of Gucci. You've got to love this. I don't think I've seen this in a while. This is the 45mm G Timeless XL. This is a beautiful watch. We've had other variations of this. It's very rare that we get Gucci in, and to be able to have such a recognized designer at this price point is phenomenal. Look at the price, $1,190. Now, for those folks who've bought it, whether from our website or others who may get to come close to the wow price of $828, you know you've made some significant savings. So look at the program. Less than half of what the watch should sell for. Now, here's the secret in the watch world. If you see a retail price, it usually means the cost of the watch, the true cost, is half of what you're seeing. It's a $1,000 watch. It means the true cost is $500, and the other $500 makes up for all the other folks who are selling it, the cost of overhead, and so forth. This watch should sell for $550, $560, $575, somewhere in there. That's what a jeweler would pay for it, and then he's allowed to put his markup, unless it's price protected. Then he has to go with the price assigned by the manufacturer. Here, we're well below that. Even if you were a jeweler, you couldn't get the watch for $499, but you can with us, and only $100 gets it home. So can't wait to show you that one in just a little bit.
Coming up right behind that, this is that watch that doesn't just talk the talk, it's walking too. 285-611, this is the 44mm Deep Diver 1500 series. This features the Swiss-made ETA 2826 automatic movement inside. It's got 500 meters of water resistance, an automatic helium escape valve, and that modified to no-shape case because it's squat and has that big movement inside, not to mention the oversized locking crown guard. It's going to wear even larger on the wrist. This is a watch that has presence, but it's also a watch that is a professional dive instrument. Not even a dive-capable watch. This is a true dive instrument. It's $2,000, and you better believe it's worth every penny of that. We've taken more than 50% off the price and pay it off in 6 months. As a company that is not a bank or a lending firm, we can legally only give up to 6 interest-free monthly payments. So on a watch that's this expensive, the fact that we've maxed it out is benefit enough for you to at least try it out. 285-611.
The watch I hadn't hoped that they would notice I was wearing, but I can't help but show it off, is the Parallel. And this 44mm turbine limited edition piece is absolutely gorgeous. Yes, you are seeing a front rotor on that beautiful sapphire covered dial. And if we were to rotate the watch just a bit, you'll notice something very unique underneath, and that is a highly decorated mother of pearl, black mother of pearl snake dial. It is so cool, and I want this watch. The black genuine alligator strap is incredible, and of course the diamond-like carbon coating case is incredible. That DLC coating is going to keep that watch looking fantastic for generations to come. One of the most scratch-resistant way of presenting a case, but also that sapphire crystal, both front and back, is also great in there. The P331 in-house movement is stunning, both from the front and the back. Can't wait to show you this almost nearly $9,000 watch, coming up to you. And I have to tell you, everything that's coming up during this hour is going to be all Swiss made. Now, of course, you're looking at this going, well, of course, you're showing me a $9,000 watch. Of course it's Swiss made. There's no way I can afford some of your other Swiss made stuff. But Megan is going to make sure she's taking care of it, because I'll take care of all the high-end stuff.
Yeah, I'm a woman of the people, ladies and gentlemen. But let's tell people for a moment, before we get into this hour, what it means to be a Swiss-made watch. Because you might have a watch at home that has a Swiss-made movement inside. But you'll notice when we have a Swiss-made watch that it's even more expensive. So for the uninitiated out there, we'll explain to you a little bit about a Swiss-made watch. We'll do this together. So a Swiss-made watch has to meet a certain number of criteria in order to be a Swiss-made watch. And believe it or not, there are a lot of guidelines and rules, as we know, that actually get to the point where a watch can say Swiss-made at that 6 o'clock position. The first one being, it has to have a Swiss-made movement. The second one is?
Well, at least 60%. It used to be 50, but they've raised the standard even higher, that at least 60% of the value of that watch, that's the content and the quality of the watch, 60% of it has to be of Swiss origin. Then you have to have that Swiss movement inside.
And then it has to be actually assembled and packaged together in Switzerland. You might not know this, but sometimes watches that are Swiss-made, the movements, if it's not a Swiss-made watch, it might be assembled and put together in China, Japan, somewhere like that. But in order to be a Swiss-made watch, they have to take all of that and actually put it together in Swiss factories. And then fourth and finally, it has to pass all of the guidelines as set by the Swiss Federation.
That has to have that final inspection in Switzerland. So when you pick up that Swiss watch, you know that at least 60% of its content, quality, and construction, you know that it has a Swiss movement. You know that that movement had to be placed inside that case, which means the labor to assembly was all Swiss. Then the final inspection to ensure it meets the highest quality and standard has to be put on it. Then at the 6 o'clock position, it can have the words Swiss made. If you have that in your hands, somebody spent a lot of money to do that. But it doesn't have to cost you a lot of money, because look at this incredible Swiss Legend watch.
Right there, you can see the word Swiss made. So with all of that we've told you, you're probably thinking, well, how much can this watch possibly be? Check that out, $180. I know I've said this before, but it is very, very true. And those on crew here who have been here for about a year or so can attest to this along with me. We found out last year in 2014, or actually at the end of 2013, that by 2016, Swiss Legend was going to be an entirely Swiss-made brand. So, for the better part of 2014 and the first half of this year before we started rolling out our Swiss-made watches, we were always saying, on the shows I was saying it, be prepared for when we transition to Swiss-made watches that the price is going to go up dramatically. I mean, imagine what we would have thought. You know, the watches are great at $80, $100, but they're going to be $300, $400 because they're Swiss-made. It costs our company a lot more money to buy the pieces, to assemble them in Switzerland, and so forth. Imagine our surprise and our excitement for you at home and for ourselves, because we're obviously consumers, just like you guys are. We wear all these watches, that we're able to bring out Swiss-made watches and the price is under $200. It is not normal. It's unheard of. And yet we are doing it, and we are proof that every single bit of quality you get here is worth 5 times the price you're going to pay. You've got...
You can tell them secrets?
Yes.
You know, one of the things we found out, we were amazed when Nisa was here, that we used to think, and this is maybe just us, maybe romanticizing, that in Switzerland there's hundreds of little tiny Swiss shops cobbling away movements.
Yep, like I pictured in my mind, like one says Tag Heuer, and then it's Omega, and then it's this, and then it's this. That's not the case.
Our movement, movement in this watch, could have been sitting right next to, identical to, a movement in another high-end, well-known brand. Now, we understand Swiss Legend is its own brand, and it is well-known, but we've not put the price point out the roof.
Yep.
And some people have, and they've become famous for that. But they have the same movement, the same innards.
It's so crazy. It is really cool, because that's what Wiley and I learned, is I incorrectly thought that there must be all these different factories, As it turns out, there are only a handful where all the Swiss-made watches in the world are assembled and put together. So some of your favorite Swiss-made watches are being assembled right next to Swiss Legend. And so it's a very cool thing to know and to think about, that we are right there, right now, with that same level of quality, but we are not increasing the price. And I appreciate that, because I want to be able to buy nice things and be able to make my rent every month. So it's really great that we're able to do that. I went with the 42mm Blue Genève.
That's
this
beautiful.
watch comes in 4 different sizes on our website: 38, 42, 46, 48. I love the 42 because I wanted something a little bit bigger. I love, love, love the ceramic bezel insert, because the ceramic bezel insert, that gorgeous, almost pearlescent look, matches the mother of pearl on the outer edge of that dial. When we show you this close-up, there you go. Now check this out. Here's that dodecagon shape to the bezel and shape to the case. Almost has that Hublot or Corum-inspired design to it. Gorgeous, just stunning. Two-tone, but we have many different variations. I went with the two-tone today. I love the rose and the silver tone and the mother of pearl. This is a watch that I intend to own. And what's great is we actually have this watch not just in 4 different sizes, but we also have some in the smaller sizes on silicone straps. Because these are 200 meters of water resistance, it's a dive watch. This is the watch that, in this bracelet variation, I'm going to wear it with a sweater to the office, but you can buy the silicone strap variation and wear it to the gym, to the beach. Now, I want you to see a medium shot so you can see how this looks on the wrist just a little bit farther back. Look at that. Full size at 42mm, but no gapping, no spacing. It doesn't look like I'm trying to fit into a men's watch or a watch that's so big and bulky it kind of looks ridiculous. This looks like it was made for me. And at $36 down, try it out. Now again, we will show you some other sizes for you gentlemen out there, or for you ladies that are looking and liking, and maybe you want to own something else. But for now, my hot pick, I went with this one, the Blue Genève, all new in the 42mm. 287-844, 5 payments of $36.
Absolutely beautiful, and what an incredible price point.
Now let's show you what Swiss Made really costs.
Now, certainly, this is a different timepiece all the way around.
Absolutely. Of course, and it's worth it.
Well, when you consider, I mean, if you just do the pricing of each individual part in here, there's 450 parts within this watch. When you realize it is all levers and gears and springs and clutches inside this watch that's making it so that it has become this exquisite, fully functioning, 3-hand almost perpetual calendar. Because, I mean, the thing does not have to be adjusted except once every leap year. Okay, look at the watch just for a moment. Realize that you have a 43mm case. You have a complete calendar within the watch. Each subdial has 2 hands and performs 2 functions. You have an AM/PM indicator. You have a fully functioning chronograph, and that B19 movement, which is a 38 joule automatic with 42 hours of power reserve, is able to do all of this all the way down to giving you the month, the day, the year. I mean, all of this, and it doesn't have to be reset to every 4 years. Start, stop, and there's your reset right there. Notice how that snaps into place. You can see that beautiful sapphire crystal. It looks like Hesalite, which was a form of plastic that was used years ago with very old watches. Not so with this one. That's all sapphire. So don't worry that that's raised above the case. You have that beautiful mesh bracelet that is adjustable all the way down to the links that can be removed. Now, as I pop this open, I want you to see this on the wrist and realize that this is just the right size, whether for a gentleman or a lady. 43mm case. Look at that. I think this is one of the most beautiful bracelets out there. And it's one of the watches that you're going to love. This is a pinnacle piece. We realize that. It's $10,000. Now, at the wow price of $8,000, you're saving $2,000 off the retail price. That 20% savings is something to be proud of. But look, as we drop this down with 45, 47, 48% off the retail price, $57.79 is the price. This is amazing. And they've put it at 6 stress-free, interest-free payments. $963.33. That's your first of 6 payments. No interest on that. 450 parts in this all Swiss-made, beautiful pinnacle piece by Breitling. Brand new in the box, all of the guarantee, all of the paperwork, everything that you're looking for. Don't let this one get away from you. They're both absolutely gorgeous. Now, shifting gears just for a moment to a Swiss-made watch, I want you to look at this beautiful 48mm Blue Genève, the chronograph, and I have to tell you, this watch feels like $1 million. I mean, picking it up, it feels like I just picked up one of the high-end timepieces. Now, both you and I have made this comment over and over. When you pick up a watch, you can often tell its value. You can start to see, how it, what kind of quality is within it, because you know that they have done a great job. Now, the ISA 8371 movement in here, this is the one that's taken 5 years for them to develop. Isn't that amazing?
We're one of the first brands here with Swiss Legend and the Blue Genève to even have this ISA movement in a timepiece. That's so exciting to me.
Well,
because now joining Swiss Legend, we are up there with everybody else that can compete to get these high-end movements.
And they were looking at a way to make the movement more accurate, which means less stress, less friction within the movement, how to make it more durable, more shock resistant. It's all the things that you need for an active lifestyle. You know, we marveled that the coaxial escapement that's within the Omega, that no one had done that before. 150 years of watchmaking, and they just, they had not in any way, shape, or form, did any upgrades. Now, I want you to see there is a lot of variations of this watch.
Oh, we've got actually 3 variations.
Oh, more than you can imagine. Oh, that's pretty. Sorry, I got distracted by bright and shiny colors. And that was just Jenny. That girl's got some bling on. She looks good. All right, let's take a peek at this next variation. She's fanning herself now.
She's like, oh my God, Wiley.
All right. She needs to get out more. All right.
So you were talking about the
blue.
movements.
I was looking, I'm now distracted by the color.
He's such a man. It's like, look, squirrel.
I can't help it, short attention span. The movement in the watch, just we were talking about Omega, it took them so long to finally decide, in a bad way, let's make this better.
Yep.
The fact that the ISA group decided that they could make a movement better. Okay, it's hard working, it's reliable. What do you need to do different? Let's make it better. Let's find a way to make it more accurate. Let's find a way to make it more dependable. Let's find a way that it has the ability to have greater adaptability to other functions as we maybe take that movement and customize it. And we're one of the first ones to get it. So, yeah, go ahead and buy somebody else's watch and have their old ISA movement in there.
How embarrassing.
No. You wouldn't want to be caught dead with that. If you are a watch nerd, or you know somebody that's a watch nerd like Megan and I, being able
Lucky
to...
you.
Yeah, I'm about to say. Then you're able to let them know you've got the latest and greatest movement from ISA, and I think that's incredible.
Quickly, I want us to move on to the third variation of this because I love the blue, and I think that it's kind of that niche color, if you will, if you've got some blue on. But this third, like that targeted, you know what it means, right?
Like a niche art.
I say niche.
Niche, do you?
But this one right here.
When you wear your umpire waist dress?
This one right here, I like this one. This one, to me, of the three, might have the most expensive look to it.
I like both of them.
All three, you should say.
Well, yes. I think the black is nice.
That's the silver tone and black. That's the first one we
I
wear.
think the blue really stands out. But I'm going to go ahead and...
This is just gorgeous to me.
This is it.
Look at the rose, how they've done just the subtle accents. And you know what's amazing is this is my hot pick in the 48 millimeter size. Now again, gentlemen, we do have a 46 millimeter, but it's a 3-hand. If you want the chronograph, it's the 48 millimeter. And this is that all new ISA movement inside.
This is absolutely gorgeous. It's one of the watches that, again, I can't believe this is under $200. It really does look great.
Look at that dodecagon bezel and case again, that geometric bezel done in the rose. I love the two-piece pushers and how you've got the knurling around there. Just the detail work. Do you notice how the knurling matches the texture on the center chapter of the dial?
Yeah, it does.
And they didn't do like the exact same watch for men and women. This watch does not have mother of pearl on it. The texturing is different. The pushers are different. So each size almost has something special for that targeted collection offshoot. All 200 meters of water resistance though, all Swiss-made watches. ISA 8371 gets a 5-year warranty, and then you get a warranty on the Sapphitech crystal, which we don't talk about enough. Our proprietary sapphire-like crystal, the one you see right here on this watch, has a 10-year warranty against scratching. So that sapphire-like crystal with the ceramic bezel insert, you'd be hard-pressed to find anything that could mess up or scratch your crystal. So it's always going to look brand new.
Get me a piece of sandpaper. Oof. Can we get sandpaper and do that?
No. That just like makes the hair on my arm stand up.
Oh, chalkboard. This is, again, congratulations to all of you who are picking this up. You're getting a beautiful timepiece and at just the right time as the holidays are beginning to creep up on us.
243-689, let's go to Gucci. Yes, of course, one of the fashion powerhouses of the world makes timepieces. And, of course, you know, even if it's Italian design, you are getting a Swiss-made watch. Now, this watch is lightweight, it is sporty, it is cool, it is easy to wear, and even though it's 45 millimeters, I think the style in that kind of design is unisex. You know, there's, I can't pronounce it quite well, but it's called like athleisure. It's wearing athletic clothes in a trendy, almost dressed up way.
You have so left my field of expertise.
Okay, so for example, women out there, I am the kind of person that when I'm not here, athleisure.
I was diagnosed with athleisure once.
Basically what it is it's when you wear your play clothes, your gym clothes, your sport clothes, but they're a little bit more high-end. Stella McCartney, for example, makes a line of gym clothes. Lululemon, a lot of women wear Lululemon. It's high-quality gym clothes that, yes, you could wear to the yoga or spin studio, but some of it's so nice. I mean, I find that I wear some of my nicer athletic clothes even just when I'm running errands or when I'm not necessarily going right to the gym. That's what this watch is. It's got that high-fashion, sporty look, but it's still high fashion, so you can dress it, I think, kind of up.
Gentlemen, if you would like translation on that, this is casual luxury. It means it can be very relaxed or very dressed up. Gentlemen, do not wear yoga pants.
No.
You know, the House of Gucci since 1921 has been doing great fashion. Never has it been in yoga pants. But they have decided to try their hand at a three-hand, and this is a beautiful example of that. Now, of course, it is a bit more casual with this strap that is on the watch, and it is in the Gucci design, that three-stripe pattern, which is usually a lighter color in the center part of the stripe, and then two outer stripes, is a classic Gucci design. In this 45mm case, it is stunning to see this watch, all Swiss made, and of course you can even see my fingerprint right there. A little gift
Get
to
yourself
send home
together,
to the people.
please.
I can't help it. I think the watch really is beautiful and is exactly what Megan is saying. This is the watch that if you decided you're going to wear blue jeans or yoga pants and you're going to head out to, walk your Afghan down by the river, and then you decide to head out to a luxurious event, the watch is going to carry you, and the strap can be changed out if you wanted to put, Megan, if you were to put a leather strap on this watch, it would suddenly change the entire look.
Absolutely.
But this is a great opportunity to get a $1,200 watch for just a fraction of the price. For $499, you're getting a $1,200 watch, and only $100 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. Let me slip this on the wrist real quick, and then I want Megan to try this on because I happen to know a secret about Megan. Yeah.
Oh boy.
You happen to, this is true. Well, which one do you want me to go with?
Yeah, I don't know where this is going.
Are you afraid yet?
I am a little bit.
Okay. Every single time we have had a watch that has had a nylon
Yes.
or one of the more casual straps, I'm immediately thinking you're going to want one of the jewelry pieces. It's one of the things I appreciate about you is you're a lot of fun.
No, yeah.
And when you ever, I don't
Like, I
care.
don't know where this is
I don't
going.
care what everyone else says, but every time that there has been one of the
Nylon straps.
yes.
I love them.
Whether it's on Ben & Sons or we have some Nixon watches that have, the most casual looking bracelets.
I love them.
Or straps. And here's a watch. Again, it is that super casual, but it's on a Gucci, and it's in Gucci style. I would wear this. I would have to wear the right stuff with it. But, I would wear this.
Yeah, you can't borrow my yoga pants.
I will borrow your yoga
I
pants.
want to try this on.
Do you want to see it?
Yes, please. You know what's nice about this nylon strap, though, too, is, and I'll show you, on the little holes, like where you would put the buckle through.
They're finished.
Yeah, they're finished with stainless steel, so it's not like it's going to fall apart. Even the edges, you're not going to have to worry about this nylon
it's
strap
high-end. It's
fraying.
Gucci, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, of course, we expect those things. But even sometimes on super high-end, expensive watches, sometimes I'm sure you notice some brands,
They forget.
they'll forget something, and we're thinking, well,
How
okay,
did you manage
yeah,
that?
this is awkward. So no, this is a perfect fit. We're going to get a close-up out of
Would
this.
you wear this?
Absolutely, I would wear this.
How much would you pay?
I would pay what I would use the stress-free payments in this case. I think that the retail price of this is a little expensive. Now, obviously, it's Gucci. It's a Swiss-made watch. Their handbags are quite expensive, and their shoes and all of their clothing.
But you know what it's like when you go to the mall? You can pick up a pair of jeans or a suit or whatever it is, and you can look at the retail price and go, oh, I'm waiting for the 50% off sale.
Absolutely.
But you know that somebody paid full price,
Of
just
course,
not you
lots
or I.
of people do. It's a bestseller watch. Unidirectional rotating bezel, super comfortable there. $500. So think about this. When Wiley and I are talking about that, you're at that department store with Wiley and I right now. You are getting Gucci for more than 50% off and on payments. So when you go into that department store and they say, oh, would you like to open a friends and family credit card? You can save an additional 10%. You don't have to open a World of Watches credit card. In fact, that doesn't even exist. Our stress-free payment plan is your option using a credit card currently in your name, in your possession. So you don't ever have to worry that maybe our payment plan is like a store credit card or those department stores where you end up having to pay so much money in interest. What you see is what you pay, and we are always very transparent about this. 45 millimeters on my 6-inch wrist. Even though it's stainless steel, it's super lightweight. It's very, very easy to wear. I have it on the tightest closure, and you can see here that that strap length is quite generous. 243-689, the 45 millimeter G Timeless, $500, but you know the way I'd go, $100 a month. Imagine that. If you can afford $100 a month, you can buy this $1,200 Swiss-made Gucci watch.
Don't use your money, use ours.
Absolutely. Well, use Wiley's, don't use mine.
No, not, well, you can try. I happen to like this watch. I think this is, I love the fact that we get brands that nobody else does. And the buying power of Swiss Watch International allows us to have relationships with some of the best watchmakers in the world and to get it at a price point that no one can touch. Yes, there might be. I've heard rumors that there could be other watch shows. You will never see the clutch the pearls. But you'll never find the variety that we have here or the price point. In fact, we'll guarantee it. 30-day money-back guarantee and always free shipping.
All right, well, one last look here. We are getting ready now to do our top 10. That's where we showcase the 10 best-selling items of the show so far. Now, this is always so fun because, one, as they're doing right now, the top 10 gets calculated in real time, depending on what you guys are purchasing. It's great for us because we might pick something, as you guys know, for our hot pick, and then it's sometimes in the countdown, sometimes it's not. So it's kind of fun for us because we have no idea really what you guys are shopping for, but the top 10 is always a great indicator to see where the show is going, maybe what you guys want to see more of, because, you know, we always reach out and we want you to feel like when you call our customer service or when you send an email to our company, give your suggestions. Tell people, what watches do you want to see on the show? What do you want to see more of? That's how we, or the people that are in charge of merchandising the shows, they actually, believe it or not, as you've probably seen with our inventory and our lineup the past few weeks, we are listening to what you guys are asking for, and we are doing our best to bring out all of those items. So definitely feel free to see on our website, email our customer service, give us a call during the week, normal business hours, 9 to 5 Eastern time, Monday through Friday, and give them comments on what you want to see more of on the shows, so that way we can better merchandise for you.
We know what it is.
What?
Endless Megan Harris.
One person. Not that I don't appreciate that. I am very,
It was a lovely, what can we do to make the show better? And somebody said, Endless Megan Harris. If that's you, I have her home address.
You're really embarrassing me. All right, we're going to go to number 10.
I'm embarrassing you?
We're going to go to number 10 in our bestsellers. Number 10 is, yeah, it was probably my mom.
Get that other guy off there, Megan. He's taking up your TV time.
All right, coming in at number 10, one of those all-new Ben & Sons watches. Look at that. This is the one that you said you liked the most.
I think there's just a vintage feel about this, and both of them, both in the black variation and this, have an old world feel. They dressed it up. There's something unusual about it that really just stood out a little bit more. The 44mm Mercury chronograph is just one of those watches that just feels like it steps back in time, all the way to the price, because only $18 gets the watch home. It's under $90, and it's a brand new design. I don't understand how they keep the lights on here, because a brand new design at that price point, seriously? Okay, Ben & Sons is, again, they have this variation, but it also has another variation that you might also like, and that's the one that you were presenting, and I think it easily has ranked up there as one of the good sellers as well.
Yeah, that's right. Number 9 is actually the other Ben & Sons Mercury, because we did air 2 variations. This is the one that you said your son would like. I like this one too. The difference is there are quite a few of them. One, the black ionic plated case is all mirror polished. You have touches of rose tone inside the dial and for the hands on this one. And notice that instead of a Croco leather strap, you have that smooth leather strap with white stitching. 287679 Japanese chronograph quartz open. It's the VD53 with date, 100 meters of water resistance, and our proprietary Sapphitech crystal. $18 in chips. That's number 9.
Right behind that, oh, you like this one. This is the Bulova 42mm Marine Star in that ruby red bezel and dial. We've known that green has been such a hot color right now, but now red is creeping its way in, so look forward to seeing more just like this. But they've done such a tasteful style with this very sporty variation of a luxury watch. And the touches of gold, whether it's the screws that hold the bezel in place, those pops of gold that run through the bracelet or on the pusher and crown, really do look stunning. $120, that is amazing for this design. Go ahead and try to find it anywhere else. You have a unirotating bezel, 100 meters of water resistance, and only $24 gets it home. Now, we're also going to pay for the shipping, and we're also going to make sure that you know you have a 30-day money-back guarantee. So go ahead, scour the internet, see if you can find it for less. Come on back to us. We're going to make sure you get this great Bulova Marine Star in just a few days.
Coming in at number 7, We aired 2 variations of the 45mm Murano. You can see all of those in case you missed anything at WorldofWatches.com. This is all 18-karat rose stone and black in a multi-level, multi-texture dial. This also features an all-new movement that we have never used before. It's the VD77. The chrono actually is a snapback once you reset it, almost as if you would see on an automatic timepiece. Very, very cool. Again, it's a 45mm case. You've got a black Croco embossed genuine leather strap, $120, but again, I always say go with the payments. $24 down, it ships. That's number 6, 287-721.
Right behind that, the Swiss Legend. And now this is the 48mm of the Blue Genève. This is one of the largest configurations. The ISIS 8371 movement is it's an incredible movement. That's ISA, just in case. Just do not, we will not go there. Just keep moving, ladies and gentlemen. Just like last week when I mispronounced Croco embossed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been fined by the FCC on that one.
Things get dicey every now and then.
Do you have a speech impediment? I do. I'll talk about that later. This is an incredible variation of this watch. Multiple colors on this, and when you see each one has its own look and feel, only $194 for this brand new design. And let me tell you, it looks and feels even more expensive than its $400 price point. There's just something about this watch. Only $39 gets it home. 287-824 for this Swiss Legend.
Coming in at number 4, another one in the 48mm full size from the Blue Genève collection. Remember, we do have 4 different sizes of this timepiece to choose from, but the 48mm is the chrono that features the ISA 8371. As Wiley said, it is the biggest. It is Swiss made. You've got a ceramic bezel insert, and I love this rich, saturated royal blue. It's a great piece. Imagine wearing this with blue jeans. $195 or $39 if you're using the payments. I would. 287-829. That's number 4. Number 3 comes to us from Gucci. We just aired this watch. 243-689. Good on you guys for purchasing this. This is a true unisex timepiece. This is so awesome. It fits so comfortably. You've got that super comfortable nylon strap. All black and white, 316L stainless steel, sapphire crystal. It's a Gucci watch for more than half off, so I am all about that. It's a $1,200 watch. We've got it for $500, but you can use a stress-free payment. So put $100 down on any major credit card, and we will ship this watch to you for free. 243-689. This is number 3. On our website, not only can you see all brand new items, as this Gucci watch will be one of them, but we do have a special section on our website dedicated to pre-owned luxury timepieces, almost an estate section, if you will. You can see lots of high-end Swiss-made brands there as well. Again, 243-689, $500 or your first payment of $100 for number 3, the 45mm G Timeless XL. Look what number 2 is.
A very good choice by anybody who can pick this up. Now, we only have limited quantities. So if perchance this is a watch you can pick up, this 43mm Transocean automatic is an incredible timepiece. 450 parts on the inside. Realize there's a complete calendar built into this watch. It's adjusted once every leap year. There is 43mm case, 42 hours of power reserve, and the B19 movement, which is a 38 joule automatic, is incredible. Sapphire crystal, that beautiful woven mesh stainless steel bracelet, and of course the Breitling name. You're getting a $10,000, let me say it again, a $10,000 watch for almost half price, $57.79.99. $963 is all that it takes. I say all, I realize that's a lot of money, but in comparison to 10 grand, not so much. $963 is your first of 6 stress-free, interest-free payments to get a pinnacle piece, home on the wrist, absolutely gorgeous watch, and one of my favorite ones in the Breitling collection. What are the chances that one of the executives will give this to me for Christmas?
Slim.
That's correct, which is why we have stress-free payments. Because I want that watch.
I love this watch. I love it in the full size too. But it looks like the best-selling item was my hot pick. Congratulations. I wish I could take credit for this, but you know what? It is such a no-brainer because this timepiece is just so gorgeous. Now, I went with the second smallest size. There's a 38 and then a 42. The 42 is the one that I went with for my hot pick. The 38 is beautiful as well, but I like things just a little bit bigger. It could be considered a unisex timepiece for those of you out there, gentlemen, if you don't want to wear anything larger than a 42 millimeter. And we do have many different color variations, so if this one seems maybe too girly for you, we do have others that are a bit more pared down. The outer edge of that dial is A-grade mother of pearl, and it matches up beautifully with the white ceramic bezel insert on this 200-meter diver. The bezel and case are all done in a geometric called dodecagon shape. You can see all of those edges of the bezel are outfitted in rose tone to match the rose tone screw-down crown and center links of the bracelet. The bracelet links in the center portion where it's rose are brushed, and then your H links are mirror polished silver tone. Push button, dual deploying clasp, opens up to a screwed in case back, responsible for giving you 200 meters of water resistance to protect the ISA 2331 quartz movement. Sapphitech crystal with a 10-year warranty against scratching. Genuine Swiss Super Luminova on all of the applied hour markers and hands, and a beautiful full size, yet a size that fits on the wrist. Look at that. No gapping and no spacing. Bracelet length can accommodate just under a 9-inch wrist at its maximum. So ladies, whether you've got a 6-inch wrist like I do or a bit larger, you can try the Blue Genève. 287-844. Again, there are 4 variations of this watch. We saw a couple of the 48 millimeter full size in our countdown just now. But here, I think the most beautiful is this one. $36 gets it home. 287-844, $180 for your Swiss-made #1 seller.
Maurice Lacroix has just done an outstanding job. Now, if you go back in history to 1889 when they started building watches, you realize that they have had quite a footprint left in the watch world. In 1975, when they started reinvigorating the brand, well, that was at a very tough time to start doing that because that's when the quartz watch movement started. But the folks at the helm decided that these classic timepieces, in just like this configuration with this 21 jewel automatic, they really needed to carry that torch forward. Now, this is an all Swiss made watch. It's a 40 millimeter case, which I think is just the right size. The case is in a great high mirror polish, and you have this incredible design that is on the dial. And as they draw it even closer, I want you to take a peek at this 3-hand configuration to realize that you have the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand, and then a complete secondary time zone as a small sub-dial at the 6 o'clock position. You have a dual date wheel, reverse date wheel, large date complication at the 12 o'clock position. The watch, to me, is perfect in its size. Notice how those lugs drop straight down. When that sits on my wrist in just a moment, you're going to see why they've brought them down. Now, if you have a very large wrist, don't worry, it's still going to fit. You have this great push button, dual push button, single scissor deploying. Now, I may have a smaller wrist, but I have a larger hand. So being able to open the watch up with such great space there is going to make it easy to slip off and on. I want to show you let me show you the back first, for heaven's sakes. You got to see that beautiful 21 jewel movement. And there it is. You can see the Côte de Genève, or the Geneva waves that are engraved onto the rotor. You can see the perlage decoration on the housing that's right behind it, and you can even see some knurling, almost swirls in the back that are a part of the very, very back of the watch. There's the beating heart right there. And even though this watch is, part of the Pontos collection and should be selling in that $4,000 price point, you're able to get it for under $1,500. Let me slip the watch on the wrist. You can tell me what you think. I think this is a classic configuration for Maurice Lacroix and is easily worth this price point. This is a perfect fit. Of course, you knew it would be. Now, with the additional links that are in the center part of the bracelet. They're in high mirror polish. There is somewhat of a polished satin finish that's also on the bracelet, and I think that contrast really makes it pop. And notice how the solid end links meet right up to the case. No gapping, no spacing. And I love the fact that they've used the reverse date wheels, because look how easy that pops right off of the dial. Now, I like this configuration quite a bit. Would your boyfriend wear this watch?
Absolutely. I've been looking at Maurice Lacroix watches and Raymond Weil watches to get him, and this is one that is a great option because, especially because he has to dress up. He works in finance. This is something that he could wear every day. But you know, it's also because it's all silver tone on a bracelet. You get that little bit of, I think, flexibility where you could not necessarily dress it down, but it does have a little bit of sport luxury to it.
Anytime you have an additional sub-dial that's stepping out of a classic configuration, it does add a sportiness to the watch. The fact that you have a dual time gives a sense of travel to the watch, as if you are literally jumping time zones, whether across the country or across the world. Maybe you have somebody, maybe you have a young person that's off in college, or you have a friend on the other side of the globe like Megan does. Having this on the wrist, I mean, yes, I realize that our, high-end, even the cheap cell phones, will give you multiple times, but you have to push buttons to get there.
Yep.
You can look at your time, but to get the secondary time zone, you need an app or you need to have it programmed in. It's nice to be able to just look down and go, this is a good time to give her a call. This is a good time. Have you ever called somebody on the other side of the world that was like, why are you calling me this hour?
Absolutely.
And this is a great way, just at a glance, to know where they are. And, just a great time to call and check in. And this is one of those watches that you're not going to have to pay the full price. Do you ever think about folks that maybe have walked into a jewelry store and saw the watch, loved it, and then walked out because a $4,500 price point just sent them right out the door?
Of course, I was probably one of those people.
But you and I both have walked out going, that's just too much. Here, not even at dealer cost. This is in the basement, $1,489. 21 jewel automatic. And of course, it's a Maurice Lacroix movement within the watch. It's all Swiss-made, sapphire crystal, dual time zone, only $248.33. To get it home, we're going to put it on the very max 6 stress-free, interest-free payments. 877-969-8818 to get this beautiful Pontos Collection Maurice Lacroix home to you. Now, you just said this name.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
Do we have this watch in studio? Because even if it's just a mention, we had just popping up there just for a moment. We're looking at our preview monitor, and we got all excited because we saw Raymond Weil. We happen to like Raymond Weil quite a bit. And even if it's just a mention, we have to just let you know this is a great classic configuration of the Raymond Weil three-hand. Isn't this beautiful?
This is gorgeous. I love the color of the dial. It almost has a bronze sunray look to it.
Now, this again, you were just saying, is this one of the ones you'd consider for your boyfriend?
I actually think based on the size, I believe this is a 36 millimeter.
Let's take a peek real quick because we can measure it out. That's one of the things you certainly want to have from us is accuracy on that. And, this is...
Oh, it's a 39 millimeter, excuse me.
It doesn't look that big. It doesn't look like a 30.
It's got a slimmer look to it overall. We were talking about this a few moments ago when I was talking about the Maurice Lacroix watches being affordable luxury. The Raymond Weil watch has incredible savings on our website. We have an entire section. Of course, you can always shop by brand. And what I love is really being able to now start affording some of these Swiss-made watches, because I am the person like you that would see one of these watches, even this, the $2,600 price in stores, and think, okay, well, I guess,
the Raymond
I'll just have to
Weil.
wait.
I was going to say the Raymond Weil 4200 series movement is a 26 jewel automatic. So that, again, is going to be just a workhorse within that watch, but it's also beautiful to see. So as we come into the live shot, I want you to just see how this wears, how it looks on the hand, on the wrist, and even take a peek at the back of the watch so that you can see that you have as much enjoyment just handling the watch as you will be wearing it. I love the strap on here. It is a very durable leather, and the fact that there is a dual push-button deployant is just going to make it, because you'll notice right there, dual push-button, of course the custom Raymond Weil logo on there. Leather can wear out, if it's rubbing against something over time. The fact that you have that deployant that has the ability to do the work, all the metal parts doing the work and snapping so easily into place, that's where the stress is going to be on the metal, not on the leather. Take a look. I love the texturing that leads to that very smooth outer chapter ring. And you notice all the way down to almost a tachymeter style outer chapter ring. It's not, I mean, it's just the seconds. But you've got this great classic look from the Roman numerals, but then you have all the way down to the seconds running through there too. It's very subtle. You know, they didn't want to, I think, make it too sporty, but it's just a nice way to see those details. And of course, as you're taking a peek within the watch, you can see that this is a screw down crown, and as we lock that into place, you can see the three-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand. You have a date complication with a Cyclops lens right there at the 3 o'clock position. Now I'm going to pop this open, let you see the back of the watch. And you can see that 26 jewel automatic. Isn't that beautiful?
What Raymond Weil does is similar to what Maurice Lacroix used to do before they started making their own in-house movements, is they actually purchase movements from Unitas or ETA. In this case, this is a Solita automatic movement inside. And what they do is then they modify them. I'll try that on if that's okay.
Please.
They then modify them in-house to their exact specifications. They adjust them to their own positions. And what that enables them to do is to call it their own movement. So it's a special way to be able to have something that they're able to purchase and then they improve upon themselves. So it really, by the time, it's almost like getting a car and completely customizing it. You know, or you buy a home and maybe you renovate the inside of it. You know, it's still maybe the same structure, same, you know, brick and mortar on the outside, but on the inside, it's entirely new. And that's similar to what brands like Raymond Weil do when they purchase movements from others. Look at how slim that 39 millimeter case is. It's so easy to wear. I tried it on first because I'm actually wearing a 39 millimeter on my other wrist, so I think it's a great size. Easy to wear. I know it's a classic men's dress watch. Look at that. Can you see that blue?
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's anti-reflective coating over that sapphire crystal. Of course, you do have sapphire crystals front and back. Most of the time, we think about dress watches being in all black and silver. So to see this one with that rich, almost bronze sunray dial, and then that brown Croco embossed leather, it's quite nice to be able to see something in luxury in more of an unexpected color. 287-100. This is an automatic for $830. The total price is $26.50. 6 payments, though. That is our maximum 6 stress-free, interest-free payments, allowing you 6 months at $138 a month to afford a $2,700 Swiss-made watch. Now, this next watch, many of you are familiar with this. Tony Kanaan Special Edition Luminox timepiece, right here.
This is one of the watches that I think stands out in the Luminox collection because we're very used to the black on black, the very stealthy watches, the very military inspired. Here, going from the racing world, it takes on a different look. And I can't say I don't want to say it's more user friendly or that it's a friendlier watch because certainly, you know, the others are easy to use. But this is just one of the watches that it pops because they've really taken on a different look. And I love that about this, that they've made this special edition, limited edition, and look how much we've taken off the price. With most of our Luminoxes, if we can get half off, we're doing pretty good. Well, we're well below that because the $1,200 price point would be half off. But this is $1,400 new. Now, if you wait till midnight on Sunday, we will mark that back up because we like to pay for the lights and stuff here at the building, and $779. But right now, this limited edition piece is only $599. So if you've been looking to get into a price-protected Luminox, all Swiss-made sapphire crystal, then you have to consider this 44 millimeter watch. Now, it's an unusual shaped case. We realize it's going to measure out a little differently or may wear a little differently because of the unusual geometric shape. But that's about, it's going to wear like about a 44, 45 millimeter. You will notice that even though it is a race-inspired watch and you have everything from the checkered flag and, of course, Tony's colors throughout, you also have that large date complication at the 6 o'clock. But notice right here on this track is all of the lume for the watch. Now, if you look at these tubes filled with tritium, all this is a self-illuminating substance. Unlike, painted on types of lume that you'd have to put up to light and allow it to charge up, this constantly has illumination to it. Now, guys, perchance do we have the lume for this watch? Just wondering. I know that we don't for every single one, but what you would see is each of these individual tubes has its own gas inside. And you have about 20 years of half-life on here before you even begin to start seeing that degradation. Now, the Swiss-made Ronda movement in here, is going to be reliable, it's going to be accurate, it's going to be a workhorse for this watch. And I think it's going to look great. If you can't, go ahead and take a peek at the lume here, and you're going to see it mimics exactly like that racetrack you saw. And this is what you're going to see when you step out at night. Now, tritium is used so reliably that even hunters and gun collectors happen to have gun sights with tritium built into it. Now, one of the things I was going to show you, that the strap on the watch has a contrasting color to it, and I can show it to you by just reversing it in just a second. But when you come back to that live shot, you're taking a look at the watch on the wrist. That 45 millimeter case is a great fit. There's a lot of great look to it. Of course, that black leather really does look great. You're seeing pops of white. But you'd also notice, if you were to take the strap off, that white is completely on the inside.
I love the sides of the case. If you could show a side profile, you can see all of that mirror polished carbon fiber inlay there. That is so cool. Everything about this is racing inspired. And as we've talked about on the shows before, Luminox makes partnerships with people such as Tony Kanaan, with the Space Exploration Corporation, with the U.S. Navy SEALs. And what they do is they design timepieces with representatives from those places, and then those watches are actually worn by those individuals. And you can read all about their history and all of their different partnerships on their website, of course, WorldofWatches.com. And so I appreciate that, because it's not just a watch company that's saying, oh, we designed something for Tony Kanaan and his racing fans.
And he signed off on it somewhere.
No, he was involved in the steps of the design aesthetic. They do this with the Color Mark series, which we see with the Navy SEALs. Navy SEAls actually wear their watches. There are photos, there's literature about it online. It's really quite interesting. So I love that they don't just say, oh, this is a watch that was designed if you love this racer. It actually does make sense. Now, if you know nothing about Tony Kanaan, but you just think the watch is cool.
It looks good.
It doesn't have his name on it. It doesn't have the word Brazil, because the colors are his racing colors, but also he's Brazilian, so they're from his country, of course. If you just love the look, you can totally rock this kind of watch. I just like the fact that Luminox, when they do partnerships, they go all in. They don't just say, oh, we designed this for Tony Kanaan. No. He designed the watch with them. He signed off on it, and that I appreciate. 277-393, $600.
For a Luminox.
More than half off.
For a limited edition Luminox.
We've been doing some amazing prices on our Luminox watches. You know, it used to be, we used to always say this, Luminox was a price-protected brand, and it is. But it's so cool to be able to be on the shows with less than dealer cost, with more than 50% off. So one last look, we are going from this is a watch for me, actually. We are going from one very, very sporty men's racing inspired watch to a watch that, if you caught the shows last week, you know I actually made this watch my hot pick. It is Swiss made, but it is Swiss made, Swiss Legend. And this is the all new Swiss Legend Legacy. This is a watch that, as I said, I made my hot pick last week on the show. I love these new Swiss Legends. We've got the Blue Genève and the Legacy. This is the Legacy, of course. You'll notice that they are slightly different, or actually they're quite different in their design. But the 38 millimeter Legacy, much like the Blue Genève, is all about sport luxury. When I was in that brand meeting on Friday, Niso Barocas, who of course is the creative director for all of our company-owned brands, he was talking about how the direction Swiss Legend is going in, where it's sort of been, but where it's really, really moving towards, is sport luxury. It is the kind of style that, much like myself, I could wear this to the show while working, and then I could wear it out to dinner on a Friday night, but I could also wear it to the beach or the gym. It's got that sport luxury look. What better luxury than a 200-meter professional diver with a mother of pearl dial. Look at this mother of pearl dial. That is a true grade A mother of pearl that has been painted that royal blue. It's a two-tone of 18-karat rose and silver tone. And I'm going to lay this flat so you can see, because I want you to be able to see inside the movement when we come a little bit closer. It's a multi-function. So what it actually is it appears to be a chronograph, but you've got the days of the week, your calendar date. Watch when I use the 2 o'clock pusher, that 3 o'clock subdial. See that? It sets the date. When I use the 4 o'clock subdial, look at the 6 o'clock position. It changes that subdial for a secondary time zone. That's a 24-hour chapter ring. So you could have that as the AM/PM indicator, or you could have that offset almost like a GMT. All of that in this ISA movement in a Swiss-made watch. The size is great. Again, ladies, if you are looking for a watch that's got a presence to it but is not too big, you can see from a little bit of a a backup shot, you can see here that it's not too big and bulky at all. It fits really, really well. You've got solid end link construction on your stainless steel bracelet. You've got that Sapphitech crystal that gives you a 10-year warranty against scratching and a 5-year warranty on the ISA movement. 289-547, $200 for the Legacy. Now, as promised, we do have other sizes of that blue Genève, my hot pick being the 42 millimeter. Wiley showed off the 48 millimeter chronograph. Gentlemen out there, and I know you said you like this size at 46 millimeters. Right here, this one features the ISA 2331 quartz movement inside. It's a 3-hand at 46 millimeters. Black dial, black ceramic bezel insert, rose tone case bezel bracelet. $180 or your first payment of $36. 200 meters of water resistance in a Swiss-made watch. 287-838.
Following right behind that, again, here is another variation. This is the 46 millimeter blue Genève, and this time the two-tone stainless steel with that gorgeous blue dial once again. This is one of those watches that the moment you pick it up, it's going to be an attention getter. The moment you put it on the wrist, part of it is going to be that beautiful ceramic bezel with the gorgeous matching blue dial. Now, how they've matched up some of these at times, particularly the ones that have mother of pearl, is amazing. And you're going to be delighted when you see it. This in the two-tone variation, I think, is one of the most versatile, and it's why folks have been buying this so readily. Only $36 gets this home. $179.99 is the total price, and of course we pay for shipping and we have a money-back guarantee. Brand new design, all Swiss made. We are delighted to be able to offer this to you, and it's hard to believe that we're heading into the third hour.
Our third and final hour. We are going to go back to the same theme that we had in our first hour. Showcase all bestseller watches. Probably have a few more Swiss-made watches tucked in there as well. Every single item is on 5 and 6 stress-free payments. So you are really able to shop with a lot of confidence for the holiday that not only are you getting the guaranteed low price, but should you so want to, you can use the stress-free payments. And it's not a layaway plan. Once you make your first payment today, we actually process your order and ship it out to you tomorrow. So you get these items within a matter of days. I love it. You don't have to wait until you make all the payments. You can just put your first one down on any major credit card, and just like that, we ship it off to you. Let's jump into a preview and show you what's coming up in our third and final hour together.
Oh, are you happy?
I am happy. And we have not had the gunmetal variation of this watch in so long. I'm so excited to be able to show this to you. The Ellini Barocas Gladiator. If there was one watch from Ellini, well, I guess I would have to say two, because I love the Fortitudo and the Gladiator. This 50 millimeter case is so sexy, is so gorgeous. This is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. This is the kind of watch everyone can wear, and I will prove that to you when I even try this on, and it fits perfectly. But also, it's the kind of watch that you can wear, gentlemen, to a business meeting or to the beach. 190924, $90, 5 payments. Always a bestseller. Literally every single show, this Bulova dress watch is always a popular choice. 210278. You've got the expanded date window at the 12 o'clock position, a fully functioning Japanese chronograph quartz movement. one of the slimmest watches of the entire show, even with a concave case design. So what that means is it actually tapers towards the case back, so the slim watch becomes even slimmer on the wrist. $140, but I say use the payments. $28 gets it home, interest-free. 210-278.
One of my favorite watches happens to also come from Bulova, and that's the Precision. Precision is the world's most accurate quartz movement. Now, this variation has every bell and whistle, including all of that beautiful rose-tone gold over stainless steel. You're not only getting a timekeeper, but you're getting an exceptional timekeeper all the way down to 1/1000th of a second with a retrograde subdial at the 6 o'clock position. It's going to give you everything you want and more. So if you decide to time the Olympics, don't worry, you can do it. Hour-minute continuously operating sweep hand is a small seconds. You also have a locked-in to place sweep hand, which can double as a sweeping hand. It has a 1/10th, 1/100th, and 1/1000th of a second, and a minute and hour totaler, and a date complication. Absolutely unbelievable. The watch is one of my favorites, and if you look at it and you realize it's $899, that's an expensive timepiece. But look at what you can do for only $329. All of that at a fraction of the price, and only $66 gets it home. Amazing, and we love our Bulova Precisionists. Now, if you're going to go with go big or go home, then go Breitling.
I like that.
Go big, go home, or go Breitling. Breitling is just one of those pinnacle watches. It's up there. You know the brands, whether it is Omega or Omega, if you happen to be in Great Britain, or it happens to be Rolex. Breitling is just right there. It runs with the big dogs. Now, here's a watch with 450 parts. A complete perpetual calendar, adjusted once every leap year. You know, with the B19 movement, which is a 38 jewel automatic with 42 hours of power reserve within this 43 millimeter case, you're getting a lot of watch. There's the sapphire crystal that's protecting that beautiful dial. Each one of the subdials does double duty because each subdial has two functions, and there is also a AM/PM or moon phase indicator on there. Love the watch all the way down to what I think is the best bracelet in the watch world. Dress watch, yes. Luxury watch all the way. But also if you're heading out somewhere and you're heading on that epic vacation, here is a great world traveler. You're going to love this watch. 282721 for the Breitling Transocean, the 43 millimeter. It is gorgeous.
My hot pick is item number 287844. It is the 42 millimeter Blue Genève. Here you are looking at a mother of pearl dial, a white ceramic bezel insert, which of course scratch resistant. That along with the proprietary scratch resistant Sapphitech crystal means that the top of this watch is like a beautiful little tank. Nothing's gonna scratch it up. This is the second of the 4 sizes available. It's a 3-hand with the ISA 2331 3-hand quartz movement inside. That movement has an average battery life of 66 months. So you got 5.5 years on average with this movement. I want you to see the side profile because, ladies, if you're thinking, well, I like it, but it might be too big, I have a 6-inch wrist. It fits perfectly. It's got a presence to it. It feels like that boyfriend watch. It feels like that menswear inspired design that is so popular with ladies' watches now in something that doesn't look masculine. Doesn't look like I'm wearing something that really was a men's watch. There's a time and a place for that. I own a few men's watches and I love them. But I like something that's big but designed for a woman's wrist. If I tilt this down, you can see the 6 o'clock number there. Swiss made on either side of that. The all-new Swiss-made Swiss Legend watches. Get used to it because we're going to have a lot more coming up in the next few months. Two-tone here of rose tone and silver tone. The rose is all brushed except around that dodecagon bezel. That's that geometric shape. I love the way the edges even of the case are beveled off, so it has almost a maritime or nautical inspired design, which is perfect because the watch also has 200 meters of water resistance. Yes, you could actually wear this watch while scuba diving. 287844, one last look. And if anything like last hour, this watch is the #1 seller because About a half hour ago, it was the #1 seller in our top 10, so I hope it stays that way. A watch that is undoubtedly a top seller. A watch that the holiday season, 2 years ago, I believe it was, this watch premiered, maybe a year ago. I'm starting to get a little confused.
It's one of the first watches I ever showed on the show.
I remember that. I always think about this watch being one of the first watches, and what's the other one? I always think of you. It'll come to me in a moment. These are the watches that are truly, truly some of the best value. This is the kind of watch, Wiley, you could wear it with the dressed up shirt that you have on right now, or with a t-shirt and jeans.
Oh, this is absolutely. This is the watch is a little large, but the design and the style actually calls for
The
it.
tungsten watch. I always think about you with the Swiss Legend tungsten watch.
Yes, which I bought for my son, and he loves
Sorry,
that
I didn't
watch.
mean to just like stream of consciousness there.
Hey, can I buy a tungsten bracelet? Will they let me do that?
I think we could
Well,
probably
we can
work something
arrange
out.
that. I'll talk to somebody. Probably the janitorial staff. The only people that return my calls. The Alini Barocas Gladiator is a bold design. Now, there are other configurations of this watch in other colors, so please consult the website. We have just the right one for you, but this very dark and sinister version is one of the ones that you're going to love to add to your collection because when you need it to blend in, it does, but it always makes a bold design on the wrist. As you look into the watch, you'll see the multiple layers that actually make up the watch. Notice that there's a lot of texturing going on here. 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, and a continuously operating sweep hand as a small seconds at the 2 o'clock position. You'll also notice there are 2 additional subdials for the multifunctions within the watch. One of them is a day of the week, and then an expanded date window there at the 4 o'clock position, but it's a reverse date window, which means it has a black wheel with white lettering as opposed to the white wheel black lettering. The watch almost sits up with what Megan has affectionately called a crown on the top, and you'll actually see the bolts that are holding this multiple layer case together. Is it a bold design? You better believe it. Is it worth $200? Every penny. The $189 price point, which is our wow price, is an incredible value, but look, under 90. Have we had this under, we had it this price before?
We are back at holiday price. Normally throughout the year we air it for about $100, so now we are down to $90.
I've never seen this at $18 to get it home. Okay, just so folks know, if you are unsure about the watch, you're unsure, of course you're shopping with confidence from us, but here's what I want you to know. This particular watch and this particular brand, the Alini Barocas brand, is one that I have 100% confidence in because, one, Niso, has named a watch after a family member.
His daughter.
Yeah, I was about to say, and with his name on the watch, don't you think a little extra, just a little bit extra eyeball is on it? Mm-hmm. The quality of this watch that bears his name is just one of those that you're going to completely feel comfortable with. Even though it's a large watch, look at how the lugs wrap around. That's a perfect fit. I mean, it's a big watch. Perfect fit, but there's still a generous amount of strap if you needed more. And look, you can even make this fit down to a much smaller wrist. Megan has a 6-inch wrist. This watch will fit easily, and she has worn it on more than one occasion.
I'm actually going to show you that right now. I want to try this watch on because I want everybody out there to see that even though it's a 50 millimeter, it does size down. And in fact, we have quite a few ladies viewers who have written in that they own this watch, they've purchased this watch. This and the Alini Barocas Fortitudo. If you're not familiar with the Fortitudo, I encourage you to check it out on our website as well. I call them sort of fraternal twins because they are very, very similar in their design aesthetic. The cases are almost identical, but of course the everything that they do to the case afterwards makes them very, very different. But they're both 50 millimeters that do fit down to a 6-inch wrist. I don't even have it on the tightest closure.
And it fits.
Oh, it fits perfectly. It's so comfortable. I like this because I'm a fan of kind of that European or Italian style design. I think for gentlemen, it looks great. I have always had such a hard time deciding between, I love black and rose, but then the black and gunmetal, which is what this is. That gunmetal, which is obviously a slightly lighter shade than if this was all blacked out with black ionic plating. The gunmetal is so rich. It's almost like if Batman had an Alini. There's something cool about it. The high contrast for the tips of the hands make it so easy to read and to see your chrono just from a glance down at the wrist. And that is a Swiss-made ISA 8172 quartz chronograph movement. Look at that. No gapping, no spacing. This is a cool watch. 190924. $18 a month. That means you put $18 down on any major credit card. We are shipping this bad boy out to you tomorrow.
Are you suggesting that Niso is Batman? He would make a great Batman. He'd probably be the most elegant Batman
yeah, he'd be a
ever.
and that's saying something.
Okay, we have only aired this one time before. And this is a watch that both you and I got very excited about because as the #1 seller, authorized seller of Invicta, being able to present these watches is just a lot of fun. Take a look. You're getting a lot of watch here. The moment you look into that dial and you see that carbon fiber and you realize there are certainly the large hour indices that are, I think they use trittonite for their loom on Invictas. So I'm sure that's what's been used here at the hour indices as well as on the hands. You have a great unirotating bezel that just snaps into place. And look, there's that color again. You're seeing that ruby red coming through. And what I also like about this is on the polyurethane strap, they've added an additional layer of decoration with that great kind of perforated metal mesh that runs through there. Now, it's very finished all the way around. There is no doubt about that. But where this could have just been left as solid, no. They've decided to add just another splash of detail, just like Invicta does. Now, there is a very resounding click to this as this rotates, because you can just tell the quality. Three-hand configuration in this watch. There's the hour, the minute, that continuously operating sweep hand, and of course, date complication at the 3 o'clock position with a Cyclops that is over it. That Cyclops lens is allowing you to more easily read the time. You can see that screw down back. That's going to help add to the water resistance of the watch. And of course, you have all the way down to the Invicta engraving on the side of the case. The watch is 47 millimeters. I was talking to a guy the other night that collects watches, and he just said, I love all of the diving collection from Invicta. And mind you, that's a lot of watches. But he just, every time he associated Invicta, he didn't think dress watch. He didn't think of the big, bold designs that sometimes you and I talk about. All he could think about was dive watches.
Really?
And there is just, he said, I love it because a lot of their watches pull from the look that I might see in a Rolex, I might see in a Submariner. But he said, who, you know, on his price point, he said, who could afford that? And he's right. That's a very expensive. Even if you're going into a base model, you're going with $6,000 to $8,000 for your introductory, watch. Well, here's a watch that has a lot of look, a lot of pop, for only $80. I want to slip this on, and you can just take a look for a second. Without, some watches lay flat like that, and they'll go all the way. Notice that automatically takes that shape of a wrist. Now, I want to slip this on my wrist and let you see how that 47 millimeter case looks. I think it looks pretty good. And because it's in the natural shape of my wrist, yeah, incredibly comfortable to wear. Look at that.
That fits you perfectly, and it's all about the construction. So that's why the case and the lug area, even the integrated rubber strap being curved, if you've got a smaller wrist, like we both have under 7-inch wrists, but when you see us wearing watches that are this big, I mean, you only know for yourself, it's going to be even better if you've got a bigger wrist.
Do you like the pop of red through there? That kind of ruby red?
I do. I always am partial with dive watches or with sport luxury watches like this, maybe having, especially when they're divers, having bits of blue in them. I always say I like that. But I do like when I see a color. I love when men wear color on a watch. I think that a lot of times men tend to stay in that safe zone of blacks and silvers and maybe a little bit of brown, rarely white, or as much as I would like to see. So if you like a color, I think it's kind of fun, especially for a sport watch, something you're going to wear just on the weekends and such.
This red, to me, it's not in a fluorescent red. It's not in a fire engine red. It is such a jewel tone ruby red that it's very classic. It does not feel offensive or harsh at all. And it's one of those that I would easily wear this watch. It's not ostentatious. I love the fact that it has that very strong sporty feel to it with that carbon fiber. But look at the detail all the way down to the Invicta logo. Look how much detail there is right there on the sweep pan. I love this watch, and the fact that you're not having to pay full price. Okay, the watch, I don't know what planet they think it's going to be $795, maybe a watch of this style. But again, this is probably, $150, $200 is a good price for the watch. Once it made it down to the $119 price, okay, you've got my attention. I want it at $100 if you really want me to buy the watch. Well, you've dropped it down to $79.99. That's a no-brainer. $16. Do you have, Mom, Dad, do you have a young person in your world that they need a watch? And you want something that's going to be really cool, that's going to be durable, that's going to last? Then consider this watch, because only $16 gets it home, and you're only out, a total of $80 for the watch. And we're going to pay for shipping, and there's a money-back guarantee. So should they get it and decide that, no, that's not the watch, unlikely, then you can always send it back. Now, speaking of watches that we really like.
How funny that we were just saying with the tungsten watches, and here they are. But you know what? And I know that we touched on this on the last shows. We haven't had the full Tungsten Pro on bracelet in so long. Most of the time, we only have the tungsten case and bezel with the rubber straps. We've got full tungsten here.
This is super nice, and I want the white one. I know you would think that I would pick the red, but there again, you'll find that when you need that classic configuration, that look that says business, it has an understated elegance, I go with the white or silver. Nice. I mean, the black is very classic, but this is clean. Folks, notice this looks almost like a chrome, and that there's a bit more polish than maybe you're used to seeing. This is tungsten. Tungsten is one of the most durable materials. You'll find it in everything from jewelry to surgical items to implants. It's just one of those things that, because of its weight, durability, the fact that it's hypoallergenic, you'll see it in high-end jewelry. Maybe even you're wearing a wedding ring right now that is made of tungsten. Maybe you have jewelry with tungsten. You know how expensive that was. Now imagine this watch made of tungsten. And that's the case and the bracelet. Now, follow me just for a second, because I'm going to move this just to weigh it. So I don't want to drop it out of camera frame too much. Are you guys watching? They're not. Let's see if they're awake in there. Give them a second. Well, I'm still on here. Don't leave me. 200. That's all I was doing, is weighing it out. 200 grams. That's a heavy watch.
Oh, yeah, it's a weighty watch.
You have a dual push button, dual deploy, and I'm going to trade out because I have the white one, but I'm going to go ahead and slip the red one on because you do need to see it. This is a very bright red. It's an orangey red.
We call it Swiss Legend red.
It is, but it is not a bad red. It's just a very loud red. And I think it's designed, when you're wearing a tungsten watch, go ahead and plan on getting attention, because it doesn't look like stainless steel, it doesn't look like silver, it doesn't look like platinum. It's not quite in a gunmetal, but there's a slight smokiness to it. It's a high polish, and this is going to look this way a thousand years from now.
You know what also Swiss Legend gives you when they give you the high quality scratch resistant watches like tungsten or ceramic? Sapphire crystals.
So when you've got the durability of tungsten, you've got that unirotating bezel, which is going to make this for a great dive watch. You have a sapphire crystal. This watch is going to look this good 1,000 years from now. If not in 1,000 years, return it to Swiss Watch International. Megan and I will still be here.
You know what I love? I'm wearing the Titanio from Swiss Legend. It looks very similar to this right now. I've got it on, it's the watch I'm wearing personally today. You can see, I'll just put it in. So you can see it's very similar.
Nice.
This is titanium carbide over ceramic. It's got a very similar look to tungsten, but tungsten weighs more, whereas ceramic weighs a little less than stainless steel. Tungsten actually weighs a little bit more. But what's so nice is it's like a little insurance policy on the wrist. You will not bang this watch up. You will not scratch this watch up. You are guaranteed to have a watch that's going to make a statement, and yet you've got that reassurance there where you don't have to worry about it. It has the Swiss ETA G10-211 quartz chronograph movement, so you got a really cool ETA Swiss-made movement inside. $190 for a watch that will look brand new forever. 5 payments of $38, $705.95. That's how you know it's an original. That's how you know these are originals, because you can see the numbers like the Bull of a Dress, a newer watch in our inventory because the number is longer, 210278. So whenever we have items up there with numbers that only have 5 numbers in them, like the tungsten, that's how you know it's kind of an old school brand.
I just think they forgot a number. I just make one up when I give them numbers out on the air when you're not here. I just add one. That way they're surprised. Ooh, I didn't realize I ordered sunglasses. This is a great dress watch. Megan was talking about this watch earlier, and it really is just one of those pieces. I'm going to have to let the light reflect off the dial for you to really capture what we're seeing here in the studio. Because as the watch, I mean, that looks good, but when you see how it's all in high mirror polish, that the tachymeter style chapter ring on the outer part of the dial really looks phenomenal. 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, a small second subdial with the 6 o'clock position. You have 2 additional totalers there for the chronograph. You happen to have an expanded date window at the 12 o'clock position, which gives you a glimpse inside. And as you look at the watch and you realize, you know, this is a very low profile watch. This is that great dress watch for the office. There's just something about it that the moment you pick it up, you almost feel like you're picking up a vintage watch again. Because so many of the other styles are in the diver style, and they look a lot like that, like we saw with the Invicta earlier. It's a great look. I mean, it's a very popular look. This harkens back to a different era. Now, you do get a dual push button, dual scissor deployment, which allows you easily to put the watch off and on the wrist. And you can see that some of them are pry apart. I happen to like the push button. So a simple push of the pusher allows both of those, and it swings out. Let me slip this on the wrist. You take a peek right there and see how it looks. What do you think?
I think it's nice.
I think there's an elegance to this that is very understated. It really does fit well.
It looks like a vintage Bull of a watch.
It does, but there is still just some 21st century touches in there, such as the larger Arabic numerals, just the way that the subdials are placed. The expanded date window is a nice touch that they've added over the years. And I think when you get the watch and you realize, you know, that reliable Japanese quartz movement that's in there, the construction of the bracelet, the style that is within the dial, all of this for under $140. I mean, don't pay $400 in the jewelry store. I mean, saw a young man wearing a Citizen watch. It was a nice watch. But I said, oh, that's very nice. He goes, oh, you won't believe it. I got it from the jewelry store here in the mall. It was only $250. And I just went, I wish you had called me. Because here, this watch, if somebody came to me and said, oh, I just bought this watch for $400, I'd be excited they had the watch, but you could have bought, you know, 2 or 3 of them from us. You don't have to pay retail. As watchmakers, watch designers, we know how to find a good deal. Either we're making the watch or we're finding it from those who are making the watches, and we bring them to you. You're shopping with confidence. Remember, this watch is only $28 to get it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. And we want to make sure that these come to you ASAP. And like Megan said, this is one of our new designs, 210278. We'll get you the Bull of a Dress watch home, and you will not be disappointed, because heaven's sakes, if you are, we'll bring it right back to us, and we'll even pay for it to do so, and we'll give you every penny back. How about a brand new Lucien Piccard?
Oh my gosh.
Have you seen this?
I have not seen the Optima before. This is gorgeous.
This is an incredible piece, and I'm sitting here just looking at the details on the watch, and they are innumerable. This is one of the watches that, again, you will not be disappointed to be able to get this home. Folks, you know, it has 50 meters of water resistance. It has a beautiful mineral crystal, 316L stainless steel, and again, it looks incredible. It's one of the watches that...
brand new.
Yes, and I think it's, again, it is absolutely beautiful. And, you know, as folks who are watching this program, you know, or different ones throughout the week, aren't you glad that we have watches like this to offer? Because we have the classic styles, we have unusual styles, we have a lot going on. To be able to have this brand new design, I mean, is absolutely phenomenal. The Japanese automatic movement that's on the inside of this, of course, is going to be reliable and accurate. And you can just look into that beating heart, because this is a great way to get a skeletonized movement with an open heart configuration, but it not be a full skeletonization. And I think it looks fantastic. If that's one to add to your collection, do not hesitate, because it is stunning. Now, one of our favorite brands, and the one we happen to have an outstanding relationship, is Maurice Lacroix. And here you're looking at a collection that is, it's not part of the masterpiece. It's not one of the others that can be very, very expensive. Now, believe it or not, this is a bargain at $9,900. You know, that is incredible. But what you're looking at is a 25 Joule automatic, all Swiss made with the ML155 movement. Now, don't you love how this looks so much like gold?
Oh, yes, I do.
Because it's solid 18 karat gold.
This is a solid gold watch, and you know what? We have never aired this size of the Le Classique collection before. How amazing that this is a $10,000 watch, and we each have an option that we're trying on to showcase.
Oh, and I like both of them. This is an easy to read version of the watch. You know, I've told this story a couple of times to you, but got to tell it again. I was at the jewelry store here in town, and I walked in. I wanted to compare what we have to offer with what some of the other jewelry stores have to offer in gold watches. And I said, can you show me a solid 18 karat gold watch? And either men or ladies, I'm looking for some gift ideas.
Oh, stop it.
Well,
stop
it's true,
it.
Megan. And it was interesting. She said, well, we do have a starting price of $5,000, but that's for the smaller ladies' watches. And this was, you know, the petite size. So understand, when you go into the jewelry store world, you're looking at $5,000 for a solid gold watch. And this is solid 18 karat gold. And we're going to show you close-ups in just a minute of this case, of the movement. This is not a quartz movement inside of a gold case. We've not, you know, cheaped out in any way to give you this beautiful look for this watch. It is solid 18 karat gold. The ML155 movement is incredible inside this watch. Notice that they very subtly placed in that date complication at the 6 o'clock. 3-hand configuration outside of that. And that beautiful, beautiful gold. Of course, that's alligator. And not only is the watch gold, are you going to love the fact that even the buckle is also solid 18 karat gold? I mean, that is fairly incredible that you're getting that value all the way around. Folks, if you've always wanted to wear solid gold, but it has prohibited you from buying it, then realize for only $466, you're able to get this watch home on the first payment, and it's 6 payments altogether. And you're only paying $27.99 for the watch, not $10,000, and heaven forbid the $5,000 for a small version in the jewelry store. Now, I like the white configuration of this watch, but look at what Megan has. And I'll show them the back. I'll set this up. Guys, I'm going to set this up so they can see the back, and you can come in on that while you're taking a peek at Megan's selection.
So these are actually both 37 millimeter cases. I know that this one now says the graphics say 38. They are actually both 37 millimeters.
It just means on your wrist, Megan, it wears like a 38.
So I don't know. We'll have that adjusted. But here you can see this is a 37 millimeter solid rose gold timepiece. Look at how slim it is on the wrist. Solid gold buckle there. Again, rose tone. This is for me like the ultimate watch, right? It's solid rose and black. I always talk about how much I love black. Black and rose together with this gorgeous alligator strap. Easy. I mean, this is a size that's smaller than the watch I'm currently wearing. So it's very, very easy to wear. I'm going to take mine off and show you. Sorry, I'll just do that since I've got it.
But Megan, you know what? I measured the watch out, and it comes out to 37 3/4. So it is technically 37, but it's also right at 38 too.
Okay, okay. If you read our website, it's going to say 37 millimeters, but it's good that you measured that then, because it's always different on our website, unfortunately.
Well, you have to pick when you're at that halfway point. And probably one person
I round up. I would have rounded up to 38.
You want to make it bigger.
18 karat gold right there. Perlage decoration. Côte de Genève on the custom rotor there. You can see this is all Swiss made. 25 jewel automatic movement inside. 18 karat buckle. It's elegant. It's stunning. This is the kind of watch that you own and you don't need much else. I apologize for my fingerprints on there. I was obviously caressing and loving this watch because it is so amazing. You guys saw how it looked on my wrist. You saw how it looked on Wiley's wrist. It is a great size. Very, very friendly for everyone in that true classic size. 286-484. 6 payments. You're under $500. Think about that for a moment. It's an $8,000 timepiece in solid gold. You're at $2,900. You're at a fraction of that price, and you can use 6 interest-free payments. We are maxing it out. 286-484. You have a solid gold Maurice Lacroix.
I hate to say this, but this bargain price that you're seeing right now is less than what I paid, even with trying to finagle, hey, can I have host price? And they, of course, said that'll be double. And because you know what they pay us. But seriously, folks can get that watch for less than I was able to pay for my Maurice Lacroix. And that's not said with any ill. It is just, that's what happens. Sometimes when we buy an allotment, it may be less, but that's probably one of the lowest prices I've seen for a solid gold watch, and worth every penny. Please, please, please consider that for your collection, or maybe somebody in your world at this holiday season is going to get the best gift ever. Good taste.
We have moved on to the Red Line Night Rally, a 48mm racing-inspired design. A design that is actually one of our viewers, Dan, tweeted in a photo of his wrist wearing this watch. I just want to read that tweet. He wrote, "Just got this watch. It looks great and feels good on the wrist." He is rocking this exact variation, the 48mm Night Rally. Thicker case, but notice the curvature. I like the knurling done in the center portion of the case, because you can see it's a multi-piece case design. Look at the knurling then in there, around that massive screw-down crown, piston-style pushers. And then look at that same texturing inside the dial. So it goes from that knurling matched up right there inside the dial. And I like the different colors that they've used inside the subdials, inside your chronograph. It really feels like you are looking at something that is wild, that is automotive, that is racing inspired. Look at that texture. That's great right there. Look at how thick the Arabic numerals and stick hour markers are, all applied. Stop and reset your VD53 with date. Quartz chronograph movement. Little pops of yellow and orange with the red. You can see even that first portion of the minute scale right there. Same thing. I just think that is cool. The tachymeter scale is just for decoration in this case, because your continuous running seconds hand is for the timekeeping. But you get that tactical look. Now this watch here has a rubber strap. Ooh, look, even the rubber has that same texture as the knurling. $17 will get it home. 281-691. If you want more, though, maybe you don't want a strap. Maybe you want a bracelet.
Well, how fortunate the designers have already anticipated your every whim, and they've given you all of that style, all of that look, all of that sportiness, but just like some people who really, really want the metal bracelet, they've given you that as well. It is the same 48mm watch head, but this time they've put it on a custom bracelet that with a solid end links that match right up, and I think this looks incredible. Now, one of the things you can do that may be a nice, inexpensive way to have both looks is you certainly could order it in the stainless steel and then order an additional, say, rubber strap if you wanted to have both looks. I think that would be less expensive than ordering the watch in the rubber strap and then trying to find a metal bracelet that's going to be a custom fit. It really does look great. You notice the piston style pushers really do look like pistons. I mean, that to me, again, is pulling from that automotive detail, and they have been relentless in the details of the watch. Again, look at that knurling that you were talking about in the sandwich style case, because you can see the top part of the bezel and then the bottom part of the watch, but it's all kind of knurled in there. Let's see if I can get that around there right there so you can see it. That looks great. It really does. I also like the fact that if you happen to be outside, more active, it would be easy to adjust the watch with that large crown. So I happen to like this watch a lot. I love the pops of color that are in there, and I think it looks great. It's also one of the watches that's easy to tell time from a distance. I don't know if you have anybody with low vision in your world, but sometimes finding those watches that are great, that meet a lot of additional needs, is a great way to go too. You have a date complication at the 4 o'clock position. You happen to have those 3 subdials for your chronograph, and just as Megan was talking about, you have a continuously operating sweep hand, and then what would be a small seconds at the 6 o'clock is actually for your chronograph. I think this watch has a lot of style to it, and it's a heavy watch. I mean, this is not your lightweight watch. This is one of the, this is a watch that's serious. Notice that pop of color that you don't notice until you see the side of the watch. So much detail here. $189, that's the price point for the watch. $189, but you're able to get it with us for $94, and that's incredible for a brand new design. $19 gets it home. This is going to make a great gift for somebody in your world. Don't let this one get away. The Redline Night Rally on stainless steel bracelet or on the rubber or silicone strap certainly does look great. Now, who's the number one seller of authorized seller of Invicta in the world? We are. Don't you love that? I love the fact that we have that kind of not a question. No, it really is. And I like this one a lot. This watch really surprises me with how lightweight it is. And part of that is going to be the construction of the bracelet. So as we're coming, oh, look at that. All right, friends and family, Invicta fans, here is a Sea Spider with a 50mm case. And look at this. You notice the entire bracelet is articulated. It bends at every spot. Some bracelets have flexibility, but these are almost like tank treads. And there's a great flexibility there. Megan, do you like this?
Do you know what's so nice about this watch is you can get that quality and that high-end feel with stainless steel, but since it's all wrapped in that polyurethane coating, you don't ever have to worry about scratching up your bracelet and having those scratches visible.
I think it looks and feels incredible. There's a lightweightness to it as well that maybe isn't quite like everything else.
It's very unique.
Oh, I'm going to... All right, as we're coming into that closer shot, I want you to take a look at the dial, look at the 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, and that continuously operating sweep hand, 2 totalers there for the chronograph, as well as a date complication at the 3 o'clock, but I want you to see the back. Here's what Megan and I both happen to like quite a bit.
Oh, I like that.
Notice that they
Plated
the case back. It just says that they are doing the good stuff. Standard stainless steel case. You have a Japanese chronograph, which is going to be reliable and accurate. It's the VD57 movement inside. 200 meters of water resistance. So with 200 meters of water resistance and a great unirotating bezel, you have a great dive watch. I mean, why would you have a watch called a Sea Spider if you couldn't dive in it? All right, let's take a look at the watch on the wrist, and it is incredibly comfortable. Megan, I realize this watch may be a little big for you, but you have to feel this bracelet on the wrist. I love as it wraps around, you're seeing the pops of gold, but when you feel how comfortable this watch looks and feels on the wrist, okay, that's a big watch. You're going to see what I'm talking about when you feel it. This has a completely different feel to it than any of the watches that we've had this entire time.
I just love the way the polyurethane, it gives it kind of that sporty edge, but also makes this a great item because it's a professional diver. Look at how well that fits.
But it's not only fits, but is it not just incredibly
comfortable? It feels cool. Yeah, it feels really cool.
It doesn't feel like any of the other materials that are on the wrist, and I like that.
I see a lot of ladies that wear the 50+ millimeter Invicta watches. Invicta was one of the first brands, in my opinion, that really popularized everyone wearing bigger case sizes, not just men.
And this is a tasteful design, because you know, I'm not saying that Invicta is tasteless on the
Sometimes
75
they can get
millimeter.
crazy.
But there's some giant watches.
Absolutely.
And they are certainly hitting a cultural point, but this is nice.
This is really fun. 119742, a 50 millimeter Sea Spider, a professional diver from Invicta.
Now, coming up right behind that, let's just completely change gears all the way around. Here's that watch. Again, this falls, there's only been 3 on the show, and 2 of them in Maurice Lacroix. That if I had to only have one watch and had to carry for the rest of my days, this would be one of them.
Well, this is this exact variation, and then the one that's the opposite, which is the silver backdrop with the black subdials. These are the 2 that I was in that top, 5 that my boyfriend does really want for his birthday coming up. So I have to figure out which one I'm going to get. But you know what I've noticed?
What?
We dropped the price on this.
What?
Yeah, it wasn't $400 before. I think it was $500. We dropped the price a little bit more. How nice is that?
It's wonderful. I'm absolutely amazed, though, that they did that, because I was about to say...
$80 for a $1,700 watch. $80 a month.
Oh, and this feels every bit of it. I mean, there is such... It is as if every tiny little piece on this watch has been machined and meticulously finished so that there is a smoothness. What looks like the harshest edges on here are smooth. The watch is comfortable. And you're getting all of that style. I mean, you have the 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand is a small seconds at the 2 o'clock position, 2 totalers, 2 great stylized pushers right next to that crown, a large date complication at the 12 o'clock with a large dual date wheel. It is a beautiful watch, and that Swiss Ronda movement that's in there, is going to last for years. You have a dual push button, dual scissor deployment, which allows you to easily slip the watch off and on. And this is my favorite version of it.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not supposed to say this, but I just see Mickey Mouse, and being from Florida, that makes me happy. I mean, this is a high-end watch, $1,700, that you're getting for $80.
It's amazing. Think about all the watches that we've shown you in the past 2.5, 3 hours that have been $80. If you buy one watch a month and you've got a whole collection of $80 to $100 watches, well, you might have some great watches in there. But if you were to change your way of shopping and for the next 5 months, use your $80 a month budget to pay off this watch, now your whole watch collection has a little bit more value to it, because now you've got an item that you could wear for the rest of your life and then maybe even pass down.
Speaking of Maurice Lacroix quality, I have not shared this with you. The Maurice Lacroix that I bought, which is an automatic, stays on a watch winder when I'm not wearing it.
Good idea.
And I've probably had, for a month now, yeah. I've not lost a minute yet.
Really?
Now, I have a certified chronograph that's in a chronometer that's within another brand that I lose the traditional 10 to 50, maybe 20 seconds a day, maybe 15. That Maurice Lacroix has not lost time yet. Wow. That is the craftsmanship. I mean, I cannot tell you as a watch collector how impressed I am with that movement. Here is a watch from that same company that has watches that are tens of thousands of dollars for under $400. It's a watch for a lifetime. I mean, what is that worth?
A lot more than $80 a month.
If you give this as a gift, someone will think about you every single time they tell the time. Do you have a young person in your world, a spouse in your world, a boyfriend in your world, that you want to always have them think of you? Give them this watch. All right, folks. It's 286501.
Usually it's just the shock collar I make him wear. The watch is much nicer.
Revealing far too much information there. We should move on, shall we? Children are watching. 278945. A beautiful Seiko is coming right up. And there's a lot of watch here. Good heavens, look at this.
I know. This has one of those straps I love.
What is? This is one of the ones you're going to instantly have to say, I have to have that watch.
I just love...
And I agree with you.
You know, I love vintage military and kind of tactical inspired designs. And this one has it all. Not only do you have a compass, an alarm, you have so many different features on this one watch. This is like the Swiss Army knife of watches, so to speak.
This watch, to me, of course, you do have the alarm configuration built into it, but it also is part of their solar collection. And just as Citizen has the Echo Drive, Seiko has their solar collection. And that simply means that this watch allows light, any sort of photon, to pass through the dial, and it's going to be able to charge up the power cell on the inside. You're never going to have to buy a battery for this. In fact, 1 minute of light exposure is equal to 1 hour of the watch running. So even if this watch were put into complete darkness over a long period of time, the computer inside is still going to keep track of time, and it only needs to be exposed to the light for it to know exactly how to pick back up where it needs to be. You notice there's an additional crown right here. This is talk about adventurer's watch. It happens to have a bidirectional inner rotating bezel. And that is absolutely cool because it's protected by the crystals, so you don't have to worry about damaging that. Often we worry about if you have some sort of covering over your bezel, sometimes it can get scratched, bumped. In fact, I had a watch the other day that the bezel was messed up and it wasn't usable anymore. Here, it's protected. Of course, you're able to see that there is also that date complication within there and all the multiplicity of subdials for the chronograph. It's a great watch. Now, the watch sells for $445. That's what you're going to pay in the department stores, but when you realize we've marked it down to $286, and then we've taken that price point down all the way to $194.99 and only $39. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments gets that beautiful watch home. Slipping it on the wrist real quick, and I think Megan, who happens to like this watch, needs to see it herself too. So I'm just taking a quick peek.
A quick peek.
Hello, I'm having a quick peek. I thought you'd enjoy the watch. Right there, somewhere we're going to get an offensive letter. But take a look right there.
Wouldn't be the first one.
I'm the one writing them. All right, now I think that looks great on my wrist. Quick close up, then we'll come back to the live shot because that's all pre-recorded right there. I'm not even here.
Yeah, right.
Take
Do you know that 6 o'clock subdial? That's a secondary time zone.
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
It also is what's going to set the alarm for there too.
Lots of different functionality on
that
this
looks
watch.
great.
This has the V172 Japanese chronograph quartz movement inside. Of course, that is a movement made by Seiko. You've probably heard us talk a lot about movements on the show when we reference even some of our own brands. You know, our own brands like Redline and Lucien Piccard, we use Seiko and Miyota, which is Citizen movements. So right here from it themselves. I obviously have spoken many times on the show about my love for nylon straps. And so this one does one better, and let me show you why. The nylon strap is actually stitched down onto a leather strap.
Oh, that's nice, because if you perspire, you're not going to have the nylon rubbing against you. You have comfortable leather. That's
Exactly,
nice.
and you know, sometimes nylon straps, like they get a little loose.
Yep.
That's
going to hold it shape.
Oh yeah, it's like wearing a leather strap. Here it is on my 6-inch wrist. I love the look. I just think it is fun. It is cool. It's got a compass inside, a secondary time zone, an alarm. You've got Seiko LumiBrite, which is some of the most luminous lume. Can you say luminous lume? Some of the most vibrant
Yes.
lume in the watch world is Seiko LumiBrite. $195. Look at that. You're under $40 a month.
Hardlex crystal. Hardlex is proprietary to Seiko, which, you know, we all love sapphire and we love Sapphitech, we love flame fusion. All of those are incredibly hard, but the hardness can create a brittleness, which means it can shatter. Seiko decided, you know what, we want the best of both worlds. We want a very, very scratch-resistant material, but also want something with a little bit of flexibility, and they created Hardlex, which is a hard, flexible material that's similar to a glass or crystalline substance, and it is a great, great crystal for your watch.
278-945. If you wait until Sunday after midnight, price goes up to nearly $300. How sad is that, knowing you can get it now on 5 payments of $39? Swiss Legend, the Ocean Abyssos. This right here, 100 meters of water resistance, so some fun free diving, if you will, some fun snorkeling and recreational diving, not professional grade. That would mean 200 meters of water resistance. 47 millimeter case, all blacked out, $73. Here features the best of all Swiss Legend has to offer. Swiss-made chronograph movement inside. It's the ISA 8172. The reason I like the 8172 is, personally, I don't need a chronograph to time things. I'm never at races or doing things that require a chronograph. I like this one because if I want to use the chrono, it'll time something for 30 minutes. But more importantly, the 6 o'clock subdial gives me the day of the week. And then I've got my date window at the 4 o'clock position. So you get a day and date quartz chronograph movement. For me personally, and perhaps for some of you out there, I need that kind of movement more than I need a movement that would give me 1/100th of a second accuracy. Not that there's anything wrong with that. You have to decide what works for you. It appears to be a fixed bezel, right? It's like almost flat against the case, but it's a unidirectional rotating bezel. This watch is all blacked out, but then the bezel insert has a little pop of silver to it. Everything else, though, on this watch, totally blacked out. It's a 47 millimeter case. It's relatively flat, but you do have the curvature at the lugs and the integrated soft touch silicone strap. Silicone straps are super comfortable. Look at how I sized this down to the tightest closure on my 6-inch wrist, and it fits. It goes edge to edge because it's a little bit longer, but look, no gapping, no spacing, super easy to wear. And again, a silicone strap that can accommodate over a 9-inch wrist. You get a 5-year warranty on the movement. You get a 10-year warranty on that Sapphitech crystal. 245-914. Look at the stress-free payments. $14.60. Let's just say $15 a month for this watch. 245-914. The Ocean Abyssos from Swiss Legend. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will round out our show today. Now, we will be back again tomorrow with an all-new lineup. You can see today and tomorrow's lineup posted at WorldofWatches.tv right now. So in case you want to shop ahead of time or if you missed any of the show. We're going to recap for a few minutes. And we're going to start with the best-selling watch of the past 3 hours and trickle down from there. We have no idea. Much like that top 10, we never have any idea where the show is going. So it's always fun for us, too, to see what you guys are buying.
Any guesses?
No, I hope my hot pick is still in there somewhere.
It will be.
Let's see. The #1 selling watch of the show.
They're still calculating. They've got the abacus in there. I'm watching them. I'm literally there's a window right there. We're watching them add up the watches.
All right, let's see what it is.
What is it?
Ah!
Oh.
My hot pick. You know, everybody
course.
else wins. I don't win on this because you know what? The 42 millimeter Swiss-made Blue Genève is stunning. You have mother of pearl in ceramic, 200 meters of water resistance in a Swiss-made watch. There are 4 sizes to this timepiece, so you do have some options there. 5 payments of $36 gets this beauty home. 287-844.
Actually, it just shows folks have exceptionally good taste. And speaking of good taste, how about the Swiss Legend 46 millimeter Abyssos automatic? Now, this is a serious dive instrument because it has 1,000 meters of water resistance, all within that Swiss-made watch. This is an incredible value because a watch that should be $1,500 is under $280. Unbelievable that $56 gets this watch home. And this is one of both of our favorite variations, is the rose tone case. Now the case is 19 millimeters thick and 46 millimeters wide. But when it sits on the wrist, it is the perfect fit. So this is the watch in the dressier variation that if you needed to go out to dinner, go to the office, and then head down to find the Titanic, you have got the right watch for you. 274-855. Right behind that is the Lucien Piccard 45 millimeter Murano. This is one of the newest variations of watch with that brand new movement in there. And you're going to love how this looks. Now this comes in a couple of different variations, and this gold tone has got to be a big seller. It also comes in a black and silver tone. That is stunning. Both of them are at recordly low prices for new introduced watches. $119.99, only $24 gets it home. Right behind that is one of my favorite watches, and that is the Transocean. Now this 43 millimeter Transocean happens to have 450 parts on the inside of it. It has the B19 movement, which is a 38 jewel automatic, 42 hours of power reserve, all within that 316L stainless steel case, protected by a beautiful sapphire crystal, and an incredible price point, almost half of what you normally pay.
Following up right behind that,
Ooh, you know what it is?
Maurice Lacroix, the 40 millimeter Pontos automatic GMT. 286-519, not $4,400, but $1,500. 6 payments of $248. It ships after your first payment. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Wiley and I will be back again tomorrow with an all-new lineup.
See you soon.